take the lead. All even at 1-on-1 here. Here's Fournier. Fournier holds the ball and RJ comes up with the ball. RJ passes it back to Quickly. Quickly 12 on the shot clock. Quickly puts up the floater. It's good! Emmanuel Quickly gives the 2-point lead for the Knicks. 103-101. Yes, indeed, IQ. Yes, indeed. That's what we're talking about. Why did you get that comment? Because you called the Thunder beater. You called it about 2 minutes ago. 2 to 3 minutes ago.
When there was a minute left in the game, I said I could feel a buzzer beater.
Here we go. Everyone on their feet. I hope they call a foul here. Here's Burks. RJ from the curl for the win. It's good! RJ Barrett! Yeah! RJ Barrett! He hits it! Yes, indeed! Let's go! That's why he's doing it! That's why he's the GOAT! Welcome, everyone, to the Return to the Knicks podcast. How are you, Chef Dan? How are you, my friend?
Salute to you, Jedi. Salute to everyone in the chat. I'm doing great right now. Man, I'm doing relatively okay. The Giants season is finally over. I don't have to watch any more bad football, but the Knicks season is still going on, so I don't know what's going on there. But, I'm okay. I feel like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders and off my chest, apparently. Just Giant season is over with. We're good.
I hope your Sunday's well. Let's get right into it. Welcome to the podcast. This Sunday evening, we're going to recap. First, let's start off with the recap with the New York Knicks winning on Thursday night over the Celtics on a buzzer beater from RJ Barrett. All the narrative is phenomenal. We have what a roller coaster. Everyone is up in arms. The city's buzzing. The fan base is invigorated. Wow, could it be a turning point for the season? And up my volume, no problem, Chef Dan. Hopefully you can hear me. Excuse me for that. Just change equipment, so hopefully my equipment sounds better. Yeah. So we're back to the storyline. It's a roller coaster ride for us as a fan base, and imagine the players. RJ Barrett. You think it's a changing part of the season, almost at the halfway point, and then instead of celebrating and feeling good about the winning, we get the thumbs down gate. Julius Randle with the thumbs down. We'll break that up. We'll break more into that and talk about that a little later in the program. And then we go to last night. They go to Boston. An opportunity to be a 500 team. An opportunity to, 2 games in a row looking like the last year's New York Knicks gritty committee. Salute to Knicks Real Talk for that was the phrase we used last year on that program. And, I like to give credit where credit's due from wherever we get the different puns and saying. And we go out there and we get shellacked, 99-75, Chef Dan. What's your thoughts on that roller coaster moment up to this point?
So far we're 42 games into the season now. 41, maybe 42. Half of the season is gone. And really having a back to back with the Boston Celtics, it seemed like those two games were just truly emblematic of what the Knicks season has been so far. It's just been up and downs and no consistency. We Evan Fournier said it himself, especially after the first Boston game. It seems like this team is constantly every night trying to go out and find something they can hang their hat on. And like because they can't find it, they kind of look, lost in the doldrums. That's kind of how Boston built its lead during the first game. Was offensively the team looked lost, and so right now where the team is at for me really is we're doing the same thing that we've been trying to do for 42 games so far while dancing around the 500 mark is we're trying to find an identity.
Yeah, you're right with the identity situation, especially now. After I think tomorrow makes the halfway point exactly numeral number wise. You know, and man, that game last night, they started off pretty good. The first half, the first quarter, they were hitting their shots. They looked energized. They looked really good. Eddie B, salute. So first, I want to salute still Knicks fan Ron. So thank you, Ron. Always coming in, always checking in, always supporting the program. We appreciate you, and welcome Eddie B. So. And we'll break down more why you have a point where you could say the Knicks might stink period, but they might be where they are right there. Mediocre team, maybe treading 500, maybe one game under. We'll dissect that because it's like a midseason report. If you ask me, like a report card. And that game yesterday, they started off good, and then just didn't they didn't just get into another gear, and it just seemed like remember the Celtics are also got to show something in the mirror. Maybe their coaches challenge them. They lost two back to back buzzer beaters almost. They're squandering double digit leads in the fourth quarter, Chef Dan, and maybe the coach challenged them in halftime. You guys want to play and salvage your season, or step it up, or there are also rumors for a lot of changes in Boston as well. So it could be a team that just wanted a little more last night, and especially and it's no excuses. We did no Fournier with a contusion, who really is a Celtics killer, and the New York Knicks just came out flat, man. What's your thoughts on the Celtics aspect of it?
Um, the Celtics definitely answered the call that Ime Udoka left for them after the post game, after RJ hit the buzzer beater in the Garden. Kind of just said that the team was kind of lacking mental fortitude, but they answered the bell for that game. Really, it's how you do the next game and how do you do it consistently. How do you not let the same mistakes that happened before, reattack you? And that's why it was so important that we kind of find a way to get over the Celtics, because if we did, we were able to kind of see that as a mirror reflection of the Knicks finding a way to get over themselves. I could see that the Knicks and the Celtics are kind of mirror images of themselves as far as where they are in the season. The talent, you can argue, on paper, left and right, who has more things of that nature. But as far as that game last night, I think we all as Knicks fans, or even, regardless as basketball fans, if you're watching that game last night, you saw that regardless of the personnel that was on the court for the Knicks, they had a chance to win this game. It's just that really, like you said, the first quarter, they came out great. The second quarter, the Celtics responded. You always expect the team to respond back and make adjustments. Really, it comes down to that third quarter. And the third, right back to the third quarter of doom, but it really wasn't a third quarter as far as statistics. It was a third quarter as far as from the beginning. There was an energy and there was a physicality that the Celtics displayed that the Knicks, it seemed they were not ready for. It seemed like they got blitzed in the third quarter, and I don't know how you get blitzed in the third quarter after they've kind of, the referees and the Celtics have set the tone for the game. We knew the game was going to be physical, but they let the Celtics out physical them in the third quarter, and that's really where all things went to hell.
Yeah, you saw a couple turnovers right away from Barrett. You saw turnovers, uh, really really a mind-boggling turnovers. You saw turnovers from Julius as well. And let's face it, let's think about the elephant in the room. With Randle, we'll get to. We have a lot to talk about Randle. Um, 13 points. He had a double double, 13 points, 12 rebounds, and he nearly had a triple double. But he was not. He didn't feel. It didn't feel him close to in an impactful player on the floor. 6 assists. Although in the first half he had what 5 assists or close to. Or I got all six in the first half, and just like that, it just uninspired second half. I don't know what happened, what led to that, and the Knicks as a whole, they shot 36% from the field, 21 out of 79 for the whole game. You're not gonna win. That's not winning basketball. Not on the road, not at home. What's your thoughts on those?
It's definitely not the formula to winning basketball. I agree with you 100%. And really, my issue with Randall coming into that game is I understand he was playing distributor for the first, really for the first quarter of the game, really was where he got a lot of his looks. Some of them, I can remember one pass that kind of the Celtics had a chance to steal it, but the ball went awry and went right into Quickly's hands, and he made a three off of that. Those are swing plays, and kind of looking at it, it seemed like they started off a good momentum of how to attack on the swing plays and things of that nature. But really, what it started to come down to was, I believe, really in the second quarter, and maybe even in the third quarter, Randall by at the end of the first quarter, Randall had 6 assists. I could say really going into the third quarter, well, midway through the third quarter, Randall had 6 turnovers. So as much as he was giving it to us, he was giving it right back to the Celtics. And with the Celtics attacking the paint as well as they were, you kind of add on to their points in the paint if you give them an open lane to attack in transition. A lot of the things that Randall was doing, he really the issue is not only the turnovers. It like no player make plays a perfect game. It's very rare that you play a perfect game. Coming to mind, Miles McBride. One time he had a plus 34. He had no turnovers, but he had 0 points in that game because he didn't score. No one truly plays a perfect game, but the one thing you cannot do is compound mistakes with more mistakes. And the one thing I can really, I just it keeps poking out in my head. A play that I remember vividly was the Celtics were swinging it in a half court set. Josh Richardson gets the ball. He fakes the three. Randall falls for the fake, right? He steps up. He gets the mid range shot. He's going to clearly miss the mid range shot. And I don't know why, but after Randall falls for the fake three, he barrels himself into Josh Richardson from the back. And so Josh Richardson now has a chance to get on the line, get a rhythm going because he's going to the foul line. Like, you don't compound a mistake with a mistake. And this is coming right after he had a turnover. It was just a very, very bad game.
Yeah, as those that are watching us on the audio on the video platform, you get to we have the graphics of Julius Randle there. 13 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, block, 6 turnovers. He shot 32% from the field and 13% from 3-point land. So those that I watch the visuals, there it is there as we salute A to Z Media in the building.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing?
I'm doing well,
Doing
man. I
great,
hope
yeah.
Yeah.
Ron said there was a lot of carelessness in the last game against the Celtics, but it was very bad coming off of a 0 turnover performance just a few days ago early at MSG. It was a very bad performance, and this is where it comes right back to consistency. The Knicks have no, unless it was earlier in the season where we had the it's been very rare unless we had the 5-1 start, or really recently the 3-game winning streak, and even that winning streak, it didn't look too good. The Knicks haven't found a way to consistently string wins together this season and do it while providing an identity that they feel that they can count on. The formula is always going to change every night because the team you face every night is different. But there should be some type of formula, something that they should stick to every night, and they're not doing it so far.
Also, too, it's why it's such a conundrum. Like the 3 game winning streak, why I didn't really wasn't too mad that it was inconsistent because we had a lot of young guys playing. You know what I mean? And young guys who haven't gotten a whole lot of burn are gonna be inconsistent. But when you have an 8 year, 9 year, I think it's his 8th year in the league, right, Julius Randle? It's an eighth year, 9th year,
Yeah,
close enough.
yeah,
Almost
yeah,
10 years in the league.
yeah.
You got to have better consistency. You gotta set the tone with, and it's you're gonna miss shots, right? But the thing is, I'm talking the turnovers aspect. You got to take care of the ball and give better effort on defense. And also R.J. Barrett. I know it's his 3rd year, but he's got to start taking that next step more consistently. He took the next step last year, and he was very consistent towards the end of the season. We need to see that. You know, we need to see him go on a streak again and get his confidence back up.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sure, then go ahead and go ahead take your next subject, guys. I try to attend to see if I get Ron on it. Send him the invite if he's available.
The next subject would be to me, RJ Barrett, going right into it. Uh, Last night, RJ Barrett was kind of inconsistent. What do you guys see as far as this season? What do you guys think should be his defined role, regardless of, I think a lot of people, we saw that so far we had some good results, we had some really mixed but more so positive results when we saw him with the ball a lot more. We've also seen some positive results when he's just a off ball shooter guy who's just kind of running curls and things of that nature, getting shots and then trying to defend the team's best player. It's mixed results all the way through, being him being a third year player in the league. What do you guys see ultimately, what we should define as his role coming role for the team from now on?
Um, as far as that goes, you want to see him work on his continue to guard the other team's best player. Unless you do some trade and get like a number one, all first team all defense guy. You want to see RJ take that role consistently, and you want to see him get a little bit better. But he's done better than I expected in that him to do in that role. Um, you also want him to, like you said, Chef Dan, keep bringing the ball up. Have more opportunity when he has the ball in his hands. Not to make plays for just himself, but for others. And the last that Celtics win, you saw him with the 6 assists. He looked better. You just want to see him. I want to see him with the ball in his hands more, not necessarily taking more shots, but just making decisions, because it seems like he's taking the next step as a decision maker in his career.
That's a good analogy there. Also, one thing that we got to mention about that game last night was Robert Williams. And before we go forward, I want to salute. Thank you, Midwest Marks Podcast. Check those guys out. If you love wrestling, AEW, WWE, or all types of wrestling, check out their podcast. I featured it on the channel, on the community section, where to find them. But like and subscribe. Thank you, Midwest. And Alex Coquito Kikiriki. So thank you so much. Be civilized. Salute, be civilized. I appreciate seeing you. I hope you're doing good there. I hope you're doing well. And with RJ Barrett, I think he was aggressive, but then the Robin Williams effect. For some reason, Robin Williams becomes, the same way Fournier turns into an All NBA player, All Star. Some reason Robin Williams turns out to be Olajuwon with blocks all over the place. It's just some teams just feel comfortable against other teams, and I think that altered Barrett a little bit his game plan last night.
Yeah, and but at the same time, he doesn't. It happened the first game against Boston when he hit the buzzer beater too. So it's what I liked his adjustments. He made more plays for other people when he attacked the paint towards the end, and he had that nice wraparound pass to Randall or Robertson, whoever it was. He made actually good plays instead of just trying to chop that tree down that is Robert Williams. He made Robert Williams come to him, but passed up a good shot for a great shot multiple
Let,
times. This is what you like to see.
let me bring in Ron in. Ron, salute Ron. Welcome back to the program. I hope you're doing well.
I'm good. I'm good. How you guys doing? What's up to Chef Dan? Ah man, A to Z Media Network in the building. I forgot your real name.
It's Zach.
Zach, that's right. And what's going on, BX? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Riding this roller coaster that is called the New York Knicks season, and we're breaking down the recap of the Boston Celtics and RJ Barrett's encore performance against the Celtics last night.
Oh man, yeah. It's actually crazy because right now I wasn't expecting to jump on. I'm obviously anytime you invite me to chop it up with you, I'm definitely here. I'm actually working on I'm editing RJ video right now. I'm trying to get something up. It's been taking me a minute, but I think the whole thing about RJ, man, I've just been waiting. I've been waiting for this moment where he can start to kind of open up his game and do a little bit more out there on the basketball court. And I think that was really contingent on Tibbs giving him the keys, allowing him to be able to have the ball in his hands in different places on the court and facilitate, but not even just facilitating, being able to make a move at a different spot. Like if you give the ball to RJ in the corner, it's only so much he can do. But give him the ball like when he's bringing it up on the court or in the middle of the court where he has lanes. I think it's helping him, it's helping his confidence, and he's being a lot more aggressive. So the fact that he had a really I would say it was pretty much a bad game. And then to be able to have the confidence to allow him to get that play to hit the game winner, that to me that shows a lot. That shows a lot from Tibbs, and I think it was well warranted, especially after he threw RJ under the bus earlier in the season about his work ethic. So I think it was a good look. I like it. I'm really excited for what RJ can do, and I'm hoping he continues to be aggressive.
Right. And before we move on, your thoughts on Julius Randle? His game. We haven't got about the thumbs down yet. We're gonna break that down in a minute. But last night's game, his impact on the floor. He nearly had a triple double, but here's his statistic. He had 13 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 6 turnovers. I'm getting a feedback on somebody's microphone. And 30. He shot 32% from the field and 13% from three.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What were you saying
Yeah.
the last?
Sorry about that. He shot 13 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 6 turnovers, 32% from the field, and 30% from 3-point line.
Mm-hmm.
Um, ugh.
Uh, you know, it's tough. I think really, what happens is Julius is a real you know, heavily invested person when it comes to the Knicks. He's all in for this team. That's why he decided to take that money and stay with the team. And as much as people want to say that, he took the money that was given to him, Julius Randle took a discount to be here because by taking less money, he thought that the franchise was going to be able to use that money and be able to get some other pieces to build around him so that we can get a winner. So he's definitely all in. He's definitely a sensitive person. He hears what people say. He even though he says he doesn't, his actions are the total opposite. So he knows what the fans are thinking. He knows what the media is saying, and he wears his heart on his sleeve.
And that's not always a bad thing when you wear your heart on the sleeve, Ron. That's not always a bad thing. And we've been at it. We've been saying, my thoughts is, I understand the point where you're at the heat of the moment of the game, and you have your family, you have your wife, you have your son, front row seats. We as fans sometimes could get overboard, carried away, and might say things that at the moment we don't think sometimes when we talk. We might have said something that might have been vulgar, foul, colorful, tasteless at that moment for Randall, for him to give the thumbs down and get up, get fired up on that game. But when you go after the media, when you have the cooling down period, and you're with the media and you're talking with the reporters, you could have doubled down easily and said, you know what, it was just a heat of the moment. I just gotten fired up, and that's just me trying to psych myself up for a game. But when you double down and you continue and you were passionate about what he said, ooh, that's a black guy, Ron.
Yeah, it is. And if you, it's different. Like, that separates number one options on teams, right? If you, like, for example, you have to lead the rest of your guys. It's not just about you anymore when you're a number one. Julius is learning how to be that number one. He made a lot egregious mistakes this past week, but things you've never seen from guys that have always been the number ones, LeBron James, you know. Um, but you also see it against guys that aren't winning number one options. Like Melo did this. Melo waved the finger at Knicks fans in the Garden before. He didn't do it to this extent, but Stephon Marbury, um, lots of other guys that were number one options just shouldn't have been. And it seems to be a pattern for the team that they're with. As far as, the Knicks. I don't know if it's the fans. I don't know if it's just too much pressure on a player. But if you invested into this city and this team, you signed a big contract, albeit a discount, but still a big contract, you have to be professional and you have to expect what's next. You have to expect what's coming. If you don't play up to par, fans are going to kill you. It is what it is. You don't listen to them. You go out there and you work on your game. And then you finally have a little bit of a breakthrough. You don't tell us that shut the F up. We pay for tickets. We pay for jerseys. We give the team revenue and ability to pay you. So, it's just a bad look.
All right. Chef Dan, you want to get on this topic?
I said it before, I said it again. I understand where Zach's point is coming from, but I also understand the fact that, Randle is also a human being, and this game, like all like this is his only career, and so with it comes with him being in the public spotlight. Not everyone knows how to best handle the public spotlight. At times we see the frustrations of a human being, and as much as we attack Julius Randle, the player, we forget that person is still Julius Randle, the human being. And so, as much as we know that there are some things that are said that can be true in the Garden. I'm not there at the Garden. He has his wife there. He has a son there. I don't know what's being said to him that loud enough. Knowing New Yorkers, we can say some pretty vile things sometimes. So to me, right now, it's a bit of a non-issue. The team has to get right, and that has nothing to do with the team getting right.
Yeah, it does when it's your best player that's putting out a horrible example. And I get he's a human. I get people make mistakes, but number one options can't make mistakes if you want a winning team. Look at all the guys that the Celtics.
The Celtics, I guess. Z, are you here? Z going once. So we had technical difficulties with Z.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I froze. But
there you go. Go ahead.
sorry about that. But when you're a number one option on a good and you have a bad attitude, or you're not the right way towards your teammates, or not putting a good example, it ruins a team. The young Celtics, when Kyrie Irving was the number one option, he started gaslighting teammates, not talking to them, having an issue, and then eventually he was injured, and Terry Rozier and all them stepped up, and they went farther with him or without him than they ever did with him. He was shipped out. Melo in New York, he was never this way, but I'm saying, like, there was a lot of questions about him as a teammate. There was a lot of things about his being selfish and a bunch of other things. We never went as far as we were supposed to. Other guys, other teams, there's examples of it. A lot of different examples. When your number one option isn't professional, isn't someone all the players on the team can go to, or can rely on, then you're not going to be a good basketball team. And name me one person with a locker room cancer that wasn't a great example or great professional that was the number one option on a championship team.
I don't think Randle is that.
I know, but that's what he's getting treated as.
I don't think is it. Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
I was just gonna say, I understand where you're coming from, Zach, and I don't like I'm a big character guy. There's been plenty of I go back and forth with my friends all the time when we talk about sports and our favorite teams and stuff. And there's guys that they want to come into the team or whatever that may be really good players, but I don't like their character. So I'm big on that. But what I will say about Julius is up until this point, he hasn't done anything really negative to disparage the fan base or do anything of that nature that we had to look at him and say, you know what's wrong with this guy? Like, what type of precedent is he setting for being our leader? But I will say, as I said, being that Julius does pay attention to stuff, even though he tries to say he doesn't, you know, not too long ago, the guy did go down on health and safety protocols, and you know, Twitter went crazy, and the fans went nuts and said some really wild stuff, being happy that this guy caught that, and you know that he knows what was going on. So it kind of
Mhm.
like, do I think he's maybe a little his maturity level is not always where it needs to be. Yeah, because he could control himself a little better. But like, you know, we see him even on the court in the way he plays basketball. Sometimes he makes some decisions that we don't always think are the best. So it's kind of hard to expect him to be that different in his personal in the way he handles himself personally. But I agree that I just think what Randle did where he messed up is after he made his gesture, did what he did. No one really knew. I mean, ask 10 people, you'll get maybe 7 different answers. No one really knew what he was saying or who he was saying it to until he had the press conference and he explained it. That was his mistake. He should have just left it alone. Look, I was in the heat of the moment. Something pissed me off on the court. I made a gesture. That was it. But he didn't do that, and that's why we're here. But I hear you.
And
Yeah.
that comes with growing as a person. We gotta allow him. And like at the same time, I know we want Randall to be perfect, but he's still a relatively young player. He's still 20, 26 or 27. He's around my age. That
Yeah.
you still aren't. There's still a lot of development left as a person and as a man. So I'm willing to give him that leeway.
Oh, and one last thing I wanted to say about it. And Zach, I'm a Met fan, so when I saw Javi Baez do it, and then other Mets, I found out other. See, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't realize that other Mets had been doing it a couple months earlier. Javi Baez just picked it up and then kind of ran with it. I was disgusted. So yeah, I get it. I'm with you. I'm just saying with Randall, I, I I just feel like I give him a little bit of a pass because of things that just recently happened prior to him doing it, and apparently something happened with his wife, with the fans at the guard. I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I'm saying something triggered it. But I hear you.
Right.
Yeah, I understand that things are going to trigger it. People are Knicks fans can be a-holes. Pardon my French. The things they said to Alfred Payton about his son.
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
And also the thumbs down situation. I mean, we're getting kind of carried away, to be honest with you, because back before that, even before it became a negative thing, it was a rally call for the New York Yankees. When the Yankees played the Tampa Bay Rays, when the Rays had that Hurricane Irma and they couldn't play, and they used that. And there was that young, I forgot the man, the older gentleman. He went the thumbs down to Tom Frazier. Yankees used that as a rally cry. They got into the playoffs. They rallied around that. Every time they would make something positive, they turn around and thumbs down. And are we really that sensitive with a thumbs down? I mean, my God, I've even seen people being threatened for thumbs down on that. YouTube changed its policy. Come on, it's a thumbs down, guys.
Yeah,
I mean, they thumbs down my program all the time. Who cares?
and mine too. It's
Who
just, but
cares? It's me. Play your game. Have
yep.
the maturity, and you know what? And I'm not talking about Randall. I'm talking about in general. We can't be too sensitive. Julius Randle, he shouldn't have said that cursing, but we shouldn't. I understand. I told you that. I understand where Randall comes from, getting upset. What they might have said to his wife, saying that I'm glad you got COVID, because now we're going to see the team better. That bothers, because he's giving out he's taking out and he's giving all he got for us. And remember what I always said, when is this ever, if you ever hear me anywhere on any platform, I always said, who has the moxie or the cojones to come to New York and try to win a championship and break this 50-year drought that we have as an organization? And I'm like, who is the guy that's willing to challenge? LeBron didn't want to do it. We have a whole list of free agents that New York, nope. Kevin Durant went to Brooklyn. Randall, of course, he might have been the consolation prize. He embraced it. He did it last year. He embraced it. You know what? I was no Randall handle. He went last year. He busted his rear end in the offseason, played his rear end off, came in last year, made us all excited. Let's face it, Randall's, and I'm going to be totally transparent. I'm not a big Randall fan. But let me tell you something. If it wasn't for Julius Randle playing hard, I don't think I'd be here having a YouTube channel talking about the Knicks. I'm gonna be honest. One of my most successes is because of Julius Randle's hard work and dedication on in the field that now allows me to talk about the Knicks. And I always been a Knicks fan since 1983. But to be more passionate, more invigorated, is because of his hard work. And I cannot um knock him to a degree like like oh my god, he's horrible. Personally, I've been on record saying that I want Zion Williamson over him, but that's for another case for another story. But I gotta totally back him up here. It was a heat of a moment. I wish he just would have not said that to Steph Bondy about the cursing. That he really more passionate. But hey, I understand. We get to that point where you black out and you zone out and you just don't remember.
If you in New York and you haven't cursed someone out yet or give someone some type of gesture yet, you ain't been in New York yet. You ain't spent enough time in New York yet. That's really what it is.
It's true. It's true.
Well, I mean, whatever way you want to slice it, we're not doing anything relative to any sort of winning basketball with our number one option acting like this. So it needs to he needs to be better. It's not. I'm not killing him. I'm just saying he needs to learn from this. He needs to learn from this and just be better from it. It's that simple.
Yeah, he apologized. He apologized. He made
After
it
he
up
got
for his
fined.
right. After he got fined, due to the fact whatever situation going on, he didn't have a good game in Boston. Guarantee you, first lineup when they introduce the lineups tomorrow, there's going to be boos in the beginning, but it's up to him now, Julius Randle, to take those boos, those bluebirds, and turn into cheers. And you know how he does that? Going on the court and playing his brand of basketball, winning smart basketball. I'm guaranteed. Okay, he hasn't been doing it to our liking this season, but we know that that opportunity and that talent is there. We saw it last season. We saw what he could do. We know it's there. We also know what we before that. He wasn't so good. But there's something as a happy medium there that we need. And when Julius Randle's right, he carries the New York Knicks to a long way. So as long as he goes out there and plays his game, and does it right, those boos will turn to cheers because we are New Yorkers. And heck, we booed Mariano Rivera. I said it once and I said it again. Unanimous Hall of Fame elected, first ever, and he's in the Hall of Fame, and we booed him on the mount. He's not going to be the first or the last New York superstar that we boo.
And with
Exactly.
that being said, I wanna get in. This topic we kind of I feel like we Knicks fans, the content creators, we stretched it longer than the national media has. I don't even think ESPN is gonna do another story on it, or until they get Stephen A. Smith to talk about it, because you know how ESPN is. But what I want to move on to is also in this Boston game, there was something that really it caught my ear in a post game press conference. Thibodeau was really talking about how one of the reasons why he felt that this game ultimately went away from us in the third quarter was because we didn't attack their physicality with our physicality. But another thing that he was looking forward to was Emmanuel quickly taking over the game in the third quarter. That's a term I've never really heard Thibodeau say with Emmanuel quickly as far as taking over the game. So I want to ask you guys on the panel, knowing Thibodeau now, what do you guys think he meant by that? And what does an Emmanuel quickly led team look like to you guys?
Uh, a team that gets blown out by Boston. No, I be honest with you. I'm not happy with the fact that I don't like quickly at the point guard spot. That's just look. And if he meant that he wanted quickly to be aggressive, look for his shot to try to give us a shot in the arm, be that microwave we need, I'm with that. I like quickly from the shooting guard point of things, just getting out there scoring. If he creates for other people while he's out there at the shooting guard, fine. Because all players who are on the court, no matter what position you should be playing, you're playing, you should be creating for your teammates. But there's just something about him at the point guard position. I just don't love it for the Knicks. I don't think he has the proper court vision, and I don't think he's the type of orchestrator on the court that creates plays. Like he's not he just doesn't have it naturally. Whereas you know with that A1 type of point guard, sometimes they see how a defense is playing and they say, well, if I do this, they're going to do this, and then that creates an opportunity over here. He just doesn't do that. He's more reactive than proactive. So I think Tibbs, he was just trying to get him to be aggressive and look for his shot, because one thing quickly can do when he gets his reps and he's out, he can shoot, he can score, he can light it up. So I just think he wanted to get more energy out of him because he knew that Boston was coming, man. And if you looked at the game, the way it turned out, I don't know how many times you can say that during the year. Boston's bench was where they got back into the game against New York's, because unfortunately for us, two of our best bench players, we had to put them in the starting lineup. So now our bench is weaker. So that was a problem to me. I think that's what Tibbs meant.
Okay, Kev, what did you think?
I liked what Thibodeau kind of said there. I could understand what he means. Um, we all know quickly he's a combo guard. He's a combo guard, not a true point guard yet. You know, we could debate his skill set. And you said, you know, he might not have that court vision going forward and so forth. But what I'm looking at with Quickly was he wants him to take over because Quickly has the moxie to tell Julius Randle, and he did it in the game. He waved him off. I'm not giving you the ball. I'm going to shoot it or I'm going to pass. The ball's going elsewhere. Because, you know, there was a couple times when Randle was struggling a little bit with a shot. Oh, my microphone is low. I got to change my microphone.
You gotta up the level, because when you talk in a certain direction, we can hear you more.
I changed the mic. I went to the mixer, back to the mixer, and the mixer sucks. So my apologies for that tonight. You know, all night I decided to change it on the podcast. And my opinion is with him, he has the moxie to tell Julius, I am not going to give you the ball, and I'm going to pass it elsewhere, or I'm going to take the shot myself. And he waved him off twice. He hit the shot. And also on defense, he goes and he tells the players, you know, hey, you should have rotated, or we need to communicate. And those are the intangibles that you want a floor general. He might not be the one that the main guy, but you like what he brings to the floor in that aspect. And we could debate it because there's a lot of negative things that we could debate negative about Emmanuel Quickly, but there's a lot of good stuff, and he has that moxie that I think that's what Thibodeau is calling him to be more aggressive, more assertive.
I agree with both of y'all in the sense of Thibodeau wants him to look for a shot more, because Emmanuel Quickly, the way he shoots the ball, I feel like he can change the game. If he just, he has those scoring runs that can define the game and kind of let everyone else play off of him through that. So it may be what Thibodeau ultimately, like you guys said, wanted him to do is be more aggressive in looking for a shot. And then from there, what I think Thibodeau also wants him to do is I think Thibodeau trusts his decision making when he can play off of his shot and getting people involved, because we saw him make a lot more of an effort to get Obi involved when he had a shot going during summer league. And during this year, I saw him, having a nice, really, he's developing a 2-man game with Julius. He's developing a nice 2-man game with Alec Burks, and, him and Derrick Rose have always had a nice 2-man game. So I think he's what Thibodeau ultimately wanted him to do was be more aggressive. And from the threat of your shot, that's how you break down the Celtics. We saw it quickly start though, and that's really how we got things going in the first quarter. That was what he did really in the first quarter. He was making a lot of shots, and because he was making the shots, the defensive player that was playing him was closing up. That way, it left RJ open, get more drives in the paint, and it let Julius kind of get a little comfortable in the mid range. Like, do you guys see that being a better formula for us while we have Kemba and Fournier out? Because
Yeah,
I just want to add a caveat. Right now, I know we want to go back to Randle Ball, but we all have to just kind of admit that right now, Randle Ball just doesn't work.
no, I know, I agree with you. And I honestly think that what they've been doing the past few games, allowing RJ to have the ball more and create, has worked out, because I think everybody else on the team is still getting their shot opportunities, their points. RJ is more comfortable. It's helping him. And you can see when in the game where Randle scored 30 and RJ scored 30, Randle can still coexist that way. While as when we go to Randall ball, I think it's a lot harder for RJ to get his points and be aggressive, and maybe it affects a guy like Fournier a little bit too. So I think the way they're doing it right now works. I'm a little worried about what's going to happen when in the eventual, you would think, future we get Kemba back, because that's another person who needs the ball in his hands in order to do certain things. And I don't know. I think it's tough. I think the Knicks, or should I say Tibbs, has to make sure he makes RJ an option, a focal point of the offense. Keep doing that, and maybe another thing that we noticed too, even if it's seems to keep happening against the Celtics, maybe you gotta make a concerted effort to get Fournier off early so he can get into a rhythm. Because if he gets going early in the first quarter, it seems to work out really good for the Knicks and for Fournier.
Similar to what they tried to do with Alfred Payton last year. Remember, in the first
Yeah,
quarter,
yeah,
they
right.
tried to get him going.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes.
Hmm. That's interesting. That's an interesting aspect to that. Also, I would personally would like, when RJ cuts or goes to the drives to the lean basket, have someone follow him as a trailer, either from the wing or the trail, and and in case you have an option with like a Robert Williams. He kept eating his lunch, and no one he was out on the line and on his own. No one to pass the ball, near the post, and you really don't want to kick it back out, because then you're gonna, you're suspected to turn the ball over, or having, either Brown or Tatum get in the passing lane, or even Smart, and then now you go on a fast break the other way, and that's another thing that we would like to see going forward. If RJ is going to be aggressive, and his game is going to the basket, you want to have someone trailing. It's and that's the same thing we're seeing, and the struggles of Obi Toppin as well. When Emmanuel quickly cuts and he goes for the floater, Obi Toppin is coming in on either by the wing, or he's coming in to come in for that, try to clean up offensive glass, and that's why we're seeing the struggles of Obi Toppin as well, and the team has to play with more motion, and that's what happens and I think the motion stops when you want to go to isolation, hold the ball. Guys get stagnant, they get complacent, they get stuck in neutral, and then the Knicks offense doesn't look fluent, it doesn't look crisp, and they need. I think they need more motion, and they need to be moving more. And it's tough to ask that for a team that the coach holds everyone responsible to give maximum effort on defense, and then you want us to them to get maximum effort on offense. God, you're gonna wear them out.
That's a good point. Good point. I didn't mean to cut you off, Chef
Go
Dan.
ahead.
I was just gonna say one more thing that I thought about. Uh, if you wonder at this point, this current Nick team, if you wonder how we would fare in the playoffs, I think you got to see it. Our offense is very simple. It's very ABC, and Boston saw it. They went out to a nice lead on us in that first game. We were able to come back and get into the game and then hit the game winning shot. But in that second game, they had the blueprint already, and they just ratcheted up the defense and they shut them down. So that's an idea of what happens when we play a team over and over and they see what we're running.
Especially in the series.
But I
Yeah.
mean, this is what I want to ask you guys. Like, I hate seeing the top of the key handoffs that we do. Right? Like,
Hmm.
we all hate them. But
Yes.
what is the best way to get Julius Randle a bucket? It's for him to come crashing downhill off of a handoff top of the key, right? My thing is, now that the teams know that, they're not allowing him to get straight downhill. Like, what are, like, now we kind of adding in these small wrinkles to counteract those wrinkles. At what point do you guys feel like, I don't know, like, do we, man, the question I want to ask is, do you guys think we have enough talent to where we can stop being reactionary? We start adding in a new wrinkle.
Well, I mean, I think I've been saying this all year. One thing I will say about Thibodeau's offense is that the Knicks do get open shots. They get open jumpers. They miss a lot of them, but they get them. How they do it, I don't know, because it doesn't look like a very complex offense, but it works. They do get open shots. The problem for Julius Randle is, once again, it gets like, for every so often, they try something new, it works, and then they go away from it because I don't know if it's not comfortable for Julius or what have you. But if you remember back when we played the Brooklyn Nets, Julius in that first quarter, things looked a little funky. I don't know if he didn't like what was happening, but he decided that I'm going to be inside. He was inside the whole game, and he was punishing them. And then the next game, he did the same thing. I forgot who we played. Ever since those last two games, haven't seen him do it. Now, in the Boston game, it got a little chippy, and you saw him in that first game at MSG. He went inside again. Julius needs to play in the box. He's been going outside in. He needs to go inside out. Start inside, get your shots off. If it's not looking good, or first off, it's always going to be fine for Julius because it's hard to guard a big man like this. Dude's a monster. So they got to come with a double team. And if he's tying up Robert Williams, or Robert Williams is being a big problem for him, for example, then you know what? He can kick it out. He can pass it around. And there's going to be moments where he's going to be able to be on the wing, on the perimeter, to get a couple shots out there too. But stay inside and work out. That's what I think the biggest problem. And maybe he doesn't like doing that, but I think we need him to do that for this team to be successful.
And you're preaching to the choir because if those that watch me on the watch along, I always say that you got to go down north to south and start from down low, work your way back. With your shot selections, get some easy buckets, and also try to be a 3-level scorer. Get some fouls, get to the free throw lines, and I've been preaching that about Randle. And that game, by the way, after the Brooklyn was the Boston Chicago Bulls game. When that was the game that he was on the going down low, and I'd say that. And I've been clamoring, and I've been saying, and not for Randle, but I've been saying, period, we do not have any low post offense whatsoever. So it makes it easy for teams to guard the New York Knicks because they want to be just a perimeter shooting team. They have no threats down low. Mitchell Robinson, if he's not you're not lobbing it, and you're not, he's got no post moves down low. None of our forwards do. Obi Toppin doesn't have it. Neither does, and Taj Gibson, he's limited, and there is no low post threat. So teams know, what, they're not, most of the time we're not winning the battle in the paint. And we need some low post threat, and Randle could provide that. And we would like to see that, or would like them to get some type of some offense from the center position with some post moves, And I know that says we have to evolve with the times, that's old basketball, or not the modern day basketball, but it's still effective. You're telling me if you could get some high percentage points or field goal percentage down low, you of course you take that. You stop runs. You prevent teams from going on runs. You add to your lead, and you make it difficult. And then I think the perimeter shooting opens up. And RJ Barrett does that to a point, to go inside and score, and that's really good and all. But it should be a little more of Julius going attacking more in the paint, and let's be civil, correct. Way too much dribbling, dribble, and they trap themselves going to the either left or the right corner between Randle and Fournier. And then they play Harlem Globetrotters, passing the ball back and forth on the wing. 7 seconds on the shot clock, and then Randle has to put up a shot, which the only one that could create and get the shot off, but it's not a high percentage shot. And that's the Knicks offense, and it frustrates.
Right.
I mean, but I want to ask you, do you think that is due to a lack of low post ability to post, score in the low post, or do you think that's something that's just timing? Like the timing and decisiveness. I see a lot of the times when Julius, he's dribbling, you got to play a fair balance sometimes when getting the ball on the low post, creating the double team. You immediately create the mismatch. You want to attack the mismatch. That's what conventional basketball is telling you. But at the same time, there are a lot of the times where we're seeing it. Julius is as soon as he gets the ball on the block, he's trying to create the mismatch as opposed to letting it naturally come. He's not being decisive and attacking straight. We see, it's one dribble go up, two dribble go up. But Why all the dribbling? Because he wants to create the mismatch. Do you think that's a lack of ability, or more so just him wanting to do so much that you're kind of doing too much? Now because you want to do so much, you're doing everything now. You kind of have to back off a little, because I feel like this whole season, what we're kind of learning is we're trying to learn the balance of when to let other players shine and when not to. Because last year it was really just all about trying to just stem the tide enough to get we just have to keep Julius fresh enough to let him make some decisions and end the game for us. This year, it's not going through him so much. So now we have to go through other players who we know are going to be, as inconsistent, if not more inconsistent than him.
Well, um, for me, I think that I don't necessarily know if Julius is trying to get the mismatch, because I feel like 9 times out of 10, whoever's guarding Julius, it's a mismatch. Whether they're taller than him or what have you, he's got the strength to back people down. Sometimes they're his height, so he can still jump over people, even though he's not as athletic as he used to be because he's bulked up a lot. So I don't think that's necessarily the issue. The issue that I've noticed with two people in particular, and that's Quickly and Julius. If you notice, it's very rare that you see either one of them do a straight catch and shoot. They're both rhythm shooters. So they have to put the ball on the ground and do a dribble or two in order to feel like it's a I don't know, man. Just keep if you keep watching the Knicks going forward, watch how many times you actually see Quickly or Julius do a catch and shoot, and watch don't they hesitate and put the ball down for one dribble or two before they get it back up. And that's a problem, because maybe you have that wide open opportunity. You have to put the ball down. So now you've got to reset. You don't get the same opportunity. Then your movements are slower. And that's the thing. That's the reason why I think Julius sometimes reacts slowly when he has opportunities. When the double team comes, like sometimes a double team comes, and you've seen this even back when we had Carmelo Anthony. They would double team him. He'd still hit the shot over them, because sometimes the double team doesn't matter if it gets there late. But for Julius, his reaction sometimes is late, because when he can rise up and take the shot, he's not comfortable. He needs a dribble or something to get his own momentum going. That is an issue. I don't know why that is, and that's why I say that he needs to get inside, start inside, and get deep. Because sometimes he just tries to back down from the paint, like the tip of the paint. That's not far enough. Then he's falling away. It's just not good. And he's hitting the front of the rim. Man, oh, these Knicks.
No, and I'm glad you mentioned that fall away shot. Usually, I mentioned that yesterday. I said usually when players revert to a fall away shot, it's later in their career. He's only 27 years old, and usually that's when to get you that to allow you to have that separation. And Chef Dan is right. He has enough to go straight up and strong enough to go straight up instead of fading away. And I think that's taken away from his shot. And another thing is when you play that slow, decisive game, you're allowing the defense to reset and actually play defense. And sometimes when you move with a quicker pace, that's why. And the second unit works so much better because they're fast. They're going. They don't allow the opposing defense to set because they're quickly and they're decisive and they go and they attack. They don't allow other teams to reset their defense and play the defense, and they create the mismatch. They don't allow. They don't hunt the mismatch. They create that, and I think that's what Julius Randle needs. He needs to be. He has to be the one that creates the mismatch, not wait and find and sniff out what the team's mismatch are. I think if he goes and reacts that way, I think it's going to improve going forward.
Mm.
Last thing, I just want to ask the panel, the Knicks right now. I know we're not shooting it too well from the free throw line, but we're
Oh.
not getting there enough for the sample size to be that good for us. How do we get back to the free throw line?
Well, I to be honest
Because
with
I'm sorry for cutting you off. I just want to put this caveat out there as well. I know we want Julius to get back in the paint, but I remember right after the Brooklyn Nets game, we were all livid when he asked for an explanation with the refs as to why he wasn't getting certain foul calls. And they told him, you're strong enough to finish through certain contact. And we see it like
Mhm.
we're fans. We see it a lot of the time. They're not playing straight up defense on Julius when he enters the paint. They're mauling him.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, and that's why sometimes it sounds kind of wild. Sometimes I think Julius should be trying to destroy the rim, because those are the type of things the refs cannot call. You can't not call the foul, because if Julius goes up there to attack the rim, there's something that's going to happen, and it's going to be awkward as hell. So the ref's going to have to call something, because somebody's going to fall. It's just, you can't deny it. Now, the problem I think for the Knicks, when it comes to, they don't have a lot of guys that are good penetrators and finish good at the rim. And RJ is a prime example. Even when he gets into the rim, for whatever reason, he's not good. And I didn't even notice this. And it's crazy that I've watched the Knicks so much. I wasn't paying attention to this until the other day, and I forgot who said it. Oh, sorry. I know who it was. It was Uncle Freezy from Lawrence Tears. He mentioned that if you look at RJ when he was doing his layups in the game where he had 30 points, actually, his body was going the opposite direction. Like, he's shooting the shot, but his body is falling away. That's an issue why you're not going to draw calls. Your body's falling away. You're not getting that contact. You're actually helping the defender. The ball is going towards the rim, but your body's falling the opposite direction. It's very hard for a ref to give you that call. So I think that's something that RJ needs to work on. And if he does work on it, he's definitely got to look at cleaning up his free throw shooting, because it's definitely regressed this year. Julius, I think his free throw shooting has regressed as well. And I'm just surprised that Thibodeau hasn't made a bigger issue. I mean, if I was Thibodeau, I'd be livid. I've been mad all season about their free throw shooting. But I don't hear Thibodeau making that big of a deal about it. But that's just me.
All right. Now, I do got Tom Thibodeau's press conference if you guys want to hear it, available. And I'll play that in a minute. Z, you're back. You're okay? Your situation's ready to go?
Yeah, I'm all right. Sorry. I actually tested positive for COVID today, so I just had to make myself some dinner and Lysol the house. And my phone had to restart because I kept service sucks. But yeah, I'm ready to go. I want to hear this press conference. I'm curious.
All right, let's courtesy of the MSG Network, and let's hear from Coach Tibbs.
Offensive first quarter, and then just 33 points in the second half. Where did you see things break down offensively?
I liked the way we played in the first half, and then I thought, in the first 5 or 6 minutes of the third, we got back on our heels, and then they went on a run. And when a team goes on a run, you have to gather yourself, get organized, and get a quality shot. I thought we got some really good quality shots in the first half, and then in the second half, we probably held on to it a little bit too long. And then that also led to them getting into the open floor. And when you're shorthanded, your margin of error is small. So you have to play hard as hell, and you got to play defense, you got to rebound the ball, and you got to share the ball.
How much did you feel that your offensive struggles affected your defensive intensity?
Probably a combination, but we can't allow that to happen. We got to keep our defense tight so we can get some scoring off our defense. And then, they're long and athletic, and in the first half we drove the ball and we made the right rim reads, and it was better. We got easy shots, but if you hold on to it and you try to shoot over the sides and you're putting up tough shots, you're not going to win that way.
He gave quickly to start tonight. What did you see from him?
Yeah, I thought he played really well. The first half, he had us organized. He had real good looks. So it was a good start for him. And then, I want him to take more control in the second half, and I think he will. He's done a good job for us.
With Evan out, I guess you probably needed a bigger game from Julius. Did he look like he was pressing a little bit as the game wore on?
I don't know if he was pressing. It's they loaded up on him pretty good, so, and that was anticipated. And then I thought he made a number of really good plays in the first half, where the defense collapsed and he sprayed it out, and we got some really good quality looks from the three. So, but to win on the road, you have to play 48 minutes, and we didn't do that tonight.
On a game like this, when you only have 75 points and miss, most of your free throws, even, how do you explain just offensively what happened in the shooting wise?
Yeah, no, it was low scoring first half too. So, You just got to find a way to win. You have to understand when you're shorthanded, the defense, the rebounding, keeping your turnovers down will put you in position to win. And then trust each other, make plays for each other. So when teams are switching, you can't let it become stagnant. And when you do drive the ball, you got to be thinking spray. You can't be thinking, I'm gonna, flip it up over the size. That's not going to work.
You mentioned that a couple times about going up over the size. Is that where the trust factor comes in? Where like if you are trying to
it's twofold. It's attacking the rim, and then making if you see 2 or 3 defenders in size in there, you got to think spray. But then the second part of that is everyone getting to the proper space, so the guy who's driving the ball knows where all his outlets are. And when you do that, then the game becomes easy.
You're muted.
There you go. So we put a stop there. We saw him talk about again. He talked about the free throws, and he mentioned about the free throws again. He didn't really talk. He just brushed it over. He talked about the rebounding, about length as well. What's your thoughts on there, Chef Dan?
I've been in agreement with that all year. I think that we've ever since we've had the signings that we've had, I've seen the potential as far as shot making that we've had, but as far as length, I've been in agreement that all this year we kind of don't have any length. The tallest matchup we have, if Mitch Robinson is our tallest athlete, but then the tallest point guard we would have potentially would maybe be like 6'2", 6'3". That's not a very tall lineup. There's potential to have tall lineups, and so that's something that the front office has to adjust. If not during this trade deadline, then most definitely during the offseason with free agency and the draft.
Right. Z, you haven't said much from the walk. I know you have your technical issues.
Yeah, I apologize.
You're good.
As far as the size thing goes, I mean, Kev, Chef Dan, myself, people have been screaming about that for a while. It's my days back to wanting Jonathan Isaac and Lonzo and all those guys, and you wanting Luca, them to bring Luca up, and Greg Monroe, all sorts of different things. We gotta be better. We gotta get bigger. We gotta add talent. This team isn't a contender right now, so they have to be in the talent acquisition phase. So if something comes up that's a good get, you got to do it. Now, if it's not, you're also in the position where you have enough assets. You don't need to go out and desperately do something. But you have to be open-minded to better this team.
Ron?
Salute.
Yeah. Okay, Gideon.
What's going on?
All right. Doing well. Let give to Ron before we get back to G-Money.
No, I was just gonna say, I agree. There's nothing much I can add to that. I'm still pretty surprised because I for the life of me, I don't understand why Tibbs is not harping on that. There's been plenty of times that we've seen already in this. And I'm not even gonna say short season. It's been like 40 games already. Like we've seen that the Knicks have lost out on opportunities to close out games because they didn't hit free throws down the stretch. And even in that first Boston game, if they would have hit their free throws, there would have been no need for RJ to hit the big shot. So it's like, to me, I don't know why he's not making a bigger deal about this, unless, in practice and when they're taking looks at the free throw issue on the team, if he just notices that they're just not good at shooting free throws this year for whatever reason, maybe he's not harping on it because he maybe doesn't want to get in their heads. He knows the psyche of his team. I don't know, but salute to G Money and Zach, man. Listen, hopefully you go through this quick and easy, man. I'm sorry you have to deal with that, man, but I'm hoping for the best for you. Nice, quick and easy. So a lot of soup, tea, a lot of vitamin C and vitamin D, bro.
And rest too. A lot of rest too.
I appreciate it. I'm more worried about my son. My little guy has it too, so I'm more worried about him. But I
hear you.
I feel like dog doo-doo, but I'll be all right.
Thank God. And for Milo, tell him to get some rest, take some soup, water, healthy food, and just let him rest.
He's actually
And
asymptomatic right now, so hopefully
oh,
he'll
okay.
play.
Right. For New York, there's reasons why we lost to Boston. One, like we all agree, free throws, 6 of 15 at the line is unacceptable. Also, I just think we didn't do a good job clogging the paint. We gave up too many wraparound passes, bounce passes to the Celtics at the end. And Jaylen Brown did a good job for the Celtics sharing the ball, because I guess Udoka was upset with Brown and Tatum being selfish, but hey, we allowed Boston to share the ball in the second half, and we played too much iso ball. And after during that third quarter, we just pouted. I just think we pouted. We gave up. We put our heads down. We didn't swing the ball. We didn't find the open man. The first quarter was a good quarter because we were sharing the ball and kick out to shooters like RJ at the corner and Quigley. But after that, we started to play a lot of hero ball, iso ball. We didn't share the rock at all, and because of that, we got slaughtered. And and we just got to bounce back, move on from this loss, and take care of San Antonio tomorrow.
I'm glad you mentioned San Antonio Spurs. Rematch against Popovich group.
Mm-hmm.
They were playing. They played. Did they beat Brooklyn or Brooklyn
No,
beat
they
them?
lost by 2 in overtime because Cam Thomas hit a floater.
So back to back, we're getting on a team on a back to back here. We need to take advantage of that as well. Although not much of a long travel for the Spurs, but we have to take care of shit then.
So then going right to that statement, I want to say this: if anything, if the Knicks can do anything this year to show us that we should take them more seriously, is we've had this trend. We started to break certain trends. We noticed that last year. Can
Mm-hmm.
we at least break this trend that we've seen last year and we've seen this year? Is that whenever we've played a team on a back to back, it seems like they've had more energy than us. Can we just come out tomorrow with more energy than the Spurs? That's all I ask.
Just
Absolutely.
and remember, we haven't swept the Spurs since 2013 during that Knicks tape 54 win season. So, like you said, Dan, we got to come in with more energy. We got to be the hungrier team. Let's share the ball. Let's find the open man. Let's get to the line, like you said, Dan. Let's get to the foul line and let's make our free throws. And tomorrow's game, we got to clog the paint with Lonnie Walker and DeJounte Murray. And watch out for Brian Forrest. Watch out for him because he can stretch it from downtown.
And let's watch out for, if we win, G Money coming on the podcast.
Yeah.
I'm just hopefully your sons are playing at the same time.
I don't think we're playing again until probably tomorrow in Jurassic Park. Yeah, we got slaughtered last night, so yeah.
I've got a question. We got a few more, about under less than 30 days before we do a trading deadline,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people, especially at least the ones that do on the watch along, like Kelvin T. Jones and a few others, don't want to trade. No trades. He wants to keep everything as is. I'm asking the panel and I'm asking the chat, if anybody from the league calls your phone and they're
Mm-hmm.
asking to inquire about RJ Barrett, are you filling calls for RJ Barrett? What's your thoughts, folks?
Who do you want to go first?
Uh, I can
Yeah,
go
G Money.
first.
Yeah,
I
go
would
ahead.
not trade RJ. I understand RJ can be streaky sometimes, but I'm not trading RJ. No, I'm not trading RJ because RJ still has some upside. Yes, he may not be the greatest free throw shooter in the world. Yes, his 3-point shot can come and go sometimes, but I think RJ will get better, and he does want to improve, in my opinion. He just
It,
needs consistency.
it's not trading him. I'm talking about filling phone calls. Would you pick up a phone calls and listen to the offer?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I won't
Okay.
consider no.
All right. And the chat is heavy no too. I see Pudge Knights with a no. Our resident GM of the program, Knicks 100, says no. P. Sybil says no. Um, do that. Do that to change that. I don't know. David Piccolo. Let me know what your thoughts and who else wants to go on that? Elaborate of the phone call.
Yeah,
Ron. Go
yeah,
ahead, Ron.
yeah. You.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ron.
Mm, no, not at this point. Earlier in the season, when things were a little different, maybe you view the talent you got on your team, you feel a different way. But now that I've seen a lot of what we got on this team, RJ is still one of the best options on this team. I would rather field phone calls for any of the young guys and obviously some of our veteran talent before I field anything for RJ. To me, there's only I think RJ is kind of untouchable, to be honest with you, because even if you say Randle's the better player, and obviously we've seen that, we know what Randle brings, but if Randle can bring back something that can change the dynamic of our team, I'd rather do that and keep RJ, because say what you will about RJ just needs to get back into the lab, focus on getting his shot back to what we saw last year. Because last year, RJ shot very good. And he did it for, maybe 2/3 of the season. So if he can do that, we know he can do it again. So I would rather stick with RJ and go from there. But that's so. Yeah,
I would rather stick with RJ, but you can't. You're no offense to or no disrespect to anybody, but you're doing a disservice to yourself and your team if you're not fielding calls. You're salute, Russ. But you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to make. I mean, if someone calls you and offers you a Godfather deal, then then you can consider it. But you got to field calls because you don't know what his value is. You don't know what he's gonna bring. If it's a call you don't like, hang up. You know what I mean?
You know what?
It's not. RJ hasn't done a dang thing to prove that he's a perennial all-star or he's going to be this or going to be that. But you don't want to get rid of him. But let's not act like he's Kobe or Michael.
We're not saying that. We're not saying that.
I'm not saying you guys are. I'm saying I know a lot of people that I talk to see him that way.
Well, their opinions are invalid if they think that. So
no, I'm just saying you have to field calls because you're not a good organization if you don't field calls. There is no there is no team there's no player that's untouchable on this team. Not a single soul is untouchable.
I agree with you. I just wanted to say, and because I'm thinking about it, I want to rephrase that. I would field calls for anyone, but I'm just saying I wouldn't be calling other teams.
No, the question was field calls.
That's how I'm thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The question was if you're Leon Rose, the phone rings, you pick it up, it's X or Y Z general manager, and it says, "Hey, listen, I'm inquiring about RJ Barrett." If you're Leon Rose, do you continue with the conversation or do you hang up? As I want to introduce from the Wife of Crime podcast, my friend from childhood, aka Russ. What's going on, Russ?
What up, fellas? I'm sorry I'm a little late, but life gets a little busy.
You're fine, man.
How you doing?
Good. I'm pretty sure I missed a lot of ranting about our current Knicks situation.
Well, what I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna give you a pound of flesh because that's why. Because I know Russell, and I know he's got a lot to say there about our man, Julius Randle. But right now, the question I asked the panel, Russell, was if you're Leon Rose, your phone rings and you pick up and they're inquiring about RJ Barrett. Are you filling calls for him, or are you just hanging up?
I'm fielding calls, especially if it's for a point guard. I mean, we've been struggling for a point guard forever. We've been looking. I don't remember the last time we had a point guard. The last decent point guard we had was Raymond Felton before he jumped on the Krispy Kreme train.
Pretty much, it had guns too.
Krispy Kreme.
You know what I mean? So I would take. I like what RJ can become. Sometimes I wonder, like, what would he be under? Like, how would he develop under like a Popovich or someone else? But Thibodeau's kind of cut from that cloth too.
Mm-hmm.
But no, to me, there's not one person on this team that's untouchable. They haven't proved anything yet. No one on this team's proved anything, including Randle, who had, killed it last year. But that was only one season he's ever killed it. Now he's back to spinning into double teams occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we say it's like my part is I will answer the phone call. I will listen. I will see what's out there and take a look and make a really tough decision. That's why they get paid millions of dollars to be executives, to make an executive decision, because that's why they get paid that money, and their decisions could impact a franchise. Either they could impact the franchise in a catapult in a positive direction or a negative direction. Because there's a lot of stuff that they have to think about that's why they're the executive and the president, because if they can improve the team, the Knicks got to win. And there's a lot of other nice onside noise. There's a young generation of young New Yorkers that are growing up and never seen the Knicks, not even get in the playoffs. And also you have a team in Brooklyn, in your own city, that has 3 of the top 15 players in the NBA playing. I know they haven't won a title yet, but if they win, you're in jeopardy of losing a generation of fan base. and you really sometimes you might have to take a step back to take a couple leaps forward. But I'm not saying I love RJ Barrett. You know, I made the video of RJ Barrett. You know, we did the call. But if there's a phone call, and I said the same thing about Julius Randle, if they're calling, I'm listening, and I'm trying to make that decision. I don't want to be that one to make that decision, but that's why they get paid those millions of dollars transitional money, and that's what's going to make them a hell of an executive or not. And if they don't do their due diligence on that, you know, wow, there's something wrong going forward there. With that said, anyone thinks about any outside the box kind of deals or trade or trading deadlines upon us 30 days from now? Do you think the Knicks are going to be active and to improve the team?
I mean, they should. They should. But if I had to make a guess, I don't see a huge trade. Historically, with the franchise, they don't make humongous trades other than maybe like Melo and a little bit of Rose. But I don't see a huge trade in the deadline. I just doubt it.
What do you think RJ Barrett's value is around the league? Are we the only ones looking at him like he's a potential all-star or borderline all-star, like a top-tier starter in the league?
I don't think executives look at RJ the way fans look at RJ. I think they see the value in RJ. I think they are. I mean, obviously they can tell his limitations. He's not very athletic. He right now is not shooting the ball as well as he has in the past, and sometimes he limits himself as far as finishing at the rim. I think those are the big knocks on him. However, he has improved on the defensive end. No, he's not a shutdown defender, but I said this earlier in the year. RJ's not going to be a shutdown defender till maybe a year or two, after this point, because he needs to go through the league, play all of the stars in the league, find out their tendencies, and have his own,
I'll be right back, everybody.
Yeah, he has to understand how to have his own way of defending people. He gets used to them, figures out their tendencies, and then he knows how to go against them. But I think the executives say, wow, so the Knicks have Julius Randle, who's their first option. You brought in Evan Fournier, who looks like he's your second option. You relegated Kimba to the bench and brought him back, and then he became an option. Where's RJ fit in that? So I think they look at it and they say there's more that you can get from RJ if you make him one of the primary options. So I think he still has value.
Can I ask you this to combat, not to combat, but just to as a question to what you just said? In that thing, I know you said he has potential. He has potential to be a defender. I get that. He's unathletic. He can't go to the rim, and he's a really, really inconsistent shooter. So, what part of that equation says that he's highly valued?
He's 21 years old.
I don't think he's completely not athletic. He's just not a super high flyer, but I don't think he's below average. He's like an average athletic person, and he's strong. There's something for strength too.
So sorry, I froze again.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I think his age is just the biggest asset to him. The fact that he's only 21 and he's already had this level of experience in the league, his pedigree from high school, college, the work ethic that his godfather Steve Nash has always instilled in the NBA, talking about him. There's just certain things that he's got a dog quality to him too. We just don't always see it. Sometimes his lack of aggression holds him back. But if RJ decided to go out there and be as aggressive as he has been in these last 4 games, you're automatically going to see a much better player. There's still some things he's got to work on, but if he does that consistently, you'll see a much more value from him. And I think, the fact that he's 21 right now, he's going to be 22, but he's just still so young. And we've seen, this is my biggest point with regards to RJ, that so many other players that have had 2 NBA careers. That first NBA career, when you come into the league, we know what we think you can do. And then as you get a little older, more experienced, you turn into something else. I point to the Blake Griffins of the world, the Jason Kidds, who couldn't shoot. Next thing I know, all of a sudden, they knock their lights out shooters. So these players have a second chance. After they get through their first 4 or 5 years of being in the league, they turn into something else. And I think RJ still has that for him.
Let me tell you this. Let me see how many people will sign up for it. If let's say I tell you RJ Barrett turns out to have 3/4 of the career of Paul Pierce, turns out to be like Paul Pierce, would you sign up for that?
Yeah.
Like a poor man's Paul Pierce. Like
a poor man, or just like Paul Pierce, exactly
I'll
like
take
Paul Pierce.
Bro, I'll take the truth all day.
Mhm.
I mean, he started out
Yeah.
his career a little selfish, but you know,
Yeah.
he's an NBA
Yeah.
champion, multi-time All-Star.
Champion. I believe he's a Finals MVP.
Clutch
Right.
too.
Yeah. No, you take that. Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully RJ Barrett turns into that. Paul Pierce. I know everybody wants to say Jimmy Butler because of the Thibodeau effect, but I'll take, if he tells me you're going to give me a Paul Pierce type of career, I'm signing right now on the dotted line. Give me RJ Barrett immediately to turn into Paul Pierce.
I would trade Randle and Mitchell Robinson and everyone else for a Paul Pierce right now.
Mm.
It's a player with heart that scores, doesn't back down from anyone, doesn't. If he hears the fans booing him, he's not going to get down, start doing thumbs down. Paul Pierce is like, oh, yeah, watch this next shot. Like, those are the hard-nosed players we need.
With the
I agree
Monty.
with that.
Let me, and I'm glad you mentioned something earlier, Ron. You were mentioning about Blake Griffin.
Mhm.
And one move about Blake Griffin, when you think of the Clippers, you think of Blake Griffin. He was the
Mhm.
model. He was their franchise player. Helped them get from the laughing stock to being what they are now, a pretty good franchise. They did the hard decision and they traded Griffin away. Now I'm thinking, and it's not exactly the same, but I'm thinking kind of like in a alternate universe, parallel type of deals. Those for the Marvel fans that are listening, I think the Knicks are in that situation with Julius Randle. And I'm feeling and I'm thinking they have to really consider put a trade with him on the table, and similar to the way the Clippers had to make that tough decision to get a Griffin and move on from him, and of course he's always going to be a Clipper legend. You could say face of the franchise, because remember before he got there and before that they were a laughing stock. They were terrible. They were always atrocious, and now they're one of the model teams that destination that players want to go in. What's your thoughts on that similar parallel, or am I reaching here?
Well,
I think we can trade Randle, man. I think because he could be the final piece for a championship team that's not looking for a number one player. I don't know who those teams are right now, but if we look at him up, he's like a really solid third option, like a really good third option. We could get some pieces for him. I don't want no first round draft picks though. I don't care about those picks. We don't end up with anything. We stockpile those. Occasionally they turn into a quickly or something, but I don't want any mid first round draft picks either. So depends what I want a player that can play now.
Okay, I'll throw that back
I agree
to
with
you,
that.
Ron.
No, I was gonna say I agree with that. And the Clippers thing, it's not a reach, but that was a very different situation because that Clippers team was built to win, and they had a really good team, and they had playoffs where they were favored to come out of the West, and they couldn't put it together. And with the pieces they had, with the explosion, with Chris Paul there, like they had a really nice team over there. So their difficult decision to move on, it was difficult, but it was more warranted. You understand it because they showed success, but they just couldn't get over a certain point. Just like what I think Portland is at that point too, but they haven't made a move yet. But with the Knicks, the reason why I agree with you is that I just think that I don't see how they're going to be able to put all the pieces together to win the way they want to win while Tom Thibodeau is here, because that's the whole thing. Tom Thibodeau is trying to build a winner, but it's in a win now mode. And Julius Randle, while he is a really good basketball player, there's certain issues that we still don't know, what's there yet, because we saw one good year, most improved player, and this year we see a little bit of a regression. We don't know if it's just the fact that they brought in Fournier and Kemba, and it changed the dynamic of the team. Because we were a defensive team, and now we're a little bit, even though that's a misnomer, guys, because we are playing at this point in the year. I think, are playing better defense than we played at this point last year. So it may look a certain way, but the stats say something else. So I just think that I would trade Randle if it meant I was going to get a transitional, organizational talent like Ben Simmons, for example. Even though I don't
I would
love
do
Ben
it too.
Simmons, I don't love Ben Simmons for his character because I said I'm big on character guys. But at this point, I think the Knicks need something like that. You can work on it and deal with it, after the fact. But I think that's a move you make. I don't know if they can make it, but I would do that. And if you give me some other option that's as good as a Ben Simmons type, maybe he's a better scorer or something, but he's still young, I'd do that too.
Interesting, because I know Zach loves the Ben Simmons. We had a back and forth. Randall, if you have an opportunity for Randall Simmons, he's a big proponent. You bring him in here, and hopefully his phone gets back. But Chef Dan, what's your thoughts on that? I already know your thoughts, but they knew Simmons, Randall, or the opportunity to bring in move on for Randall.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're just gonna have to be careful with who you're getting. This is New York, and we're clearly seeing that the person you're getting, that it has to be a sort of like there has to be a mental, there has to be a mental strength that has to be accounted for, and I don't know how you measure that, but they're just, I don't know, maybe you have to talk to the people around this superstar, things of that nature. But as far as moving Randall to kind of potentially get a franchise player, I don't know if that's possible. I would like to do it, but I think realistically, I think what may end up happening, seeing as the way this season is going, is they may have to. This would be kind of like a dream scenario for me. Is, let's say RJ does take that next step. He takes that step to where you can kind of rely on him to be a second option. From there, you kind of look and it's like, all right, Julius, he's doing enough to be a second option. Can you be a first option? From there, you trade, if Julius can't do it, then you trade Julius. You can keep RJ because you have the bird rights and everything. And from there, you can kind of go for what you're going for. Yeah, I'm all right with trading Randall, but once again, it just goes back to getting the right guy as far as like mental fortitude to stand up to the city.
That's a good point, because Ben Simmons is pretty mentally weak as well, obviously. And Randall, he seems to get bothered by us as well. We're relentless at the Garden, man. So you need someone that could take that. But at the same time, if you come to the Garden and you're playing well, you're not treated anywhere else. Anywhere. Like, they're chanting MVP for Randall last year. He was the talk of the town.
Right. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, guys, but I still don't know too much about. Well, we know why Ben Simmons went through so much as far as what he did in the playoffs, and how the fans got on him. But I still don't necessarily know too much about his mental instability or lack thereof, because I'm still like, does he really have issues in regards to, does he have issues in regards to things, or has this been just something that was, I hope it wasn't, but like more of a ploy to help him get out of his situation with Philadelphia? And I'm not saying he wasn't going through some anguish, but I'm just saying is that I think it's more of a situation where he just really wants to get away from Philadelphia, and it's taking a burden on him. It's hurting him mentally, the whole situation that's happening. But I don't know if he's a weak mentally in general. I just think maybe this situation is really bringing him down.
Why do you think he wanted to get away from Philadelphia, though? What would be the reason? I feel like they kind of like stood behind him.
I got a theory. And it's just a theory. I think when he was playing that playoff series or whatever the case is, the fans booed him. That's fine. Kind of similar what's happened to Randall. It's not exactly the same way. But then when the playoff came and he missed the shot, Gideon, look, you got noise coming back. Feed it in. We'll mute you. We'll unmute you when you're ready to come in and give your point there. Just stay mute for 1 second. You got noise in the background coming into the program. Give me a second. You're good. Let me know when you're ready.
G-Money's going to go yell at people.
He's the notorious G-Money's going to lay down the cane, the smackdown. So my thing is, when the fans were booing him, then the coach didn't say he was playoff ready. You know, we heard in the press conference. Then Embiid, he's like, yo, my own teammates don't even got my back. And I think that broke him. And he didn't expect his own teammates, because remember, they said that's a fraternity in that locker room. And with him doing that, he goes, you know what, I'm out of here. And then we're not the only team that fans are booing and getting on them. Tobias Harris is going the same thing in Philadelphia. They're booing the living daylights out of him.
Oh yeah.
And they're doing the same thing over there in Philadelphia. G-Money, when you're ready to unmute, you could come in when you're ready, bro, to talk.
Right. I hear you guys are saying I apologize for being gone. I just had to do some quick errands and stuff. The whole Philadelphia, New York situations, I mean, here's the thing. I understand sometimes the fans can be too hostile and can take it way too far. But other times they have a point to why they're upset. If you're not playing well and you're not playing the right way, then they have the right to boo and get upset. I'm not saying what the fans did was right. I'm not saying we have to expect perfection from Randle. I don't expect perfection. I just want him to play smarter because we're not perfect. He shouldn't. To me, he should not try to be perfect. But he should just try to play smarter. But the whole Philly, New York situation, man, I just think the fans can be too much sometimes. And the whole Ben Simmons thing, okay, I can understand the fans could be a little hot-headed, but to me, I can see why the fans are upset. And again, I'm not trying to make this a Ben Simmons hate video. I'm not. But the reality is, no matter what people say about, oh, we affected with shooters, you can think that. But the facts has been he had an MVP in Joel Embiid, caliber player. He had all-star caliber players in Jimmy Butler, Tobias Harris. He had a championship coach in Doc Rivers. You had a team that was good enough to go to the NBA Finals or at least the conference final, and you choked. Yes, I understand Embiid deserves blame for what happened. Yes, Tobias Harris deserves blame for what happened last year. I'm not saying it was all Ben's fault. But in today's game, you need a point guard. You need 5 positions that can stretch the floor a little bit, though. I'm not saying Ben has to average 30. That's not what I'm saying. But personally, for me, I don't want Ben Simmons because, yeah, he can pass and defend and rebound, but teams will clog the paint. And if teams clog the paint and swarm through the perimeter, then what can Ben do? Like, to me, I've never been a big Ben Simmons fan because of his style of play. Yeah, he can pass and rebound, but there's some guys who can pass and rebound too, but we don't want other players too. So to me, I don't think we should trade for Ben Simmons. Because here's the thing, right? We didn't want Elfrid Payton, who did the certain things Ben Simmons can do, except athleticism, but we want Ben Simmons? That doesn't make no sense to me. Because
None of
it's
this
like,
makes sense.
All right. 1 second there. Hold on. Calm down. All right. A to Z, you were a big proponent of getting Ben Simmons here, and I mentioned it back and forth. For those that are joining us tonight, tell us your thoughts. Why is Ben Simmons would you trade for Randle?
One, they clog the paint against us anyway. Right now, with the players we do have, they clog the paint with a zone and understand that we can't beat it. And the only thing, there's things that we need, and it's obvious. You mentioned Elfrid Payton. I'm not saying I wanted Elfrid Payton back, but you see how much worse we are without Elfrid Payton and Reggie Bullock, 2 good defenders, above average defenders. I'm not saying they're great defenders. Ben Simmons is a top 3 defender in the whole NBA. Ben Simmons is a 6'10", 250-pound guy who can guard 1 through 5. He can guard every position on the floor. Okay. And when I say if you get Ben Simmons, you have to put shooters around him to make it successful. In Philly, he had an MVP, Joel Embiid, that operates catching the ball at the free throw line extended mid-range area and operating in the post or a mid-range shot or stepping back for 3. But most of the time, he's dominant in the mid-range area. Same with Tobias Harris. Same with Jimmy Butler when he was there. And Ben Simmons, the only time he does anything on offense, you give him the ball at the mid-range and he posts up. He can go to the rack. He can post up, whatever the case may be. You can't have 4 guys or 3 guys that are your best 3 players on a team that play the same style as far as you have to get off in the same area. You have to have guys like, for example, Shaq. Shaq couldn't shoot a lick. Kobe, they had 2 different styles, right? Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, 2 different styles. I'm not saying Ben Simmons is that level. What I'm saying is you have to put a team around him to make him successful. He's one of those type of players. And if you say, well, it's going to be 4-on-5 basketball, he can't shoot. We put 4 shooters around him. It's okay. Well, look, we play 3-on-5 basketball right now because RJ Barrett can't shoot. Julius Randle can't shoot. Mitchell Robinson, Nerlens Noel, these guys are god-awful shooters. Even when everybody is great, we have 4 subpar to average at best three-point shooters.
But they don't have the ball in their hands.
No, what I'm saying is
those guys are all off ball. Ben Simmons is on ball, so everyone backs up. People are at the free throw line, and he's at the 3-point line.
And Ben doesn't improve our
I'd rather
spacing.
have
We need
Ben than
spacing.
Randle too.
What
I think
people back
Ben
off.
Simmons is a better number 1 than Randle is.
The whole playoff series, what'd they do on Julius Randle?
Well, they double teamed him.
Yeah, in the paint, but they backed
teamed.
off of him when he's on the 3-point line. They knew he couldn't shoot the ball.
But he can shoot better than basically Ben Simmons 0% because Ben Simmons won't shoot. So if Randle shoots 25%, at least it's better than Ben Simmons.
Ben doesn't shoot, then we won't anything either.
He just doesn't shoot. I don't care if he hits 20%, but you have to shoot. Even if he's a 60% free throw shooter for someone that goes to the basket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand.
And teams will foul him and he'll miss free throws.
What I'm saying is, if you put for every superstar player that's not a LeBron or KD, you have to put a team around them to make them successful. You have to build around them. And now, get Ben Simmons. That isn't your number one answer. That's not your answer to every problem you have. But my thing is, he's a first-team all-defense caliber player. He's gonna get you. He can get you double doubles without scoring. He's a point guard that's 6'10", 250, can guard 1 through 5. That's an asset on your team that can pass. Who would be much better in transition, finding guys in a wide open transition. He's a beast.
That's true.
And then you have, if you go out and get it, let's say a Miles Turner, a guy who literally doesn't do any. He has no post game. He's a spot up shooter on offense and a cleanup guy. You have a spot up shooter. You have other guys we can go out and get shooting. There's been guys. Giannis Antetokounmpo has done better at shooting from the perimeter, but he's still not going to win you a championship by doing that. So what they did was they had guys that can knock down threes around him. They did the same thing with LeBron in Cleveland. And even though he didn't win his first round in Cleveland, they tried to get shooters around him. And his weakness was shooting the basketball. People did the same thing back then that they do to Ben Simmons now. And that's sag off of him when he has the ball in his hands. Mm-hmm. But although he didn't win a championship, wouldn't you be all right with going to the second and third round of the playoffs consistently until we figure it out and get better?
I would.
Ben Simmons takes your team farther than Julius Randle and RJ Barrett ever will, and as your number 1 and 2 guys.
I have a question.
Ben did have Joel Embiid, so we had to consider that. Yeah.
But if you know basketball and you actually played the game, 3 to 4 guys that operate in the same area on a basketball court, it will not make you successful because it's 4 guys in the same spot. That's why Embiid and Simmons never matched up, never played well together enough to win a championship. They're 2 guys that get the ball in the same spot. Same with Tobias.
I don't think that's the problem. I just think the problem is he just won't shoot. And I
that
still
means
like
something.
Ben
You need a
Simmons.
pointer that can shoot. That means something.
Well,
but I still think we'd be a better team with Simmons than Randle.
I disagree. Sorry.
Well,
that's
either
fine.
way, we're not winning the championship.
The Sixers were a number 1 seed with
number 1.
Sixers were the first seed with Ben Simmons. Where are they
But
right
that
now?
doesn't matter, though. That don't mean nothing.
Oh, that doesn't matter because it doesn't help your point. Okay.
Here's the thing. You want to say, and we know what Ben Simmons did, but what Ben Simmons did was 1 playoff series. You know what I mean? It was 1 year. They were in the playoffs years prior to that too. And Ben Simmons was the crux or the reason for them not going forward. That 1 year, he was highlighted because of his inept ability to shoot from the outside and his lack of taking those layup opportunities in that particular series. But prior to that, he wasn't the reason for them not making it further in the playoffs. If anything, he was the reason why they got to that point. Ben Simmons is a lockdown defender, and you want to say that obviously teams can play off of him and but you know what? I've seen that happen to many different guys. Ben Simmons, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and somehow these guys still find a way to get into the lane and get layups and shots.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that he needs to work on his free throw shooting, but you know what? Dwight Howard came in the league, needed to work on his free throw shooting. Shaq was an abysmal free throw shooter, and
Giannis was worse
the longer he played. Exactly. Yeah. So that's something he can work on. And I also said that I think if RJ is still here and you bring in a guy like Ben Simmons he can play defense on the best opposing player, which allows RJ to be a little bit freer and focus on offense rather than being stressed out trying to
get him and Obi Toppin better looks.
Obi will definitely get better looks. But I don't think I would say if you bring in Ben Simmons, you can't bring Ben Simmons into this current team the way it is. You obviously have to go out and get yourself
Just
some
like
type
any other
of
star.
defender that can stretch the floor. Get yourself another shooter on the perimeter who can knock down shots. You need to build around him. You can't just this team by itself won't work.
Mm-hmm. Just like
My
if you bring
worry
any
is-
superstar in that's on the trade market, you have to build around them too.
My worry about Ben Simmons, though, because it's not hard to shoot free throws. Like, I could shoot free throws. And is he just not a hard worker? Because if you work on free throws, you can shoot them. Any one of us here. If you just went, you think it's just in his head?
It's, I mean,
So
in
is
front
he
of
that
40,000
Ben Simmons is
people,
not mentally tough.
until you
I
shoot
just
free
think
throws in
Simmons
front
is
of
bad, I don't know.
mentally,
'Cause I
not
used to play
mentally tough. You
basketball
got
with people
death
that-
threats in Philly. Multiple death threats, dude.
Okay, I don't agree with the death threat. The death threat part, I don't agree with that.
Ain't
I'm
nobody
not
killing
saying
him for free
you. I'm not.
throws.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Z. I'm saying that the whole fans saying death threats. I don't agree with
Yeah, but
people
he
doing
dealt
that.
with that. He's pretty mentally tough to me.
Philly threw
I mean, that's you.
snowballs
I
at
don't.
Santa. They're crazy, but they're not
Philly
gonna
fans are
kill
the
him.
worst fans at sports. Knicks fans think
And New
they're
York,
tough
and New
and
York fans
bad.
are
Try going to
hostiles. So,
Philadelphia.
and New York fans are bubblegums and candy canes. So no,
No,
like
we're crazy.
that's my
Compared to
point.
Philly,
And that's why
no
I don't
chance.
believe
I'm
Ben.
sorry.
That's one of the reasons.
Every fan base is nuts, but Philadelphia
point.
takes the cake.
Philadelphia.
You win the
Eagles-
Super Bowl. You win the Super Bowl and you're eating horse manure because you won the Super Bowl. There's something wrong with you guys.
And tipping
Wait.
old ladies' cars over. He
What's
went to a
horse
nurse.
manure?
Horse,
Wait, what do you mean?
horse-
Not that I don't
horse
know
crap.
what it is.
Yeah,
They
but
were
they're
eating horse
eating-
shit?
Yeah.
So a police horse, right? A police horse took a crap in the middle of City Hall while they were trying to burn City Hall down. City Hall was on fire. They said, I live in Pennsylvania. They were literally videoing YouTube it. He's eating horse crap in the middle of the road and saying, "This is how winners celebrate. This is how winners do it. Screw Dallas," like whatever they're saying. And
Screw
then
Dallas, I agree.
And then they went to a nursing home. I'm a Cowboy fan, but anyway, they went to nursing homes and tipped old ladies' cars over. The Vikings, that super fan that was really old, Bernice, who was the Viking super fan, they threw glass beer bottles at her head when she was walking into the game.
They should have gave her a beer. Don't throw it at her.
But Philly fans are trash. They're disgusting.
And New York fans are just like that. Maybe not to the rate.
No, they're not. G Money.
Maybe not that rate, but New York
No,
fans
you're
are
full
hostile.
of it.
Let's not pretend New York fans are nice. I mean, some of you guys are nice Knicks fans. Not everyone's a nice Knicks
I'm
fan.
relentless.
None of them are Philadelphia.
I'm
Well,
about
that doesn't mean nothing. They're still bad Knicks fans. What I'm trying to say is this, okay? We can get even another player kind of like Ben Simmons, but there's other pointers that can pass. Why not get, and I know this may be unlikely, but this is kind of possible, De'Aaron Fox. That can still happen, though.
So a guy
I'm not saying he will, but that can still happen. Heck, I already have D'Angelo Russell. I know Russell's not a good defender. But
Nah, he's
was
a snitch. I
Ben
don't
one?
mess
No,
with snitches.
was
In New
Ben
York,
one?
you don't mess with snitches.
He's done a lot better.
But
doesn't matter.
Allow him to
D'Angelo
see which players he
Russell
wants.
can pass. D'Angelo Russell, if you give him shooters, he can give you 10 assists per game. He's a good passer himself. Russell's a better scorer. He's a better slasher. Ben's a better defender. I'll give you that. Okay, just even. They're even. I think they're even. Russell's
He
a
could
better
definitely
shooter.
perform in New York. He already.
That's what I'm saying. And Russell's mentally tough. Yeah, he can be dumb sometimes, but Russell's mentally tough. And this is the same D'Angelo Russell's a number one option. How the Nets team that was 8-18 to start the year, they can down to the playoffs. You put Russell with Randle, RJ, and Russell can also hit free throws too, and he's tough.
He was literally ran out of LA for being a snitch.
I don't mess with snitches. We're from New York. We don't.
That's 1 year. That's 1 year, bro. Bro,
this
that's
is 1 year. One time Ben Simmons missed a bunch of free throws in the playoffs and caused them a series.
Ben Simmons missed free throws against Boston in 2018. You got to play by Scary Terry. What are we talking about? You got to play by older Kyle Lowry in 2019. What are we talking about?
Kyle Lowry's a
bulldog,
bro.
Kyle Lowry is good. I wanted Kyle Lowry.
I'll take Kyle Lowry on this team right now as a point guard. We'd be in the playoffs.
He can pass, defend.
We'd be getting
Lowry
to the second round minimum.
Yes,
Kyle Lowry.
Yeah,
but G Money. The problem is
this is laughable.
You know, once again, it was a focal point of 1 year. It wasn't the focal point.
No,
every
it was
other
also
year.
2018 against Boston. It was
no,
also
but he
2019.
wasn't the focal point. Yes, and of course, teams did try to play off him or try to intentionally foul him to get him to the line to play, Hacker Simmons. But it still wasn't magnified like it was that 1 year. And to your D'Angelo Russell point, D'Angelo Russell just doesn't fit Tibbs' system. You don't play defense. that's the thing. As long as Tibbs is the coach, you got to find players that Tibbs wants out there that do what he wants them to do. That's an issue.
Yeah, but they're not to compare Russell and Rose, but Rose doesn't play defense and he fits with their system. So why couldn't D'Angelo Russell? And Russell can pass too.
Rose
And he
isn't a
goes
terrible defender.
Rose
He's
is
serviceable.
And
Rose is a
mediocre,
championship
We love
DNA
Rose.
player, but
but he's
D'Angelo
not.
Russell's a
He's
snitch.
not. But he's not a great defender. Let's not
Hey, does he
add.
have
D'Angelo
a
Russell's
troll?
worse.
He's such a
I
troll.
admit, but Russell, I think you put Russell with Thibs, I think will be a better player, in my opinion. And Russell also, again, I'm not saying he's a star. He's not. He has a lot of flaws in his game. But I would rather have D'Angelo Russell on this team because he can shoot, he can penetrate, he's a good finisher, and he can pass. He's not just a scorer. He can pass, and he's a reliable free throw shooter on the team. You put Russell with Randall and RJ, I think we can go far.
How
Or
far?
even if how
Let me
far we
ask-
can
I got a
go, I
question
think
for
also
you,
depends on the roster though. Also depends on the roster.
G Money, would you trade RJ for Russell then?
RJ Barrett, I don't want to trade RJ right now. Personally for me, no. I don't want to trade RJ
So,
right now. No.
but that's what it would take to get done because you
Thank
want Russell with Randall. So would
That's
you
a-
rather have Russell and Randall or RJ and Ben Simmons? You got to pick one of those. You don't get there's no other option.
All right. If I had to choose
Yeah, I
either
would take
or,
Ben Simmons and RJ, by the way. Just saying.
Me too.
well,
I like
I ain't gonna
Ron.
watch
Ron is a
Ben
smart
miss free
fella.
throws. I'd rather have Russell and this Russell and Randall. You said Russell and Randall together, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, with the trades we could possibly do, people might not
right.
even want our players. You either get Russell and Randall
Okay.
or you get RJ and Simmons. But
I'd
not even
rather
saying
have
we
Russell and
can,
Randall for me.
but it's possible.
I'd rather
That's a
get
playoff.
Russell and Randall.
You know
Thank
what?
you, be
Russell and Randall
civilized.
spreads the floor more than RJ and Simmons. So I'll
That's
give
my
you that.
point.
In today's NBA, you got to be able to shoot.
And they both can pass. That's my
But
point.
I don't agree with you, but I see why you say it.
That's fine. You don't have to agree. I risk Spider Mitchell. I don't think this will never happen. I don't think this is going to happen. Donovan Mitchell is an outside thing. I would love
wish.
Donovan Mitchell.
No. There's smoke there, bro.
I'm not
smoke
saying
there.
we will. I never said we will. I said I will love Donovan Mitchell. I never said we will get him.
There's smoke
I would
there.
love Donovan.
His
Here's
father has something to do with the Mets organization because I
I'm
know
glad you
someone who's
mentioned that.
seen him on the Mets
Oh.
field. And
Okay.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Chef Dan, you want to break the story because this is your story, bro. Go with the spider story.
It's just been some reports, some rumors coming out there that apparently Donovan Mitchell's camp has been worried with the way Utah's market has been treating him as far as the market size. He feels like maybe his the accomplishments that he's achieving over in Utah could definitely the lights be shined in another city where it'd be more appreciated. And then you add into that the fact that all the discussions and really the back and forth he's had with Utah as far as the critical race theory and how they teach in the schools and how he's been trying to be an advocate for that to stay in the schools, but essentially all of Utah doesn't want that in their schools. It kind of looks like it may be a marriage soon to be broken up between Donovan Mitchell and the Utah Jazz. It's just something that people look
I
at.
may be a little ignorant, but what's the critical race theory in Utah?
I'm pretty sure it's high.
Essentially all they're saying, like, you know how like the history of America, it's not, well, it's black and white essentially, and how, you know, there's a lot of racism tied into the history of America. They don't want to teach that in the textbooks. They want to remove that from the textbooks. Donovan wants that to stay in the textbooks because he wants that, you know, that's a part of the history of America. He feels like you need to learn, if you want to learn America, you need to learn it through and through. All of the great things it's done and the atrocities. So,
well, I agree with all that, but I don't think any basketball player would have any influence over our education system. But I can see why
he's
that
been
type
fighting
of environment he wouldn't be happy with.
No, but what I can say is that he has been on the forefront fighting for critical race theory to stay in the textbooks in Utah. And a lot of the state officials, the people that he's had those conversations with in public, they turn around and say, you know, the way they refer to him is some basketball player. So it lets you know that, you know, granted, he's doing a lot for the city of Utah. he's been known to be a great philanthropist for the community of Utah. But when it comes time for them to, kind of listen to his suggestion in how, they're being perceived not only to another race of people, but to the rest of the United States, they kind of just shunned him off and shoot him off. So that right there could really have an effect on the way a basketball player, wants to interact with their community. It's more than, the ticket sales for a lot of these guys. If they can affect their community while they're there, then that's something that helps build their legacy as well.
Yeah, I hear you on that. My only issue with Donovan Mitchell is, he's had these Met ties forever. We've been talking. I mean, as a Met fan and as a Knicks fan, he's somebody I paid attention to. So I've been seeing this for years, and the fact that the Knicks were trying to allocate their salary cap to bring in a big player for the last 3-4 years, and Donovan obviously knew that, but he chose to sign the extension with Utah. To me, I'm not that big on him. I mean, if he came here, great. But you know what? If he wanted to get into a bigger market, he had his chance.
No, he didn't.
Definitely could have not signed.
He was an unrestricted. He was a restricted free agent.
He was a restricted free agent. But the second part is I think we all have to get this out of our heads now. All these rookies that gain the money that they, when they gain all these accolades, the team that's drafted them has the opportunity to give them the most money they can. That first contract, a lot of these guys are not going to sign elsewhere. They're going to sign for that first contract unless the team themselves doesn't offer that contract. So it was something where that was the most money he could have gotten. No other team could have given him that money. And, after coming off of a rookie contract, if you want to continue to change your family's life, I'm not upset at him for taking that contract.
True. A player that I wish we would have had in the offseason, but we had a shot, Malcolm Brogdon. And I'm talking about the offseason. I would like Malcolm Brogdon on this team because Brogdon can pass. He can stretch the floor. He can attack. My only thing with Brogdon is that he's injury prone, but I wish we would have had Malcolm Brogdon during the offseason. And he's tough too. And he can hit free throws. And he's a good defender himself, Malcolm Brogdon.
Bro, you're in the NBA. Everyone needs to hit free throws. I'm so tired of people that can't hit free throws. You have to at least shoot 70%.
And that's why if you get Baby Ben, he doesn't deserve Ben Simmons for me. Baby Ben, who break free throws, and then y'all will praise him. Oh, we had a triple double. Y'all will praise him, and then
let me ask you this, G-Money.
You know what?
And before one thing.
Let me ask you this: Who are you to say he doesn't deserve Baby Ben Simmons? He's an All NBA player, perennial All Star. Were you in the league?
Randle's an All NBA player now too, though.
He was 1 year great for one season.
Personally, for me,
but he has that on his resume, and you can't take that away from his resume.
No, I'm not.
You got a guy who's leaps and bounds. I'm not taking away from his
one at a time. One at a time, guys.
I'm not saying Ben sucks. I just think he's overrated. And this may sound crazy, and you're probably gonna laugh at me for this, but I'm dead serious. What I'm gonna say. Just hear me out for a moment. If we get Ben Simmons and you're gonna laugh at me for this, I'll stop watching another Knicks game. I'm dead serious.
But you're a Suns fan.
I'm not. I know, but
we love you already.
We love you, son.
He's a Suns fan already, man. He's converted.
He's converted when we win, only when we lose.
All right, let's get some order.
See you later. Goodbye.
So wait.
I'm going to the Valley.
What happens if Ben Simmons was to come here and the Knicks become a good team?
I don't care what we do in the regular season. I don't care. Let me win me a championship.
To the playoffs and actually make some waves in the playoffs.
Okay, here's what I believe: win me a championship in New York, and I'll take everything I said from you, Ben. You think I should just give you praise? Hey, we made the NBA Finals. No,
who's the last Knicks player to take us to the finals?
But I just want to say,
Allen Houston.
Goddamn.
I just want to say, G Money, listen, from one Suns fan to another, I can understand the difficulty that you're feeling right
now. At least you got the NBA Finals, so it doesn't matter. Don't mean nothing. We got to the big dance last year.
If it wasn't for Chris Paul do. He's never done anything to win a championship.
I admit he choked. He got to the finals.
He chokes every.
Listen. I think what we can. I think what we can.
I'd rather have CB3 than freaking Ben Simmons. I'd rather have CB3 than freaking Ben Simmons.
He's the only player in NBA history to lose 4 series up 2-0.
I admit he choked. I'm not making excuses.
Nice boy.
I love him. I'm just trying to make a point.
I know. I'm not making excuses. We blew it. There's no excuses. I didn't make excuses. I'm just saying that if I had to choose, I'd rather have Chris Paul, who helped turn the Suns team that was a lottery team to the
I'll
NBA
take Chris
Finals,
Paul.
than Ben Simmons, who gets praised for meaningless stats, and then he can defend the best player. What? So what? Trae Young gave you a 30 and 10 double. Kevin Herter dropped 27 on your butt in Game 7, but we won Ben Simmons
Right on his butt.
Well,
on
you know,
his
and
butt, but we
I
won
On or
Ben
in?
Simmons.
one thing to Russ, you know, even though he's teeter-tottering, he's right there on the edge. There's a player out there who's a Hall of Fame player who's won multiple championships, who shot 69% from the free throw line. I know that's close to your 70 mark, but still, that's a lot of bad free throw shooting in certain years. That's Mr. Tim Duncan.
That's
was
Tim
not a really
Duncan, bro.
good
Don't
free throw
compare the two
Mm.
players,
Who
though.
killed
At
us
least,
in the finals?
but that's Tim
Oh
Duncan, and Tim
God.
can at least hit the mid
That
range.
bank
Don't compare
shot?
the two. Bank shot too, and he can hit the mid range,
He's
the
not
little
comparing.
15
He's making
footer.
a point.
Yeah, but not to. I'm not being mean to Ron, but that's not a great. But you can't compare the two guys, though. At least Tim Duncan at least had a mid range shot. It was willing to space the floor a little bit. Ben
Duncan was the
can't
man.
shoot.
You know who
Ben,
couldn't shoot G Money? Jason Kidd couldn't shoot
Yeah.
from
oh
three.
my, are we doing this
Then
now?
he
We're gonna
became
compare it
the
to a Hall
number
of
This
one
is
Fame.
what we're
three-point
doing,
shooter
G.
Oh
one year.
boy, man.
Things happen. Things
But
happen.
here's the difference, though. You guys, I'm not. Here's what I believe. Let me finish my point, please. You guys overhype Ben like he's some mega all-star. Let me finish my point. Like he's some mega all-star, but he's not. I didn't. I'm not accept Russ. Russ, you're fine. But I'm talking about Z, Ron. At no disrespect to you, Jetta. I'm not disrespecting you as a person. I'm just saying in general. But you guys act as if Ben Simmons is a mega all-star. That if you get shooters around who will succeed, how about you be willing to improve your game too? We have seen players who had shooters around and failed to win. James Harden, for example, he had shooters in Houston, couldn't win. I mean, yes, I know there were circumstances, but you couldn't win. Not everyone is just going to be successful as shooters. You also have to be willing to space the floor. I'm not saying he has to be Steph Curry. I'm not saying that. But I'll get at least a mid-range shot because there's going to be games in the playoffs that our shooters might not hit shots. There's going to be games in the playoffs that Randle and RJ may not have it, but you need a point guard or a forward, whoever, that's be willing to space the floor. And I fear that if we get Ben Simmons, I don't even want to call him Ben Simmons, Baby Ben, then we're gonna struggle in the playoffs. Though, if we get Baby Ben, I'll stop
You're
watching the
trolling
Knicks
A to Z.
because if we
No, I'm
get
just
Baby
laughing.
Ben, I will never watch another Knicks game because I know what's gonna happen in the playoffs. You think I should give you a holy clap? Hey, we made the NBA Finals? No,
But-
man. Like win your championship.
You're entitled to your opinion with the Ben Simmons. You're entitled completely with your Ben Simmons opinion, and
Fellas, I'll be back. I got to walk my dog. I'll be back. I'm sorry.
We respect that. We respect the fact that you don't like Ben Simmons. Russ will be back in a moment. And Biggie will take a walk to the stroll through the beautiful streets of Throsneck. That's his dog's name, by the way.
Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Biggie.
I disagree.
What kind of dog? What kind of dog?
English bulldog, a beautiful English bulldog.
Oh, I love English bulldogs, man.
Well,
Nice.
but you know what? I hear what you're saying, G Money, and don't get me wrong. Honestly, a month ago I would have been with you, but I've just looked at the team a lot differently. I've looked at the circumstances differently, and therefore I'm valuing Ben Simmons more now than I was in the past. But the other thing that I think you're missing out on is that Ben Simmons would be coming to the New York Knicks under Tom Thibodeau.
He will be sensitive under Tom Thibodeau. Think about it. If he was sensitive with Doc Rivers, he'll be sensitive to Tom Thibodeau.
Wait, Ron, were you finished with your point or not?
Yeah, forget the
apologize.
fact that he may be sensitive. It's the fact that he'll be coming here under Tom Thibodeau's defense, right? And then you talking about the fact of his liabilities on offense. What about the fact that now Thibodeau can do certain things on defense? What if we start holding teams to under 85 points? What if it's harder for them to score, so it's not as much pressure on us scoring? You know what I mean? I'm just saying there's a big difference. We might be able to really shut teams down. If we shut them down, we don't have to do as
shut
much.
the Hawks down, so.
But you gotta have an open mind.
And D'Angelo Russell.
Players.
Yeah. Can't nobody tell you no different. You think D'Angelo Russell, RJ, and Randle would take us far?
I
You're
think
saying
so.
anything about Ben Simmons, just shut it down. That's what's wrong with this. You're not open to anything. D'Angelo Russell hasn't taken anyone anywhere other than the first round. Neither is RJ or Randle.
What about the teams he had around him? Like in the Lakers,
Ben
had Joel
came to the
Embiid. Ben had Joel Embiid, you had Tobias Harris, Jimmy Butler, Dario Saric, JJ Redick, finals caliber team,
Russ
and lost
had
in the second
Russ
round.
had Randall,
Young
Clarkson.
Randall, inconsistent.
So
It matters. Randall
I-
wasn't the player he is now. Clarkson was inconsistent.
Randall
And
also has
Kobe was
Cat,
old.
Anthony Edwards.
He might make the playoffs this year. So Russell might even make the playoffs this year.
And we'll see how he does.
That team that you mentioned, it took a Kawhi Leonard bounce, serendipity shot from the corner to go in to knock them.
But it went in. Doesn't matter. They won.
Oh my
I know
God.
that.
It went in.
I know that. But if it went in, it went in. But it took that circumstance to get him forward. But you know what? Ben Simmons, G Money don't like Ben Simmons.
That's all
We
it is.
think it's the debate, and we'll move from Ben Simmons. No Ben Simmons
Thank you.
talk. Let's
Thank
move to
you.
another subject with the Spider. You know, and let me get my take real quick on Spider. I think he's coming. I think there's a chance, a really good chance. He keeps wearing New York Mets equipment. His dad works for the front office, for the executive for the New York Mets organization. A young man, you know, you can't blame him from taking that money. It's available there, but he could also force a trade. Why do you think Utah panicked and brought in Dwayne Wade as an executive, part ownership, whatever position he's in? The only question is, when is it going to be public? When is it going to be disgruntled? And one thing, guys, remember, he is a CNA client. And who is the president of the New York Knicks? Leon Rose, former CNA executive. There's a lot of ties there. You know, that's why those names always point to the Knicks. And that's what the narrative is. They were going to bring in a big CNA all-star to the Knicks via trade. Now, who could it be? It could be, you could see that clientele. Karl Anthony Towns. And I know you don't want to hear it. Your guy, besides Donovan Mitchell, from the Suns. You know, he could be another one. Booker. You know, and so forth. Watch out. Where there's smoke, there's fire. I can see that. I can see that coming. You know, Donovan Mitchell. I can see that.
I would love Spider Mitchell on this team. I would love Donovan. Athletic, gets creates on shot, underrated defender. Yeah, he can be a ball hog sometimes, but he's an underrated defender. Athletic freak, can hit the mid range. He just needs to be better with his IQ a little bit.
So you're gonna have me all right with giving R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, and like first round picks, because that's what it's gonna take.
We don't know
that much.
Paul George got 8 first round draft picks. James Harden got 8. Drew Holiday took 3 first round picks. What do you think it's gonna take to get Donovan Mitchell?
I can understand the first round picks, but RJ and Randall.
Yeah, it's not like either of them are that valuable right now.
Listen, we get too afraid of, oh my God, it's gonna take this and that. We don't know what these executives could talk. Because you don't know the power of persuasion. He could, you know, Leon Rose could persuade him and sell him. You know, there's a bridge in Brooklyn that he could sell him. You don't know what the executives are there. Maybe that time, whoever ran that time was stupid that gave up the seven picks or made the moves. I don't know. I think if you have a smart guy who's smart in the art of negotiation, anything is possible. You know, hey. Here's one thing. I think that the Knicks will get Miles Turner from basically next to nothing, just salary matchup. In my opinion, I don't think they're going to give up much to get him.
Then we'll see.
I agree with that.
I'm fine with trading for Donovan Mitchell. I love the idea. I just meant every Knicks fan we seem to talk to, Kev, doesn't matter if it's Michael Jordan, but what would we have to give up for him? It's too much, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to give up RJ. I don't want to give up Randall or Obi. You have to give up good players to get great players. That's how trades go. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
We got to be prepared to actually see who we're going to have to give up for him, because they're not going to let him go cheap.
And as much as
You
I
give
said
up
before,
RJ, Randall, and picks for
You have to.
Mitchell?
Yeah, I don't know if
Would you
I
as a
don't
fan?
think the Knicks would do that. I don't think the Knicks would give up RJ and Randall. I think Utah would want it, but I think the Knicks would figure out a way to keep one of those guys.
I hope
but
so.
I'd say one thing: if going back to what you said before, Kev, if they gave us a call about RJ and other players, Obi, Quickly, whoever, picks out the wazoo, and they wanted to send back Donovan Mitchell, yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah, RJ's gone on that plane. Yeah, I would do that one.
Right. And that's why you got to feel the conversation, listen to it, and make your pros and cons list. Like in anything in life, pros and cons, would it benefit me? You know, it's in everything in life. You know, in a job offer, well, I'm gonna be traveling further away from my house, but I'm gonna be making 4 times the amount of money. You know, you got to give and take if you want, and sometimes you might have to take a step back to take leaps forward. And as a Knicks organization, it's 50 years. We've been taking 50 years of step backs. And you know, I don't know about you. I want to be down there in City Hall on in a nice beautiful June morning and watching the Dario O'Brien Trophy pass me right by there. I want to see that.
They win this championship. Are you coming to the parade with me?
I am. I said it. Back in 2000, a few years ago, when the Rangers were playing the Stanley Cup, me and Austin, we were looking to get a ticket. Rangers win the Stanley Cup against the Kings, that they lost that Stanley Cup. We were going to that parade. They win that Stanley Cup, we're going to go to a 24 hours, 48-hour flight, whatever the case is, and we're going to that parade. I am dying to go to the parade.
And I want to ask you something. When the Knicks win the championship, not this season, but in the future, what will you guys do? What will you guys do?
Cry. You'll definitely see me cry.
Oh, of course. I'm
going to be a crybaby.
Man, you know what it is that we've shit, man. We cried one, and then I watched the '99 NBA final with that kid, with Russ there in our home, and we were disappointed, right? Remember that that time when we
Tim Duncan with the bank shot, nothing would stop.
Avery Johnson with the splash at the baseline, yeah.
Listen, G Money, you need to stop.
I joke.
I'm tired of you.
And we were there that time when Allen Houston hit. That same year. Allen Houston when he hit against Miami. Everyone heard us from the 5th floor. Me and Russell were a bunch of clowns jumping up, excited in my living room. Yeah.
Yo, Knicks used to run New York, so we lived in a building area. People would bring TVs outside in front of their buildings, run extension cords from 3 floors up, and you would have people in front of the building crowded around, the big box TV. It wasn't a flat screen or an iPad like we're doing right now. It was a big tube TV, and they would set these up, and we'd all be outside watching the Knicks games. Like, it was crazy in New York. Like, New York wants to be a basketball town. We're begging for it. And my nightmare is that when we're a basketball town, we're a Nets town. Then I'm moving. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm out of here.
Never watch another Knicks game again, huh?
It'll never
happen.
I'll
watch, but I can't be around that.
Not at an arena where the opposing team's best player gets MVP chance. No, it's okay. You don't ever have to worry about the Brooklyn Nets running the city.
Well, I want to say one last thing about Ben Simmons. I'm no arguments, whatever. I worked in the Garden for years. And when Ben Simmons came through, he had a big Australian following. Like, whenever he came, they'd come with flags. He has a lot of support there. So I don't know how that would affect him or whatever. But there was a big Australian support for him. And I think that'll help him a little bit.
Yo, Z, when the Knicks win the championship in the future, what will you do?
Milo and I will roll over in our graves because it's not going to happen in my lifetime.
Never?
You need to get your negativity out of here.
I feel
why? What have they done to make me not negative?
What have the Cowboys done to make you not negative?
I never said I wasn't negative with them. Ask Kev. Who's your football team?
My Giants suck. But Eli Manning won me 2 championships.
Oh, we're talking about the past.
Against Tom Brady in the past.
But I was alive.
I was alive for one.
You were probably like 1.5.
Yo, Dan, what will you do when the Knicks win the championship in the future? What will you do?
I don't know, man. I just got to be there for when the day comes. I don't know. I really don't know what I might do. I don't know.
I'll cry.
I have a list of things I would want to do, but I don't know. Is when the moment hits me, I don't know. I want to be there for the moment. That's it.
To honestly answer your question, G Money, I'd be Will Ferrell from Old School.
Going streaking, huh?
We're going streaking.
She did it. You won the chip. I'm going streaking. Let's go.
Hey, Z, you're in Pennsylvania, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could streak. No one will even see you out there.
Oh, you're right.
No, streak in the house. Don't go outside.
You be butt naked in the woods with the deers.
Ron, what will you do when the Knicks win a championship in the future? What will you do?
Oh no, I mean for me it's pretty simple. I'll be excited. I got some age on me. I'm 44, so I seen some things. I'm a Giant fan. I'm a Met fan. I seen a couple chips. So I would say that, for the most part, I know one thing. I'm taking the day off because the parade is right outside of my job. I'll be like, I'm waving to my boss from outside. I'm not working that day.
Yeah.
But you gotta tell your
I'm
boss
still
you're not
sick,
working.
won't be in.
Yeah.
You're
You gotta tell
waving
your
right out
boss,
the front
right?
door.
Yes, that's right.
You can tell your boss, right? You won't just bail on your job.
I think he
You tell your
knows not
boss.
to bail on the job.
Correct.
He
Correct.
knows
Alright.
that. He knows that. He's 44
I'll
years
try
old.
to
He has-
take off
he has
too. I feel
maturity.
you.
They got no choice. I won't be in.
I'll tell you one thing I won't be doing. I won't be touching manure.
Yeah, no, because you don't know what winning looks like, right?
I'm showing up to the parade with manure. We're all sharing it.
Russ and I are gonna wear manure costumes, like fake manure costumes.
I'm gonna be a big piece of shit.
Charlie Sheen shirt that says "winning" with like the 15 cigarettes, 15 cigarettes out of his mouth.
How do we
Winning.
get here?
What would I do when the Knicks win a championship? I'll be like, yes, let's go.
G-Money, are you in New York?
No, this is BU G
Yeah.
Money. This would
Yeah.
be you. God damn it! The Suns lost again.
Wait, G-Money, if it's Knicks versus Suns, you're rooting for the Suns?
Oh yeah,
Man,
He'd be
that'd be
pissed
tough.
with CP3.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
that'll
Right.
be tough.
Boy.
Listen. That would be tough. Because here's the thing.
Die-hard Knicks fan.
But listen. I look at both sides. If that finals were to happen, let's say 22 or 23, because I don't think it will happen in 24, around 22 or 23, I look at both sides here. I do want to see New York win a championship in the future, but at the same time, man, the Suns have done with so much hell that's not funny.
And the
And
Knicks.
it's
We
gonna-
dealt with hell.
I know,
What
but
the
let me
hell
say
are you talking about?
But
We have James
at
Dolan
least
as
we
an
won
owner.
rings. But we won
I
rings.
paid for
right?
NBA League Pass when
But at
Alexi
least we won
Shved,
rings. So.
Alexi Shved, Langston Galloway, Lance
All right,
Thomas,
and the
Andre
Suns
Bernoni, and Lou
had
Amundsen
Dragon
were starters.
All right, and the
That's not
Suns had
season
Dragon
tickets to the damn
Bender,
Knicks.
Marquise Chris. Come on, man. We won. Come on, man. 19 wins every time. What we talking about? If that, what we saying though?
I thought you knew
Going
facts.
8-0 in the bubble, missing the playoffs. Think about
Who
that.
cares?
It means something. So what you saying? Like if you talk about two suffering teams, I don't know, man. I don't know. But just for that year, and you're gonna hate me for this, just for that year, I would probably root for the Suns. For that year, though.
I'll be right
And-
back, Kev. I gotta do something.
I root for the Suns for that year. And you're gonna hate me for this. What would your reaction be? I know we're talking about the Knicks here, but this is kind of related. I'm asking you, Russ. What would your reaction be if the Suns win a title in MSG? Kind of what the Spurs in '99. What would your reaction be?
You know what? It depends on the team. If a team made it like what was it? We made it in '99, right?
Yeah, as an 8 seed.
That shouldn't have made it, and it was like a Cinderella story. I would probably be like, it was a really good season.
Okay.
But if we were like a powerhouse and
Right.
lost,
hmm
I'm setting it on Devin Booker outside on site.
You're gonna find the book, and if he wins Finals MVP in MSG, and gonna find what we're gonna do.
You're gonna
I'm
fight G.
talking crap.
You're gonna have to
the
fight
crap
G
out of me.
Money
They work
too.
out for a living.
You're gonna have to fight G Money too, because if you fight his boy
I
Devin
got-
Booker, you
I
gotta
got
fight
some-
him.
No,
I got some-
I mean, I won't physically fight. I'm not that type of guy, but I will.
We got some breaking news. Jeff Dan, let us know. It's a sad breaking news.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with basketball, but I just got the news. Bob Saget just passed away today.
Man.
What?
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
They're
Yeah,
taking everybody.
COVID?
I don't know. I didn't read the full story yet, but Bob Saget passed away. Yeah.
Damn, that's
That's
He was so nice in Full House, man. Oh, rest in peace, man.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah. Listen, guys, I appreciate Kev. Thank you for allowing me to chop it up
Appreciate
with
it.
you. I got to get something to eat and hopefully finish editing this video. But once again, a pleasure meeting you, Russ. I don't think I chopped it up with you in the past. And always good to see you, Zach, and G Money and Chef Dan. And you know what? I'll leave you with one thing, G Money, and we'll send some people to help you out. I mean, because I know your worst nightmare is the Knicks playing Phoenix in the championship and the Knicks winning on a last-second layup by Ben Simmons. I don't know what you think.
Or Devin Booker hitting Ben Smith's face at the buzzer in MSG.
He wouldn't.
Game 7.
G-Money real
Wow,
quick. You gotta
wow.
mute
And
him.
it might
You gotta
be
mute him.
gives him a 3.
No,
It might be
shut
gives
him
him a
up.
3 bank call. Booker for the chip.
Yeah!
Thank you,
Shut him
Kev.
up.
2022 champs.
I
2022
am not changing
champs.
this handle as long as I'm on this show.
Later, y'all.
All right, Ron.
Yo,
I
Ron,
appreciate
Hey,
it,
Ron.
guys.
subscribe to
Check
your
out
YouTube.
Ron.
Of course.
He's
Check out
very,
Ron.
he's very knowledgeable.
Yeah, Ron, give us your plug where you
Understood.
can find you again, so everyone that's watching you.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can find me on Still Nick Fans. Just go to the YouTube, search up Still Nick Fans. I've got a podcast show with my man John, and we got our man Jose in the back holding us down behind the scenes, helping us with graphics and stuff. So it's a really cool show. I think we got some good content. So hopefully you can check us out. And if you want to see us do something a little different on either Wednesdays or Thursdays, depending on if the Knicks play, you'll also find this on the Nothing But Knicks network. We've got the NBA report show, and we go over some Eastern Conference teams as well as maybe some West Coast teams and how they relate to the Knicks. So it's pretty cool. So definitely check us out.
Just subscribe, sir.
I subscribed to you while we were on this, because when you were talking, I was like, this guy knows his stuff.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Say
Y'all
hi to
guys
John
have
for
a
me.
great night, man. Take it easy. Let's go Knicks.
All right, man.
Let's go.
That's Ron from Still Nick Fans. Thank you for coming on and chopping it up with us. We'll be on for a couple more minutes, and then we'll wrap it up Sunday night. People are hungry and so forth.
I can't leave this room, so I'm good.
How do you see January? I know we want to take one game at a time, but how do you see January, the rest of January, going for New York?
It's
barely above 500.
Okay.
That'll
be
If
exactly
we get
where
above
they're at.
we're gonna flirt with 500 the rest of the year.
Because February is challenging, so we got to finish January strong.
We're gonna be a lottery team.
No.
Okay.
No. Listen, Russ, and I don't mean it.
He's been saying that.
We got to lose a lot of games to be a lottery
No, you
team
don't.
right now.
If you're in a play-in,
Mhm.
look it up. If you lose a play-in game and don't make it to the playoffs, you are a lottery team.
If you're not a 10 seed,
But I don't want to wait, lottery like top 10 pick or like a
Top
20th?
15 is the lottery.
top 15.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So you would be in a lottery.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And we don't want to be
I
9
want
or
a
10.
15
We're
pick.
trying
You
to
can
get
take
Neither
that.
do I.
right, because 9 or 10 is a 1-game knockout. 7 or 8 is a 2-game knockout.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't
Tell
know
it
that
to the
either.
Warriors last year. The Warriors were the
If-
8 seed, lost to the Lakers and the Grizzlies, knockout.
Even if they do get in that lottery, I kind of like the way that the scouting team for the Knicks scout these players are smart. But man, we got too many draft picks though. We got 7 draft picks in the next to 2023. I mean, and what frustrates me is we got we got kids that can play and they don't hardly get playing time, and we're gonna draft more draft picks. Like,
We need more
We got
bench
to trade
warmers.
these things.
Mhm.
that's collateral. That's capital. And we could we need. That's why I think they're going to be active this trading deadline and move guys around and because they have the ability to do it. Bring someone in, and it's just I don't know. I trust the front office here to make a move to increase the odds for the team to be better, go forward, and if they don't do something, they know something. That's
But
the way
also, it's also the fit. Like, you don't just make a trade; it's also the fit. Like, you can make a trade, but we also need players that can fit on this roster, and it also depends on. Hopefully, they pass their physicals, they don't in protocol, and they're healthy, ready to go. Because February again, I don't want to look too far ahead, but just give you a heads up. February we have a 5-game road trip. March we have a 7-game road trip. So we got to take care of January now.
No, I know that, but I'm talking about when it comes to it might not be a trade that we at the moment might not agree to or make sense, but they have a plan maybe for next year, the year prior when they make a move, So I think they are, and it's interesting because we were mentioning on the Notorious E-Money Hoop Show. There's going to be moves around, There's going to be moves. I can see Cleveland making a move.
They should. Cleveland might make the playoff, but I think they need another guard. They need another guard.
Yeah, they might even move Sexton because you give someone the rights for his bird rights. So he's a restricted free agent, and you're able to use him. Some team that could use him just to have their rights and see they change their fortune as dinner has arrived.
Yeah, where's mine, Chip Dan?
Yeah,
you got to get yours. You got to worry about you, brother.
I got.
You got from DoorDash?
Yeah, man.
Wait, Chef looking like he got the munchies.
I do.
Yeah, do you have what
Russ,
do you
you
have
know what
burgers
time
here?
it is.
McDonald's?
The Giants ended their season early today. You know what time it is.
It's not early. It's on the exact right time they should have ended it.
Hey, we ended it early, late, whatever. I don't care.
Hey,
Calm down. You'll
someone
be here
gotta
next
put
week.
A to
You'll be
Z
here
in his
next week.
place. He's in
You'll
the
be
He'll
here,
be
right?
here.
You
He'll
right
be here
here
next week.
Keep
He'll
saying
be
that
here.
now.
Take that jersey
All
down.
Jets and Giants fans got to do is talk trash on the Cowboys. They know
Michigan
more
say
players
what?
on the Cowboys than you do on your own team.
Michigan
Okay,
say what?
but you're going to play one game more than the Knicks.
Michigan say what?
Than the
Doesn't
Giants.
matter.
Just one more game.
Michigan
Say
say
that
what?
now.
18-game season.
Popular to say that now. Michigan was in the playoff.
Michigan say what?
Michigan was in the playoff. Big Ten
So I have
champion.
a question, fellas. I was very
Yes.
curious.
Yeah.
So
Oh God.
one thing that's annoying, now not about the cowgirls or their old
That's what I
cheerleaders,
thought.
none of that.
Okay.
Right.
But why is Fournier unbenchable? And why does he continue to play? Like, it's coming off his stupendous career game.
Uh-huh.
But before that,
Mm-hmm.
I got that.
why is he untouchable? But
They just
Kemba
signed
could
him.
get benched. Everyone else could get benched. But
they-
Fournier was trash.
Kemba
18
18 million compared to 78.
Yeah.
It's just
yeah,
the money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good,
They-
Zach.
hate
Zach.
that.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Good, Zach.
They gotta showcase him so that other teams want him. If they bench him now, he'll never be tradable with that contract.
Pretty much.
Right. If he's $18 million and he's actually 3 years, 4 years an option on the team, and you go at the end of the season, his numbers are not. Let's say they hope in the hands is the average of the normal career. That contract becomes movable in another deal when you add picks or whatever to bring in a superstar. And what you do is he's making $18 million. His numbers are decent. A team will take it off your hand. Now, if you're benching him and goes, why am I going to take this guy? He's making $18 million. He can't even cut your roster. And you were in the, let's say, like Zach say, in the lottery, or you just one round exit, and you want me to take him off? You're like, no way. You got to pony up more, chompers. And that's why they keep playing him. They're trying to see if he gets his numbers to average, even though it hurts the team. But that's the reason why Fournier doesn't get benched. With Kemba, he's only a 2-year deal. He's only making $9 million. Even if you go this season, he's attracted to teams because he's an expiring contract. You could add a second-round pick, $8 million, and say, I got $8 million with an expiring contract that comes off your books. I'll give you a second-round pick or 2 second-round picks. Just take this contract off my hands. And that's why he becomes more attractive to bench Kemba Walker than a Fournier.
Chef Dan's making me really mad.
I got New York pizza.
I hate
So
you too,
weird.
Kev. I hate
What type
you
of
too.
pizza?
You do not have New York pizza because you are in Florida, my friend.
He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember what it's like to be in New York. He puts on 3 layers at 65 degrees.
This boy's
My
eating
man
glorified Domino's over here. I see.
My man says good morning to people everywhere he goes. You're not a New Yorker.
Wait, what is that? Who says good morning?
He says good
everywhere?
morning. Yeah, good morning. How you doing? Hello.
Good morning. Hello, how you doing?
It's not Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
First of all, if you see me in the street, don't even talk to me. That's how we are in New York. We pretend we don't see our friends in the store.
Mm-hmm. Like, look, I mean,
Life must suck in New York then.
And right. And
You don't even talk to your friends? What kind of life is that?
And speaking of the
Busy,
Cavs,
busy,
Klay
bro.
Thompson. And speaking of the Cavs, Klay Thompson's coming back. So how you think Klay's gonna look?
There's no telling, but I'm dying for Klay to come back because I love his game.
I'm excited for him.
Absolutely love it.
Everything he's gone through, he deserves a great comeback.
Right.
Hopefully he's
right.
not rusty.
But
I
bro,
mean, I
his
think
wrist
he'll be a
wasn't
little bit
hurt.
rusty.
So
No, but
he's
that
gonna be
all
able
you
to
got to
shoot.
do is stand there.
Yeah, but don't forget you need your legs to help you shoot because when you need
He
your
was
legs
a
to help you
lockdown
elevate.
defender.
Cheap money.
Yeah, but that was an
the
Achilles and
shooting
ACL.
coach.
Yeah, but that was when he was healthy. He didn't have an ACL and Achilles to defend. Not
I
that
did
when
ACL, now I can't shoot. So
the
I know
only
the
thing,
pain.
look, I know Klay's shooting is gonna come back to form because he's worked too hard on that. The only thing I would hope for is that his defense comes back to form.
maybe next year. I don't know
Because
about this year. Maybe next year. I
Because
don't know
with
about this year.
I know with these injuries, he's always gonna have his straight line speed. It's just with basketball, he's got to consistently cut and turn angles. I know he's not gonna have that this year.
I just hope he comes back and has a game where hopefully he just gets through it with no problems, no setbacks, and he just gets to do that tour on the fans. Really, Chef Dan, you got a Jameis Winston me right now?
I just don't want to see him get hurt on
Me
some.
neither.
He just got back and he got hurt. He worked hard.
Right.
Like I don't know. I just love Klay Thompson.
All
I wish he
star
was a New
player.
York dude.
Oh,
Like, I love him.
I would like
you're a
Klay
Warriors
Thompson.
fan.
No. I like good
Nah,
basketball.
I like Klay Thompson.
Russ,
I'm a
Klay,
diehard New York
Russ,
fan. Catch
give
me
it-
behind the
give
basket
another-
at the Knicks games very often.
Wait another year. You're gonna love Quentin Grimes because that's the same kind of player that I think hopefully Quentin Grimes could develop into a Klay Thompson type of player.
possible, because I can see the similarities. They both can catch and shield, both on-ball defenders. I mean, I can see it, though. I give Grimes 2 to 3 years. I don't know about next year, because he's still young, but I can see 2 to 3 years when he could be, I'm not saying talent-wise for Klay Thompson, but show some similarities, yeah.
Have some moxie. Say
A
you
D and
like
3
it.
guy.
Yeah.
I
I've never
mean,
seen so many people eat in a chat before.
man,
This is the hungriest
And-
chat I ever seen.
Welcome to the
Knicks were
Munchies
this
chat.
hungry.
Welcome to the Munchies chat. I'm Chef Dan here.
Bro, I just drink during the chat, you know what I mean? But I ain't got.
Cuba Libre, baby. But it's
You know,
this.
Talking about Zach, what you got to munch on, brother? What
It's fingernails.
air?
It's
Yeah,
fingernails.
I got a itchy eye. I got some popcorn here. I had some dinner. I can't really go get much out. Just frozen shit. Probably frozen crap. Easy stuff to make.
man,
You know, so I don't.
right,
My
right.
fiance is taking care of me,
Gotta
so I
warm
can't.
up the easy bake oven, baby.
Yeah.
Well-
Too bad I don't have
well-
a daughter and don't have one.
Well, here's another news. Breaking news. Innovative. Not in the
Knicks
world
trade for
of
Ben Simmons.
not in the world of basketball, but it's sports related. New York Yankees has become the first major league team to have their first woman manager in the single A. Tampa Bay Tarpons have just named Lindsay Adler as their first female manager. So congratulations to Lindsay Adler and in Tampa. So maybe I'll catch a Tampa affiliate just to see how that goes. So the New York
Speaking-
Yankees.
And
When did she
speaking
take
of-
over
As long
for
as she's
Boone?
good, I'm for it.
When
As
did she
long
take
as
over
she's a
for
good
Buffoon?
manager.
And speaking of ladies, Becky Hammond's going to be the new Las Vegas Aces head coach. So congrats to Becky Hammond, too.
Wait,
Oh,
She's actually going to be, from what I'm heard, she's going to be both the GM and the head coach. So
Yeah.
that's going to be something wonderful for her.
Good.
Mhm.
Oh, good job, man! I wanted her to
Is
get
that a
the
G League?
WNBA, she's going to be the.
WNBA, Russ.
WNBA, yeah.
Sorry, I
Have
don't
another
know
one.
WNBA, bro.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I watched WNBA, too, but congrats to
Yeah.
Becky Hammond.
Bro,
Congrats, man.
if I was in the WNBA, I'd be in the All-Star game right now.
Golly.
How tall are you?
I'm 6 feet.
Nah,
Okay, yeah,
nah,
right.
sorry. No.
Brittany
Not
Griner.
with some of these.
Oh,
Nah.
yeah. Posting up, baby.
he's got a fadeaway like Dirk Nowitzki. Trust
Oh,
me.
The Dirk leg.
I can
The
hoop,
Dirk
I can
leg. Yep.
He could
Yo,
play.
first of
He was he could play. He was my
Kev
best player.
was my coach when I hit a buzzer beater floater.
But
in
I
the
don't
Bronx.
I don't go around telling people that I was a head coach before. You know.
Oh,
Just-
okay.
Kev was my
coach?
coach, but he's
Yeah,
not
head
much
coach?
older than me. But Kev was my coach, and we
Way to
made the
diss me
team
on
in the
live.
Bronx, and there was like 4 seconds left. I
love
said, "Yo,
you, Zach.
Kev, give me the ball." Cash money. The
Well,
only
speaking
buzzer
of-
beater ever, though.
They called me the Pat Riley of the project, man.
Oh,
And rally.
Remember when I called the timeout, made the play, and then yeah.
Yo,
And
Now who's
but now I tore my ACL and different.
Yeah,
Man,
he turned into a Porzingis.
Zinger. I mean, KP's still good now.
He's
KP's
got
still
a-
decent now, but you know.
KP
so
for
Russ has
Randle
got to tell
as well.
someone like, listen, for one
I like
basketball player
Porzingis,
to
but I don't know
another.
about this version of Porzingis though. If you talk about a healthy Porzingis, I'll probably make that move. But now I don't know, man.
Let it go, G Money. Let it go.
I loved
Jesus
Porzingis
Christ.
when he was here. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh my
He was a
God.
beast. He was a nice player here, man. Athletic freak, can shoot, great rebound, great shot blocker. He was a good, nice player. And since I know some of you guys don't like the Celtics, but do you guys still hate the Heat, the Bulls, and Pacers to this day?
Uh-huh.
Even when those teams really more Indiana, it's not the same dynamite teams as before.
Neither's the Knicks.
I know,
Right
but
on
I'm
Reggie Miller on site, bro. On site.
Man,
I
It's
think I can
always
take
on
him.
the
He's like
Pacers.
187,
I can't stand
6'8".
him.
I got him
He
And
doesn't
I'm
look.
joining you on that,
Yeah.
Russ.
on site.
Uh-huh.
Why? Because
Choke
Miller.
him out right on site, right in front of Spike Lee.
On site.
I catch
You
Rick,
would-
look. I
I'll
catch
choke
Is this what you
you.
did, Reggie? Is
Look,
this
I
what
catch Rick. Look, I'm gonna let you know. I catch Rick Smith's lacking right now, bro. It's over for him. It's fucking over for him in that.
As soon as I'm,
Seven
as soon as
feet,
I'm
he'll
done
beat
with
you
my
to death.
DoorDash, you're getting your ass beat, Rick Smith.
We'll all get beat. But
As soon as I'm done with my DoorDash.
So you'll
as I
see
finish
Reggie.
eating nothing.
Reggie,
I got your
for
back,
all
Steph.
the years they tormented MSG, that's what you're gonna do
Yeah,
to
and
Reggie Miller.
that's why Mark Jackson
On site.
ain't gonna be a head coach of the Knicks because he went to the.
But you hate.
That's done.
Okay, I can understand the Bulls
doing the
because
shimmy. Yeah, shimmy your way into an unemployment line.
Well,
Swear to God.
I can understand.
Rick
I,
Smith is not good in Dykeman.
okay,
He's not good as Dykeman.
but you still hate the. But wait, let's go to the Bulls. I can understand the Bulls because the airness,
cares?
MJ and Sky Pippen. I know you hate the Bulls because of that. But why do you hate the Heat? Like, why do you hate Miami? It's because of the.
Pat Riley's a
If you
douchebag.
wait, if you
Hold on. Time out. Go ahead, Chef Dan.
Wait.
No, you got. Yeah. I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you.
You guys gotta
I'm
let
feeling
it
you.
go. You guys
Yeah.
gotta let it go.
No.
You guys gotta let it go.
G Money, stop. Let's finish this right now.
Hold on. I'm gonna do it like
If
around
you
the
as a
horn.
Knicks fan, have to ask, I'm
He's not
talking
a
to
Knicks
you,
fan.
you and yours. I'm talking to you, G Money.
You like
If
my
you
handle?
as a quote unquote Knicks fan have to ask why we're mad at Pat Riley, bro, you're not. It's not. Nah.
I
Thank you,
didn't
Russ.
ask that question. I never
Russ,
said that.
pull
I
that
said,
rim down one more time, bro.
but I never asked that. I
Thank
asked you why you hate the Heat. I didn't ask
Chef
why you hate
Dan.
Pat Riley.
Why do we hate the Heat?
Oh my God.
Even now, I can understand back
understand.
then, but now I can. You guys gotta let that go.
You
That
gotta let the
happened.
Ben Simmons BS go.
It's still.
Listen.
I'm not gonna let it go. That's what it is.
Get
No.
over it then.
Hold on. Let me give you an analogy. The Miami Heat, it's like right now you have your girlfriend or your wife, and here comes another the neighbor, same subdivision, takes your wife away, or in that case your girlfriend. That's exactly what the Miami Heat did.
Wait.
Yeah,
It
go
gets
ahead.
even worse. It gets
Right.
even worse, right? Right after she gets with him, guess what she does? She decides to teach him how to build a house like you.
Right.
Okay.
She then gets him the same job as you.
Okay.
She then goes all the stores where you eat at. Guess what? Now he's eating at the same stores that you eat at, that you
And-
showed her where to eat at.
And took half the house, half the car, and half your wages.
Good point. Good point.
And kicked your dog and ate food in your fridge.
Oh.
My only question
Wow.
is,
And then
do you
spit on
think
you
if
while
they would've gave
while she was leaving.
If Dolan would have gave Raleigh all this power, he would have stayed with us?
That's what he wanted.
So it's Dolan's fault. I hate Dolan.
I can
More than I hate
see why
Riley.
people hate Dolan.
I think it was Checkits. Checkits was too cushy. He didn't want to give up his authority. Checkits and
No.
To me, I just didn't care for Dolan.
There was another thing involved there. There was another
Okay.
thing there. I was listening to Chuck D. He did a podcast with the Athletics, so they had a lot going on. Mainly the reason why Pat Riley wasn't going to get into that deal was because there was big money movers outside of him that was already going to buy the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
There was someone outside of him that had the money that was going to buy the Knicks.
Bro, that's my dream for James Dolan to not.
He's
own
not
the
selling
Knicks.
that. He's never.
And I've
selling that.
worked with James Dolan in his suite because I've worked in the Garden for a while, and he's not a good person.
I don't know him personally.
I do.
You met not to
I've been in the suite. I've had the key. I've been in there. He won't acknowledge.
Wow.
So as a career, before I got into what I'm into now, I ran the clubs and suites in Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
And he is above you. He looks down on you. He will fire you if you don't recognize him. As far as like this security guard, right? Who's doing her job. Like women, there's a lot of women that don't follow the Knicks. They don't, and if you do, a lot of people follow sports and you don't know who the owner is. Like you may not know his face, you know your players. So there was a woman that asked him, like, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir, you can't go this way. Like, can I see your ID?" She got fired for not knowing who he is. Like, you hired a security guard to be a security. Like, he's just not a good person.
And the worst part is, I've worked at the Garden, so Russ can attest to this. When they do the introductions, I'll let them be fair that at the very least, because for me personally, what I can say is that they give you a pamphlet of faces of who to recognize. But the introduction process is so fast, and you got to really get to work the next day. You can't sit there. The only way you're going to dedicate yourself to knowing who these people are is if you go home and say, you know what? I know what my homework is for tonight. I'm going to take the work with me home. And I'm going to sit here. I'm going to memorize these guys. I'm going to wake up in the morning. That's who this guy is. None of these people know that. Which is why when, ESPN takes those stories about how Patrick Ewing sometimes gets difficulties entering the Garden, not everyone that works in there is a sports fan. So if they don't know James Dolan, they damn sure aren't going to know Patrick Ewing. Some of these people just don't know, and you end up giving a common person who's just trying to get their check and go home a way harder time than need be.
Yeah, Dolan's just not a good person. Like,
he's not.
So you're saying he's egotistical, selfish, moronic. You're saying that he doesn't care about anybody.
He's a rich guy. He's the prototypical rich guy.
Yeah, but not every rich guy is like that.
before I
No.
told
Not
you.
every rich guy is.
prototypical.
Nah,
That's why he's prototypical.
Oh.
There's a lot
So
of
when
rich
you-
dudes that are just regular. 'Cause I knew a lot of dudes that would come into clubs and suites, and they were the the CEO of Citibank or Bank of America. But you know what? I didn't know because they didn't tell me. Someone else told me, and I had their name, but I never would have known, and they didn't know that I knew, and they were probably just as, not maybe as much as Dolan, but they can do whatever they want in the world.
And Dolan, the whole Charles Oakley thing, that was really disrespectful there back in 2017. That was really disrespectful there. With that, when that situation happened, I lost some respect from Dolan. I did.
If you had any respect for Dolan at that point before that, that's the problem. That's why
I knew the security guards that took him out, and I knew a couple that were like, that happened right.
Your mic, Russ. Hold on, Russ.
Russ,
This is a good story because he mentioned this one before. I heard this one. Good. Russ, you ready?
Are you ready to speak, man? Or
hold on. He's getting.
I mean, I didn't really care for Dolan, but when that situation happened, Oakley, I really lost a lot of respect for him because he said, "Hey, I hope he gets some help." That was disgusting, right there, man. That was disgusting back in 2017, man.
We'll wait for Russell for that story because that was a really good story. He's right back in. Hold on, let me bring him in. Russ. There we go. That's Russ's. And G Money looks like he wants some nuggets. G Money, you want some nuggets?
I wish. Where's the fries? Yo, Dan, give me more fries, man. Come on.
Nah, I finished those. That's it.
Man, that's unfair, man.
That's it. Game over.
All right.
Hey, McDonald's, we need a sponsorship, man.
Please, give me some chicken nuggets with fries. And
McDonald's, Victoria's Secret.
Maybe wait.
Damn.
Knicks 100. You lost respect for Oakley? What?
Here's the reason with Oakley. And I want Russ to come back. Yeah, it was wrong for him to get kicked out. Let's bring Russell back in there. Russell, can you hear us? So hopefully he's
Yeah, my wife called and she interrupted. She was telling me she's on her way home from work.
Wives.
Yeah,
Did you tell her we talking these Knicks?
Wait, what happened?
Did you tell her we talking these Knicks and that's why you?
I'm about to though. The Knicks were here way before her, but now she's a Knicks fan. I take her to the games with me.
They've let you down a lot more than she has probably too.
Well, no one's let me down more than the Knicks.
Yeah, exactly.
It's bad ownership. It really is.
Tell us about the Oakley with the guards.
The Oakley situation when we played against the Clippers, we lost that game in 2017.
Yeah, so I knew the guards that kicked him out, and I knew guards that knew Oakley. And when they heard this happen, they were like, "Hey," all I had to say was, "Hey, can I go talk to him? Can I go talk to him?" But there was no negotiation as far as, "Hey, Oakley, we'll talk to you, whatever." They just said no. The closest guards go kick him out, and there were guards very close as well that had relationships with him, and Dolan didn't care. And I don't know what was said, but it wasn't serious, and they all told me it wasn't a big deal. And none of them wanted to do it because they all kind of knew him. Like they all waved at him, and we all know Oakley will beat the crap out of us. This dude is 6'9".
Oh, yeah.
He's 50 years old. He'll take
I agree
all
with that.
5 of us at the same time right now. I want no smoke with Oakley. And these security guards are just like fat, old, retired dudes. Like a lot of security guards are just, this is their job after retirement. They were like doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no, like Dolan could have de-escalated this.
Right.
He didn't care.
He just didn't care and just let the situation just go on, right? No, I agree with that. Dolan and me, man, and I don't want to make this more about Dolan, but Dolan and me, man, I don't think he's a real basketball guy. He's more of a hockey type guy. I don't think he's a real basketball guy.
That's far.
Doesn't matter. He's an owner.
He's an owner. He don't care. He don't meddle with the Rangers. He lays the guys. He gets the player, the people he wants there, and he don't meddle with them. He meddled last year though. Let me take that back with the Rangers. He fired the team president because he wanted him to fire the general manager. They didn't make the playoffs. They didn't make a move for an enforcer in hockey, and he didn't listen to him. He tried to meddle. They didn't listen. He says, "No, we know what we're doing for the best sentiment for our team." He fired the whole president, who was John Davison, who was the beloved Ranger announcer and now the president and so forth, and he got rid of him. So it'll be interesting. Russ, you're back on double. Look at that.
What the hell's going on?
Double Russ?
Wow. His doppelganger. His doppelganger. I opened up a portal like Doctor Strange and let you in.
Back to the future, baby.
Or it's Mitos' brother. Wow. And I have a good one for you. When was the last time you guys went to Madison Square Garden for a Knicks game?
Last time I went,
I have season tickets.
The first time I went was Kobe Bryant's last game at the Garden.
Mhm.
That was my first game on my 21st birthday.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Yep. And then my last one was Kristaps Porzingis' first game without Melo, like in the first year when Michael Beasley was there and all that, where they had blew a 30-point lead to the Pistons. I said after that I ain't buying no more tickets.
That's why you're a big fan of Beasley. You went to the urinal this
Michael Beasley.
Has anyone eaten more pizza than Chef Dan in their entire life? He hasn't stopped in 35 minutes.
No, McDonald's.
Bro, that's a burger. Stop playing with me, bro.
And Russ, I want to ask you, when was the last time you went to the Big Apple?
It's a 3-course meal. Stop playing with me, brother.
But Russ, I have a question for you. When was the last time you watched the Knickerbockers and MSG?
I have a weekend season plan, so my next game is the last game I went to. I don't know. I have really good tickets. They're like I'm in like the 12th row.
Right.
I don't remember who was the last team. Oh, my little brother.
You saw the Bucks. You went with the Bucks. Remember?
Was it this season?
Sell the Bucks tickets, man.
You sold that right. You had to work Saturday. That was that Saturday game. You told me. That's right.
Yeah, we did.
The one where we made the comeback.
No, we got blown out. Remember, Grimes had the monster game that Saturday.
That one, yeah.
I was tight because that's a good ticket. I have a package which is like 11 or 12 games. My next ticket is for Martin Luther King Day, but I don't know if I get off that day. So that's
against the Hornets.
I won't. Unfortunately, I won't be doing a watch along because I have to work. You know, they don't believe that down here in Florida.
They gave me a Monday game on a weekend package, so I don't know if I'm going to get off. If anyone wants to buy 12th row seats, I'll give them to you for a good price. I was going
to say, if you end up not making that Martin Luther King game, I'll take it.
Bro, I'll give them to you for a really good price.
And what about you, Dan?
I'll leave my number in the private chat.
I'll give them to you for like half
of
what I pay for them. They're really good seats.
And we can communicate too, Russ. We can communicate too, man.
I'll take G Money. He can wear his CP3 jersey.
G Money's not allowed to buy my tickets. I wouldn't even give it for $1 million.
No, I'm saying that we can just tag together as friends. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, you're a Suns fan, bro.
You know what? No. G Money is allowed to buy your tickets. You know when? As soon as Ben Simmons is on the team.
No.
And yeah. Well,
No. I rather no. Okay, but then I'm asking you, when was the last time you've been to a Knicks game? in MSG.
I've never been to a Knicks game.
What?
Never?
You're a
Never?
fan?
Yeah, we got to get him
I'm
there.
serious. Like, here's the crazy
Jesus.
part. Here's the crazy
Russ.
part. Like, I've been to like 2 Yankees games back when the Yankees were winning. My
Wait.
uncle took me.
With that
Right.
said, here we're gonna do this. Here we're gonna hold on. Time out. We're gonna pause.
Give
the
me a
pod.
number, Chef, because sometimes
those-
people don't want to go with me, and I'll take you with me. I'll take
There
you
you
first
go.
game.
I was gonna say that. I was
You
saying,
be my
yo, we're
date.
gonna do in the chat. We got the Cash App or PayPal donation. Let's get it. Hashtag. Let's get Chef Dan to his first Knicks game. We'll buy the tickets off of Russell.
Mm-hmm.
We'll raise the money for Chef Dan and go to the Knicks game too, so he could go watch the New York Knickerbockers. 12th row, good seats, and we'll definitely. So we'll get that information there. So
And-
we definitely want to see
The
that.
17th against the Hornets.
Yeah. Could be
I may
could
or
be-
may not be off. I'm not sure yet.
could be a play-in preview.
Oh, you know that? You go see Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre.
Kelly
No.
Oubre. LaMelo
Kev's favorite player.
Kelly Oubre.
Kelly Oubre.
Ball. And what about you, Janet? When was the last time you watched the Knickerbockers and MSG? If you
It
can
was
remember.
It was 2003. I had ringside, actually courtside seats.
Ringside.
But
Wrestling
I know.
fan.
I was
Great
thinking
job,
of MS. I was thinking about the fight. It was but it was a preseason game. Brooklyn, actually, New Jersey Nets, New York Knicks, on the floor seats. Oh man,
We
that
had
was
floor seats?
sweet. That floor seats.
My
Through
seats
Yo,
are
back-
great.
y'all don't know,
What
man.
urinal were you in?
Kev,
But through-
Kev resides in
No,
Orlando,
the
so now he
second
really gets
row.
floor seats.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
he gets
second
floor
row.
seats for about $3 now.
Yes, he gets floor seats now. When the Knicks
$3? What are they
come in,
playing?
yes.
LeBron? $3? That's crazy.
They
for
don't care
Magic
about
tickets.
basketball over there.
Dude,
They
I
don't
paid
care.
for-
Yeah.
2 years ago, or a few years ago, me and Austin, we were like pretty much the same seats that we were when the home opener. We were right, and I only paid $58 for me and Austin. We were right there, bro.
Crazy, bro.
Oh man, yeah, it's so sweet to go there.
Imagine if you were an Orlando Magic fan, like you could just like sit basically courtside whenever you want.
$99. You're a season ticket holder.
That's not bad. That's not too bad if you're a Magic fan. And speaking of the Magic losing to the
And
Wizards
you're sitting in the upper 100s. You're not front, but you're in the upper 100. You know,
I
you're
have 12th
really
row
good.
behind the basket in the Garden, and I think I get it's either 11 or 12 games, and it cost me $200 a seat.
Wow.
So
I paid half 160 100 with taxes and all 160 this year behind. I was 8 rows behind the visitors basket where it was the Knicks with the bench.
Nice.
And that, me and my wife, we were there that day, and we actually Ron that was on. I came live from the arena to actually CT's program in another content creator. He was on there too, and we were there, man.
For me, the last time
look
I
at
went,
that. Man,
Oh, no.
Chef
Chef
Dan,
Dan.
three
Yo,
course meal.
can you show it again? I wasn't paying attention. Can you show it again, man?
I
Wasn't paying
showed
attention.
Show him, Dan.
You
Don't
suck,
show him
G-Money.
nothing.
You suck, G-Money.
Wow.
You know what you're missing is the freaking milkshake.
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't
I
do
think
that. I
he's had
told you I'm
enough.
lactose
Oh, that's right.
intolerant.
That's right. You're lactose
I'm lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he's had
Yeah.
enough.
We can't smell your farts through
He's
the
literally been
podcast,
eating
bro.
for about an hour. He's had enough.
Wow.
Right.
Yo, he's
For
literally
me-
been eating for an hour and a half. How many nuggets did you get?
I guarantee he don't have enough.
We got a 50 piece. He pulled
They
it
ain't a piece of lettuce or tomatoes near Chef Dan today.
Yo, I really did. I only eat salad when my girl is watching because she.
Don't forget the grilled chicken. Order the grilled chicken salad. Yummy.
Nah, she won't. Nah, she won't let me off with grilled chicken. Nah, she's strictly salad. She knows I kill any animal and eat it under the earth. It really
So,
doesn't matter to me.
So that
But I
she
do
doesn't
eat-
let
Do you
you
eat a
eat
dog?
real food.
I want to ask. So
And you're
Dan, since you say you will eat any animal, would you eat? I'm just asking, just a random
Jay
question.
Barrett.
Jesus.
Would you eat a cat or a dog?
Ben Simmons. burger.
G-Money, where do these questions come from,
Where
bro?
did- yeah,
So-
Yeah, man.
You just,
No, G-Money, let's
It was
stick to
just a
basketball.
figurative,
Let's stick
yeah,
to
it was a
basketball. I don't want
yeah.
everybody to leave. Let's talk some more
Okay,
basketball hoops.
fine.
We have
Okay,
viewing
fine.
audience that here.
All
Let's
right,
talk about the
fine.
basketball.
We'll talk about.
When was your
NBA.
last time at Madison Square Garden?
Oh
by
yeah,
the way?
Christmas Day against the Boston Celtics. It was a crazy
Wait, when
game,
was
come
that?
down
That's
to
a
the
good
wire.
one.
It was
That's a good
Christmas
one.
Day 2016 against the Celtics. It was a crazy
think it
game,
was
came
this.
down to the wire. And Marcus Smart,
You were
who's a
working
Nick
that
killer.
day, right, Jeff? I mean, Russ, you were working that day.
Bro, I used to just sit courtside and pretend I was working. I'd walk behind the bench and hang out with like Mitchell Robinson's grandmother.
Me and her, Miriam is mad cool.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh yeah, when Marcus
Wow,
Smart and
that's
Nick
like
Taylor
Manuel
were big
Quickly's high
for
school coach.
Cougar meat.
Yo,
Manuel Quickly's high school coach.
Nah.
Yo, Chef Dan, does Kev have the munchies tonight as well?
Yeah,
real full.
I didn't send him no
Just 'cause
package. I didn't send him no package, so I don't know where he got that from. I didn't. Yeah.
He's
I
just
wanna know
happy.
where- I want to know if Chef Dan
I had
gets
some
his
delicious
80-piece
brownies.
nuggets.
I had these delicious brownies that just I don't know.
Yo, you know what's crazy? Y'all really stretching it every time. Yo, I ate 2 nuggets max in front of y'all, and now y'all skipped it.
We'll have to
But
hit it on the
you know what?
replay.
It may have
2
not
hour
been
long
nuggets.
stream.
But you haven't stopped chewing for about at least an hour and a half.
I look, you're stretching.
Your
Look, it don't
strength
take-
is impeccable.
Look, it
And
don't take 3.5 business days to eat a 10-piece. We know
Yo,
you got
look,
a 50.
yo,
We know you got a 50-piece.
He got the
And a large
family.
fry.
He got the McDonald's family
And an
meal
apple
with
pie.
with the.
Yeah,
nah, yo, look.
Yeah, but he got the Diet Coke. You see, he's on a diet. He got the Diet Coke.
Well, yeah, he's trying to be responsible.
Trying to be.
Yeah,
You know,
that
trying to
used
lose
to kill.
some weight.
Yeah, that used to kill me. I used to see my aunt. Yeah, I'm in diet. Yeah,
F that. I got a
burger.
Sprite.
This,
I'm not telling y'all I got no Diet
give
Coke.
me
I
a
got
give me a
Sprite. I don't
give me a give me a Coke Zero. I'm like,
Right.
I mean, at this point, might as
Scum
well
of the
just-
earth.
And speaking of somebody who's on, not to be
I got a
disrespectful,
Coke Zero.
speaking of someone who could be on coke sometimes,
Yeah.
what do you think about Stephen A. Smith? Speaking of someone's on coke sometimes, what do you think about Stephen A. Smith?
I think he needs to give up on his hairline. That's the number one. Like, let it go,
Oh.
dog. It's over.
Okay.
What
That's
hairline?
what exactly.
Here.
So,
You know what sucks? That he's trying to win. He's trying to take the Jinx role because Spike Lee once it's going to be Stephen A. Smith, the mascot, the Jinx mascot of the Knicks.
And if I'm the Knicks, I would never accept him to be a quote unquote mascot.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
Hell no.
I'd rather have Fat
Hell
Joe.
no. I'd rather, Fat Joe, yeah.
Because Fat Joe is more of a true Knicks fan. That's true.
He'll
Stephen,
actually-
I'm with Fat Joe. I'm all about that.
Yeah,
Stephen A. is cohesive.
Like I'm sorry, but in order for you to I don't like it's not Stephen A. Smith. When I think of Stephen A. Smith, I don't think of New York. He doesn't
kisses-
resonate any type of New York to me.
Hollywood.
He's
he
Hollywood. He's way
He kisses
He's not
Pittsburgh.
gritty. There's no grit.
No,
Pittsburgh,
He's
the LA
useless.
Lakers, and also Stephen A. overhypes the Warriors.
Well,
Stephen
Aaron
A.
Rodgers.
No, look.
Stephen A. doesn't
Nah,
like
look,
Kyrie.
G Money. What I want to say as far as Stephen A. I don't, his sports take are his sports takes. They are what they are. I'm talking about the person who, he portrays himself to be, even when he
Right.
tries to let us know, yo, I'm from New York, this, that, whatever. Like, all right, him and Kenny the Jet Smith, those two guys, you see how they have to convince you that they're from New York in
corny.
order for you to
Good
get
point.
from,
It gets annoying, yeah.
like
They
Kenny,
don't
like
even
Kenny
have
literally.
that.
The only time Kenny really lets you know that he's from I don't man, this guy is so funny. I'm sorry. This is Kenny the Jet Smith is really funny. The only time he really lets you know that he's from Queens is like, Kenny, you wasn't even really like that in your career. What you talking about? I was on the Houston Rockets, 2 rings, left,
Yeah, we
right.
know
And it's
that,
like,
Kenny.
bro, I don't
Jed, we know that you don't have to tell us that you blasted off in H-Town. We know that, man. But
It's
for
just
me,
no.
with Stephen A. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, I was gonna say one guy that I respect, and he's not a New Yorker, but he really is true and through, is Wilbon. He's the Chicago native, Chicago Bulls. He's and I can't stand him. I like him on PTI, but I can't stand the fact and he doesn't like New York, and he makes it seem and he's true to his Chicago team.
You can't blame that though. He's Chicago through.
I love loyalty.
Yeah, Chicago New York rivalry.
Yeah,
I mean,
I respect that a lot more than what Stephen A. Smith
Loyalty is number
portraying.
one.
Stephen
He's
A's an
really
idiot.
Stephen A. I mean, I don't know him as a person because I try not to get personal because I don't know these guys as people. Stephen A. He makes
got your number on speed dial. He took your number from the chat, so you'll get a call from Stephen A. later.
Stephen A. makes some good points, but he has one of the most disrespectful takes I ever heard. He said Donovan Mitchell was the best Utah Jazz player of all time. That was idiotic.
No, he didn't.
He said that. He did. Check. Yes, he did. That was one of the most disrespectful things I ever heard.
That's a bad take there.
That's unbelievable.
He's an idiot, dude.
He also said that the
Like, you
Warriors
could
are
have
going to win
said
the champion. He said the
Stockton
Warriors are,
or Malone, either one.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
or even right. He had said the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm not believing the Warriors that is me. He also said that he always rants on Kyrie. I mean,
His rants
I
on
love
Kyrie
Kyrie.
are validated though. His rants on
Agree.
Kyrie are validated because what it all comes down to with the rants with Kyrie, and not to stem off on that. Essentially, Kyrie,
Mhm.
you signed a basketball contract. You signed a contract. That means within the contract, it stipulates that you have to be there for the team, so forth and so on. You could have chosen to not sign that contract. You could have chosen to really retire. But in essence, he kind of, when he goes into work for basketball, which is work,
Mhm.
he kind of comes in when he wants, comes in when he doesn't. He calls out when he wants, and if he
Best
doesn't,
job
we'll
ever.
find out. And then after that, we're at fault for prying into his business because he didn't call out at work. Like, bro, you got to grow up. Be an adult first.
True.
Interesting take. Interesting take.
Kyrie
But
has the
you,
best job of all time.
yeah,
Y'all didn't
and
even ask the Cowboys fan what he feels about Stephen A.
he might even Kyrie
No
might
one
even get a
cares
ring
about
this week.
Cowboys
No,
fans.
no one.
That's the
Yeah,
funny
it's
thing.
it's relevant.
Stephen A.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Saying
know
the
he
whole
does when it
national
comes to the
media doesn't
Cowboys.
care about the Knicks.
Yeah, but
The
guys,
accident win
but
that
guys, for all
happened,
those
Stephen A.
Cowboy fans, there's a wonderful channel you could go to. It's called A to Z Media. Talks about the Cowboys.
Yes!
Go check it out.
Go
check
check
it
out
Check them out. Give them that like.
down.
Hit
I'm
that
allowed to ask a
subscribe.
question, though.
Get out of here.
Oh yeah, Stephen A. always says an accident
It
win
has
that
nothing to
happened
do
with the
with it.
Cowboys.
Dusty
No,
ass
Yeah.
he's
jerseys
right.
in the back.
He's right when he says it, but he says some dumb stuff with it. Like he said last week, he said, and I could try to find the clip for you guys. He said he doesn't believe in Dak Prescott as a Super Bowl quarterback. I don't necessarily either, but at the same breath, he says Lamar Jackson's going to win multiple Super Bowls in his career as a quarterback.
No, he hasn't said that about Lamar for real.
Yes, he did.
I don't know
Because
enough
that's
about
crazy.
Stephen A.
The one thing he said
Lamar
consistently
Jackson is a
about-
running back glorified. And you're going to say Dak Prescott can't win a Super Bowl, but he
No,
can?
see, that's the crazy part.
This is a biased opinion,
He's
though.
never
I can
said
see
Lamar
it.
Jackson is a quarterback. He's really, he's not an elite quarterback or things of that nature. It's
I
He
love
also
Lamar, but
doesn't
you
like
can't.
the
Both of
Bucks.
them are unproven. You can't act like one's guaranteed to do it and the other one's not.
Ooh, but I have another person you probably don't like. What about Max Kellerman? What do you think about Max
I
Kellerman?
like Max Kellerman.
I don't
You
mind him.
like Max?
I
don't
love
mind him.
Max.
Whoa!
I don't
like
like
Max.
how he jumped.
We
ship
like
from
you,
the
and you're a
Knicks.
traitor.
here's
But I'm
the
like,
thing.
very
Like,
knowledgeable.
here's the crazy part. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Like, I don't care for Max. I really don't. Like,
yeah,
when
same.
Max was on First Take, it was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I didn't like him there either.
Like, it was
He was
like,
some of
but
the
when I saw it,
weirdest
it's like,
takes.
oh, Skip's not there. Okay, all right, whatever.
He's an
He
idiot.
had his
He's
back
more
and forth
respectful.
with
Are you talking about Skip or Max?
with Stephen A. Smith.
Max.
But now after he
Okay.
left First Take, I'm like, oh, Max ain't there. Now I see him on another show. I'm like, oh, Max is there. But to me, Max is just
There.
Yeah,
He's
Max,
just there.
Max's takes are idiotic, but it's still he's more respectful about it.
I love
I-
boxing.
I love
Max's
yeah. You
boxing
can
knowledge
Boxing
you,
Max
you,
knows his
yeah,
boxing. He
yeah,
knows his boxing.
is
the best.
is above and beyond almost anyone else. His
Yes.
boxing knowledge,
Yes.
don't question his boxing knowledge.
I-
If you
I've been-
do, you don't know boxing.
I've been following Max Kellerman since 1998 when he around there when he about his boxing takes
Mhm.
before
His boxing
and
is
he's a
wait.
savant.
You said around 98. So you bought the
98,
CD.
98. Huh?
So you bought the CD.
Bought the CD,
He has the poster
mixtape,
hanging on his wall.
the
You bought the
mixtape,
mixtape.
the
Yeah.
No, I love
mixtape.
Max
You
for
know,
boxing
the Blu-ray, not the Blu-ray, the laser disc. You know,
Mhm.
Oh, you bought all that.
all
I
that.
pulled up his
Fan
age.
boy.
Rumble, young man, rumble.
No, he was good. I remember one of
knows
the first to
boxing.
break down the Trinidad and De La Hoya
He knows
fight.
boxing.
You know, he was really good with that. He was calling for that years for that, and I remember, you know, and I'm man,
Max is a
Kellerman,
man with
and
boxing.
Max when it
He
comes
knows
to
his boxing. He knows his boxing. He knows
Yeah.
it inside and out. Even though some of his takes when it comes to other sports may be a little bit questionable, he does know his boxing. Ooh, what about? And some people call this guy Knicks hater Charles Barkley.
I love Charles Barkley. Are you kidding me?
Oh, he's funny.
He's
funny.
He's an
He's
entertainer.
entertainment. And
I don't think
Yeah,
he
I don't-
hates the
yeah,
Knicks.
people forget-
I don't think
people
he
I
hates
don't
the Knicks.
I don't take Chuck serious. I
People
don't.
forget
don't?
just how, but people forget just how dominant he was. And
He was a
people
beast.
just pass him off like he has no idea what he's talking about. Dude was an MVP. Dude was one of the best players in the world. you can't
Chuck,
nobody disrespect him.
And you could compare him in the beginning, you know, when he first came in the league, to Zion Williamson.
yeah, I
A
can see
million
similarities.
times better.
The
course,
round mound
but-
of rebound.
Right.
He can also stretch the floor
He
sometimes.
could
Now,
handle playing being fat though.
and he was athletic too when he wanted
He
to
lost
be.
the weight. He lost it.
Yeah, but he still didn't. He didn't sit out at like about 4 to 6 weeks every year.
And speaking of Mount Zion, I mean, do you think he'll play this season? Zion Williamson, do you think he'll play?
Who cares?
Final 12 games. I think he'll play the final 12 games.
Even when the season's over?
Is he the
No.
new
Final
Greg
12,
Oden?
yeah.
Is this the new Greg Oden?
I hope not.
No, he already
I
played
hope
more
not.
games than Greg.
Pretty much.
That's
Greg,
terrible. Greg was nice too, man.
Yep.
he was good in Portland. He was good in Portland.
He was,
good in
He was
Portland.
good in
great in Ohio
he was in
State.
Ohio State. He was really good in Ohio State.
We all knew he was going to be good. And like, I'm not mad at him. I hate when people are mad at players for not playing. Like, he wanted to play. Big
He just
men
got hurt.
Just have these. Like, imagine if Yao Ming never got hurt. You know what
Oh
I'm
my
saying?
gosh, he would have been a top 5 center back. Not of all time, but I'm saying that at the time,
Maybe
of all time,
dude had a couple championships. You never
give
know.
him if you just give him the chance, he may have made a debate. You never really know.
I'm not
Someone
gonna
like
say yes or no.
yeah, you can't really say that because in essence, I can say this, between the years that Kawhi left, like literally the year that Kawhi left the Spurs and then joined the Raptors and then left, in that 1 year's time span, he shifted where he is placed in the history of NBA players.
True, he shifted. He
One
did.
season.
And he
It
helped
sometimes takes just one season, yeah.
One lucky bounce that went up so
But I
high.
don't care. It went in, and
Bro,
the
I love
Raps
Kawhi. Oh,
won the
don't
chip.
take it as
No matter if it's lucky,
He's
like
not.
Allen
He's
Houston.
not. Look, G Money. He's not saying that. What he's saying is like it just sometimes
the
things
easiest
can go
things,
your right way. Sometimes things can go your way, and like it wasn't that. Oh, you prepared for it to go your way. Sometimes you just did all the right things, and just when you needed a little bit of luck, it was your opportunity and your preparation meeting at the right time. That's it.
Why do you get hung
It's just
up on
he
stuff
needed
like
something
that?
to. Yeah, he just needed
He's
something
a
to
Hall
go
of
his
Fame
way.
player anyway. If he never got hurt, he could easily be a top 5 center of all time. He's already a Hall of Famer with
No, he is a Hall of
short
Famer. I agree with that.
injury, so he could be a top 5 center.
Shaq was like, he was strong as hell, and
Shaq was a beast.
strong.
Athletic. He can pass. Shaq was athletic. He can pass. Rebound.
What about how speaking of Shaq, what about how underrated Wilt Chamberlain is?
Oh, I never seen him play, bro.
No, but
Wilt was skilled.
Hold on, his strength alone. When Wilt was in his 60s before he died, him, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Shaq did a commercial and Shaq tried. Now this is Orlando Shaq, but he was still strong as you know what. He tried to back Wilt down in the commercial, and he couldn't move Wilt at 65 years old.
What?
So that's saying something about Wilt still.
But Wilt also
Shaq couldn't move him, huh?
Wilt also said in his book, I think he said he had sex with 10,000 women.
Legend.
He had more ass than a toilet seat.
Are you sure we want to talk about that? You want to talk about that?
You wrote it down.
What if you tried to talk about eating a dog?
I was just joking. I was just messing around, man.
I'd rather talk about getting women.
All right,
I didn't say it. I'm just saying what he said. I'm
saying I'd rather talk about that than talk about eating dog. I got my dog right here. You offended me.
Hey, Dan said that I'm gonna move on.
There you go.
I'm not gonna go back into
3 hours later. 3 hours later, he got it.
Take the hint, G Money.
Yeah, man. No, dude, this is crazy.
I think from now on, when we do these like looks like around the horn almost.
Yeah.
I think it needs to be G Money and in parentheses behind it needs to say Suns fan. So people know what's going on in your brain.
You don't want I told him I get him a green screen so he could put the Suns logo on the back, but you don't want
but I love basketball and I love many teams. Another team that I do like watching, the Hornets. I like watching the Grizzlies though. I like watching. What?
No, the Hornets.
G Money is not a diehard Knicks fan.
I am a true Knicks fan, but I like commentating the game.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I like commentating the game.
You're not a diehard Knicks fan.
But I like commentating the game. So.
But you're not. You don't listen to this, Russ. We did a watch along, okay? And Chef Dan and Kev, I'm lying.
God.
I'm dying.
Yeah. No.
So RJ or whoever it was made a big 3, and he goes boom shakalaka for RJ hitting a 3, right? for whoever it was it the Suns we were playing? Doesn't matter.
think so.
Nah, it wasn't the Suns.
We're
It
playing
was
another
the
team, right?
Or the
Chicago
Bulls.
Bulls.
Was it the
Chicago
We're playing the
Bulls.
Bulls. We're
Oh,
playing
it's
the
Kobe
Bulls.
White.
Hold
Kobe
on,
White.
hold on. Kobe White hits a three and he goes bang, bang,
You know,
bang.
he even said double D's. He was
That's
actually
beautiful.
he was motorboating the double D's for DeRon DeRozan. He scored. Yeah, the chat quickly had to say something. Yo, G Money, you seem
But then
more
when
happier.
RJ Barrett hit the game winner, he'd be like, all right, cool, I guess.
No,
that was a lucky. He was as
You only
lucky.
come on when we lose. You don't come on when they win.
I do.
He had a lucky bounce. He had a lucky bounce. A broken clock is right twice a day.
Well, it's true, but still don't say that.
I would have said Bing Bong Bank. I would have said that though.
No,
I'm
you
not down
can't
to
give a
Bing
bang
Bong.
to another team,
I don't
not
even
to
like
the
Bing
Knicks.
Bong.
You gave a
Huh?
triple
You
bang.
don't like the
to
Bing
Kobe
Bong?
I don't.
Bing Bong.
No. Bing
The whole-
Bong.
And I'm from New York.
Stupid.
I was born in Jacoby Hospital, in a ghetto hospital in the Bronx.
Hey, my
I'm
sons were
lucky I
born
got
there.
out of there.
My sons were born there.
Your spuns.
My sons. I just got a little
Yeah.
toothache. That's why I'm like fucking.
I just got some cold to myself.
You talking to me?
But Jacoby Hospital, if you make it out of Jacoby, you are New York. I got out of there in 1981. I'm an old ass fella.
This just in. Ben Simmons was born at Jacoby Hospital.
And then
He would
quickly
be
moved to Australia.
That boy would hit free throws if he came out of Jacoby. I don't even care if you can't shoot, but you better hit them free throws if you only want to drive. That's my thing with Ben Simmons. And now I lost my train of thought.
Bing Bong.
Damn you.
You talking about
I
Bing
do.
Bong?
I'll be fair. I do call it
Sounds
to
kinda
Bing Bong
corny.
Bum sometimes. I'll be honest. I do
Yeah,
call
but you
it
give
to
a
Bing
triple
Bong Bum
bang to
sometimes.
Kobe White, dude. You're not a
Hey,
Knicks fan.
hey, that's a big shot. I don't care. It's a big
But
shot.
you don't give it to RJ. You're not a diehard Knicks fan.
He
No,
was
he's
out
not.
there.
He said it.
Double D takes the dish, scores it out. to
Double
Big
D with the
Vooch.
sports bro.
Big Vooch kicks it out to Caruso. AC 1 in. Yeah. I was like, what the?
He was making.
In the
Hey,
words
guys,
of most New Yorkers, what we would say is, whose man is this?
Hey guys, I will never do this. I'm just trying to just get this
God.
going. I will never do it. Just listen to the question.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Who cares?
If there was a time that I know this will never happen. I'm just trying to be
Jerry
funny.
Jones.
When ESPN called me and said, "Hey, I'm just being fun. I just want to get you guys going. Hey, G Money, Mike Breen won't do the Knicks Suns game. You want to do it? Sure, I can fly to the Valley. Sure. Will you guys watch the game? You guys watch it?
No,
I didn't
I'm
hear the
showing you
damn
the whole
question.
time, and I'm
No,
banning everyone.
you know why? Because
not?
you know why we're not
Nah,
watching?
G-Money,
Because you should be watching
I
the
will.
BX Sport Jedi Network watch along with BX Sport Jedi Kev and Chef Dan doing the play by play and watch along. And no, you don't watch you pull it.
I
Oh,
said,
yeah,
hey
you
guys,
can't reverse
I'm
market.
at the Valley. Wow, I'm doing the game for ESPN. Wow, I'm at
can't.
the Valley. This is Suns.
Now you know what?
Play
No,
by
dude.
play.
For anyone to be successful, so I would root for you,
Thank you.
but I would hope whatever team you're rooting for loses.
We wouldn't
besides
hear
the
you
Knicks.
because you'd be on the Suns broadcast, not on the Knicks.
Why?
We
Because
only
you
listen to
think
Knicks fans.
so. Why you think that if an example, you think that game's
And
tied, Booker
Clay
puts
got
up the
his
three.
first bucket.
Boom,
Congrats to
shakalaka.
Clay.
Hey Clay.
Oh, Clay hit his bucket. By the way, fellas, how about that? Wait,
That's
here's
beautiful.
That's beautiful.
the eBay find, a nice eBay find,
That's a
brand
beautiful-
new,
Oh,
that's a
nice.
beautiful-
How much that run you?
$50. I got
That ain't
lucky.
bad. That ain't bad, man.
That's a beautiful thing, man. Look at
That's
that.
a memorabilia right there. God damn.
And it's
That was
white, so you
beautiful.
can't
I was-
sweat in it, which is terrible. So I only wear it at certain times.
You want to know why we wouldn't see G Money? Because he'd be on the Tucson Jedi Sports Network.
And then he'd be like, I want to go back.
I think that's a part of leadership, is to have some of the guys that have gone before that have been disappointed to share it with everybody involved. For me, it's a reminder. I, too, have been here 23 years. And it is a reminder. I've been here when it was glory hole days, and I've been here when it wasn't. And so having said that, I want me some glory hole.
But seriously, you're
I
telling
wanted you to
me
play it while G Money started asking the dumb question.
Well, me
I
some
just jumped in the
glory.
chat. I didn't realize we could put our numbers in the chat and stuff. I gotta
You could put
Send
your
that to
numbers
you,
in the private chat.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, I didn't realize that shit. I'm always drunk. It's my problem. When I'm not working, I'm drunk.
That's a good thing.
Hi,
You got the
hi,
spirits
Russ.
in you.
Are you watching the
What's up,
Knicks?
Russ?
Of course. You got to.
You got to be drunk to get season tickets.
Nah, I got the 12 game. Bro, I don't know what I was thinking, but you know what? I always have fun. But I do got some plugs to like get in the clubs and stuff, but it's fun.
No, I just meant you got to be drunk to be a Knicks fan, let alone have Knicks season tickets. You got to have some.
Oh, bro. You're a
liquid
Cowboys
courage.
and Knicks fan, so you're hated all over.
I don't care. I'm hated
Mr.
on
Johnny
Knicks
Davis
YouTube
loves your
cult.
hat. Mr. Johnny
My
Davis
man
loves your
Johnny.
hat.
I like you though, Z. I like you.
No, yeah, cool. Most people don't.
Z
Because I'm a Cowboys fan.
Johnny, hold on. Johnny wants a question for the chat. Which one? That would be a dope question for the chat. Which one? The hospital you were born in? My hospital that I was born in doesn't exist. It went away. It was called.
It was created in a lab.
Parkchester General Hospital. That went away. Yeah, and here's the funny thing. Me and my wife both were born in the same hospital and delivered by the same doctor.
What year were you born, Kev?
76.
You gonna give it up?
76.
76.
I'm proud to say that. I'm a
Kev got
76
me like
boy.
5 years.
Damn.
I didn't know
that. means he was like 3 years? No, four years after the 4 years after the shut up. 4 years after the Knicks 4 years after the Knicks championship, right? Like
take your socks off.
3-4 years.
I missed that. Yeah. I was there. Yeah, I remember my recollection was the Bernard King. I will. He always mentions to say I haven't seen Russell around. Yeah, he always mentions.
Well, speaking of Russ, would you mind? I know this would not happen. Would you hate it if we got Russell Westbrook? Would you hate we got?
I don't want him.
Let's kill Ben Simmons and then bring up another point guard who can't shoot.
Yeah, right. Here goes another 2 hours.
G Money. There's no way you want Russell Westbrook.
I didn't say I did. I'm asking you. I didn't say I did. I'm asking you, would you want him? I didn't say I did. I was just asking a question.
Like if he just could sign with us, just straight up sign.
We were at the trade for him though. The Lakers were at the trade for him. You wouldn't trade for him at all. I'm just asking. I didn't say I want him.
Anything. I wouldn't give up anything.
And
but if he was just going to come here on a team-friendly deal, you kind of got to take him because the team-friendly deal is tradable if it doesn't work.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's the same thing I was talking about. John Wall. If he gets released, and you can get him for nothing, where you bring him in and you sign him for $6 million, and he comes in and if he doesn't work out, sign up.
I would not mind John Wall.
John Wall gave up on basketball. I think there's no way he's in basketball shape. He just gave up on basketball and he's gonna make his $40 million a year and ride it out until his career is done.
Can you blame the guy?
Yeah, I don't blame him.
No.
He got his contract was so
an Achilles.
But the contract he got was so crazy. It's like looking at it, it's like
people forgot how good he
was.
Though.
Yeah,
he was a top 5
people
point guard in the NBA at the time.
He was the legit.
Yeah,
he was good passer, great defender. Could hit. He was an underrated player though. Back in the day with the Wizards, at the time he was a top 5 point guard at the time in the NBA.
Smart guy, basketball IQ, very smart guy. Very smart, intelligent guy who loves basketball. Who used to, I don't know, we don't know now. But
I don't think he loves it.
Well, from I think it was, who was it from the Athletic?
Fred Katz. He was putting out some, information about John Wall. You'd be surprised, Russ. Like this guy, he watches all the young kids play basketball. He knows all the next young kids coming up as far as men and the women. He knows, how the WNBA draft, how he thinks it's supposed to look like. Like he really enjoys the sport of basketball. So he's someone who,
Do you think that if he was really if he was John Wall, because he is John Wall. When I say
if he was
John Wall,
the Wizards version of Wall,
yeah, he would be playing. There's no way you could bench that player.
I just think he's frustrated. I think he still loves basketball. I think he's just severely frustrated with how his career's turned out to this point.
Mm-hmm.
And he's on a bad team
because he's kind of here's the crazy part. He's kind of in the middle of no man's land. If you really look at the territory he's in, He's getting paid all this money, yet no true contender can truly trade for him. And if you are going to trade for that magnitude of a contract, you're 9 times out of 10 going to give that player full control of your team. And John Wall isn't, he's not athletically where he once was to where he can take control of a team like that.
He can't be the athletic ever again, because
I
if
give you that.
you haven't been playing nonstop, even if you have that quick muscle fiber twitch stuff, if you don't stay out there, he's not jumping over the rim again. He's laying it up.
Right.
There's no chance.
What's probably frustrating him is he's going through what's called the CC Sabathia syndrome. Remember CC Sabathia used to throw 90, 99, 95 miles per hour fastball. He got injured or he just had to reinvent himself. And I think certain players can't reinvent themselves. And that frustrates them because they only know how to do one thing. And if he doesn't know how to reinvent himself, they feel like they're useless. And maybe he has to find that balance, the happy medium of reinventing himself as a basketball player. What is he going to bring to the table? And I think that's what's going on with John Wall and many other players that we could sit here and talk about.
What does he have? I'm curious. Does he know what he has?
We don't know. Maybe he's not on the floor. And Houston wants to go with the youth movement, and we don't know. We don't know what they don't want to buy him out. He wants but he also wants all his money too. He doesn't want the uncertain too.
What happened is what they pretty much said, from what I heard, which could be wrong, was they both agreed they're going to try to find a new team for him. But like Kev said, that he won't take a buyout unless it's the full price of his full price of his contract, which is gonna that many $1 million. That's gonna be like a Bobby Bonilla deal. So they're gonna have to really. It's gonna take till probably the rest of the season to really work out a buyout, of that magnitude. That's like Bill Gates getting divorced.
But then again, how many? Well, it's not really about the
40-something million.
How many years left? 2 years left, right? At $40 million each.
40,
that's a lot of money to buy out.
45 or 42 million. Yeah, you're talking about 90
50 million is last year. His deal's 50 million.
Yeah,
and
you're right. You're right.
That now.
Plus, he got the trade kicker as well.
Right.
That's why it makes it impossible to trade, and you got to be a really, really goofy organization to want.
You have to trade a lot for John Wall.
If there's one out there.
How did he end up over there? Like, why did they take
traded Russell Westbrook trade? Russell Westbrook trade, yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy that they're not playing him, so he must not be able to play, because if he was able to play, they'd put him in and there'd be some trade value there.
He doesn't want to get hurt and not have any value. People know what John Wall can bring, but
can there be no? But we don't anymore.
Well,
no, he still can bring some good passes.
New York doesn't make the move.
He may not be the old Wall, but he can still pass a little bit.
No, I said I hope they don't.
I'm pooping this hat.
But see, here's the thing. Here's what he's banking on is that he just put out enough tape last year with the Rockets in order for him to get some type of offer out there. It's not enough tape, but it'll do. You never know.
Yeah.
When does his contract expire?
2 more years. 2 more years. 2 more years.
He's there for 2 years and his career's over. He may sign for a veteran minimum after 2 years. That's what's going to go on, man.
Right. Ooh, I have a
He's
good
about
question.
the money.
Well, that's true. I just want to ask you this: who's been your surprise team so far? Your surprise and disappointing team so far for you, Russ?
Leave that for your program, though. We got audit.
I know, but I want to ask Russ just for right now. I want to ask Russ.
Well, hey, what you do is Russ. I'm gonna invite you onto my program, and I need you to come out on one-on-one interview with you.
In the future, yeah.
Well, you know what's all right. So what a lot of people don't know about me is when I watch basketball, I literally only watch the Knicks.
Yes.
So I love that, but like there are certain games like tonight. Clay's coming back. I want to see Clay's.
He's been rusty a little bit so far, but it's a good game so far.
So I would have tuned in for Clay's game, but I pretty much only watch the Knicks. But then I catch the highlights of the other teams.
Right.
And then I love my favorite show on TV is NBA on TNT. So I catch the highlights of them. I like the jokes and I like the basketball. So I like to joke around, obviously, and watch basketball. So I don't watch full games of any other teams with the Knicks. And I sit down and I watch the Knicks. This current Knicks team is driving me nuts. You know why? Because they are boring. It's driving me nuts. I'm tired of watching Julius Randle. Here we go. I'm getting on a rant again. It's my problem.
No, go ahead. Go
In my
for it.
own
Go for it.
podcast.
Go for it.
I'm tired of watching someone give the power forward, give him the ball to bring it down court just so he can get in the post and take a fadeaway.
Mhm.
It is nuts. First of all, give it to the point guard. Maybe they could set it up, or they could run a backdoor screen for a point guard behind you. I mean, a shooting guard behind you. Maybe they could catch a three. I am so tired of Julius Randle handling the ball.
No Randle handle.
No.
No.
And I remember when I used to see him in the suites, and I would want to tell him,
Oh my God!
Jesus, man, mute your mic.
Sorry, I'm not
He just
comparing
got a new
my plate.
delivery of food. What do you get?
He got another 50-piece for free.
Nah,
What happened?
That tapped it out over to Curry. Curry didn't even dribble it; just shot it right back up in there.
Yeah, man. That's the chef. That's Steph Curry. Man.
Damn,
New York Knicks.
I wish we'd have had Steph
away.
Curry, man.
The
Man,
New York
Steph...
Knicks were one pick away from Curry. And you know what's crazy? Curry would have been amazing because at that time, D'Antoni was the coach. He would have came in early and killed
Steph
it.
Curry is killing the Cavaliers.
Oh man,
Cooking
Mike Vanfoni. Man.
So anyway, I lost myself.
You talk about Julius Randle and the
No,
Southwest.
you said it's boring, but I'm
The Knicks are boring as fuck.
Well, you come on to the watch along, and we do it together, and it'll be boring. You watch it along. You could go on the rant when you could kill them. You kill them when they're terrible. You're like, oh my God, I can't. I think me and you. I think people might get a little upset, but I know if you come with me with the watch along, oh my God, I can imagine because I remember when it's like if we're sitting back home because I know we used to do this. We used to do the same thing when we were watching along at home.
And the three of us with negativity.
I'm not as negative as you. I've been watching you in the cut A to Z. I've been watching you. I got my eye on you.
That's
You're
fine.
a little more negative than me, and I'm pessimistic.
That's is that jealousy that I'm more
Me,
negative?
I'm a realist.
No, I think it was just the cowboy jerseys. I'm like,
Me, I'm a
guy
realist.
over here. So what I did is I put a little piece of tape on my iPad. It was like right there, and I covered the cowgirl jersey because I didn't want to see it. And now you look a little more handsome once I covered it.
Well, you cleaned it up by saying I was handsome, so I'll take it.
If anyone knows me, so first of all, I have a podcast, and it's doing all right, but in my podcast, a disclaimer in the beginning that says, I don't take myself seriously, and neither should you, because I just like goofing around. That's
right.
Really what it is.
Well,
That's fine.
Kevin
Goof off.
knows I'm the same exact way.
Yeah,
jokesters.
That's the first disclaimer on the Wife of Crime podcast. Where you find Russell anywhere in Spreaker, anywhere your podcast. Please check it out. Wife of Crime. His wife Jessica and Russell is very funny, very articulate on there, with the stories, and it's just hilarious. I enjoy you guys. I know you've seen me follow you on Spreaker now that I'm officially on Spreaker and iHeart with you guys on there on the program.
Yeah,
Spreaker's
good. Cool. They help you make money right away.
I got to get with you about that. I'm having a hard time. Do I have to make my own commercials, or I don't get it?
Well, you know what? We don't want to bore everyone, but I'll just hit me up. Just call me
I got to hit you up on
that.
Look, I got to find out because I
wasn't. But you don't have to make your own commercials. But after you get a certain amount of listens, then you get sponsorships and you can make your own.
That's right. So guys, please support. Go to Spreaker. Even if you're not going to listen, just put the computer on with the Spreaker, with the program on. Let it just run. How's that?
How many lists? What do we got to do to get rid of the Romo jersey?
What do you got to do?
Wow.
Get G Money
How about we do
to agree and be the biggest Ben Simmons fan in the entire world, and then I'll
Never.
get rid of that Tony Romo jersey.
No.
So if G Money shows up with a Ben Simmons jersey
and says he's the best player in the league,
the Romo jersey goes away.
Look, I'm telling you what it's going to take for me.
I'm not doing it. Sorry. No way.
And And G Money also has to have a Damian Lillard jersey hanging on the wall.
Oh,
While
no,
he's wearing
we get a
that.
ball hogging point guard on our team.
He does not like Damian Lillard.
I like
Oh my
Dame.
God, he says Damian Lillard's not a superstar.
I
He's a
said
po-
he's a
he plays-
superstar.
He
I
plays
said
in
he was
Port-
a superstar. I
Portland
said that.
fail Blazers.
I said he's a superstar. I just don't like the Blazers. I like
I
Dame.
love Damian Lillard, but I don't want to trade for him on the Knicks.
I'm not trading for playing loser.
He's 32.
Tell you what, Russ, if you come on my show for a NFC least roundtable, I like to call him. I have an Eagles fan.
There you go.
And Chef Dan and you are Giants fans, and I can have a Washington football team fan if we could find one. I don't know if they really exist, but you do that, and I'll move Romo to behind me so you can't see it. How's that?
Well, wait,
Is that fair?
But I just don't want to see a Cowboys jersey. I don't want to replace it.
No.
Unless you play someone like Emmett's, a player that won a Super Bowl.
I got
Then
Michael Irvin.
He got
I
Michael.
got
he's
DeMarcus
got-
Ware.
But you got to put Michael Irvin up higher. You got him Romo on top of him. Like
Romo's my favorite player of all
Super
time.
Bowl. You got Irvin in the background?
all the way in the lower
Romo?
bottom, smelling his farts. Every time he lets a fart out, goes right to Irvin's jersey.
Yeah, because Jersey's fart, but whatever.
No, I'm talking about you.
Well, Tony Romo. Tony
I
Romo's
see you.
my favorite
I
player.
see those
I'm a
nostrils.
Cowboy.
I see those nostrils going like this every time you let one out.
This is turning pretty fun.
Russ got
only
Kevin
one
a different light tonight. Russ got Kevin
He
a
does.
different light.
No, Russ brings out the clown in me sometimes though.
The
Bro,
clown.
you have fun.
Yeah.
We're
it's
gonna
true.
have fun.
It's just I turn back the clock with Russell. That's what it is. It's just turn
Yo,
back the
I
clock.
can't wait. I was thinking I have such a good background for my next Knicks Jump on Kev's podcast. Wait till you see it. I've just been slacking. I have a dope neon sign.
Okay.
Oh, you seen the neon effect.
Oh,
I got
God.
on my, and not for nothing.
Kev,
Ever since
I'm gonna
I've been
crush
putting
it.
it, I've been
Him
putting
and-
it
I'm
on,
gonna
and
crush it.
everybody's been copying my
Now
neon.
you're stealing his neon. Come on, Russ.
No, I
You're stealing
have
his
like
neon.
I
He
have
did
like
it first.
1990s Knicks Budweiser sign from the bars.
Oh,
That's
I
cool.
bought for
Ruffles?
150 bucks.
Was it Ruffles from Throsneck?
Bro, they wouldn't let me in. I was too young. Ruffles was the strip club in our neighborhood that I used to try to peek through the window, but I couldn't see. I just wanted to see a boobie. I just really wanted to see a boobie.
Well, look no further.
But you grow up, you see your boobies on your own. But now it's a supermarket.
You
Go.
you come on my show for a round table, and I will put it however you like it. As long as
Well,
the Cowboys fans, the jersey stay.
I might could jump on my football knowledge. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be huge into football, fantasy football. But what happened is my careers and works.
And the
I worked
Giants suck.
every Sunday. I couldn't get off. The Giants suck. You shut up. And
You shut up.
and the Giants. But I'll jump on there. But my football knowledge is lacking right now.
You don't have to. I was just
I
messing.
don't want to be an idiot.
Russell and
stop other
Zach
people.
is like seeing King Kong versus Godzilla. I just sit back.
Ooh, nice move by Bubbly.
Wait,
Bro,
what?
I'll pee on that.
Where was
Romo
the insult
jersey.
in that?
No, it's a good thing. It's battle.
I'll put horse poop on that Romo jersey from the Philly fans. He never won anything.
And okay, doesn't mean he wasn't a good player.
He was no Eli.
Eli got carried.
Say so.
Eli got carried through everything. He led the league 3 times in interceptions.
How many Super
3
Bowls?
times.
How many Super Bowls?
Yeah, Justin Tuck and company won him
Let's
too.
compare
Yes.
Super Bowls.
No risk it, no biscuit.
Wes Welker's hands.
He woke up.
And David Tyree's helmet won them a Super Bowl.
He was in a food coma.
Fantastic. Plexco.
Man, Evan Mobley's a dog. Go big or go hard,
Who
Mobley.
cares about Evan Mobley?
Just saying.
We're talking about the same people that care about Eli Manning.
Boys looking for country singers with country boots on.
Is that one of those New York insults that aren't that good?
Oh my darling, oh my darling,
Oh my darling, Clementine.
Bro, you're not even that far from us. You're like 2 hours away, probably. I'm looking for a house in the Poconos myself.
I'm 4 hours from. About 2 hours. I'm about 2 hours south of Philly.
Well, I live in Freeport, New York. Long
Oh,
Island.
G Money's not in New York City?
He's in Long Island. He's in
Long
North
Island.
Side
I
County.
used to live in Brooklyn.
Yo, G Money, I live in Brooklyn, and no one says Brooklyn like that. I let you know that right now. No one in Brooklyn says Brooklyn like that.
He's
What,
big-
Brooklyn?
that's what Kenny Smith
Nope.
said it. Remember when Kenny Smith said that the first time they telecast the Brooklyn game? They say, "Yo,"
Kenny
and
Smith
then
is not a real New Yorker.
I know, and then
He's
and then
a
Charles
New
Barkley.
Yorker.
Then Charles Barkley called him out. Ain't nobody walking around in Brooklyn saying Brooklyn. You don't remember that telecast?
Yeah,
Y'all don't remember that? That was the first time Brooklyn played on TNT as Brooklyn Nets, no longer New
Oh,
Jersey.
when they played against the Knicks. I remember that. They played against the Knicks.
We haven't had a freestyle podcast like this in a while, Kev. I love
No,
it.
I haven't.
Yeah.
We haven't.
It's
We
good to have these
usually-
once in a while, man.
Once in a blue moon, you let your hair out. You let your hair
That's why
out.
you gotta
You-
bring
you-
the drunk people in.
Hi, Russ.
Iguodala almost
Wait,
hit
who
that
burped?
shot.
Twiggy almost
Who
banged
burped?
his
Who
tree.
burped?
Man,
That was
good
G
thing.
Money.
Dan,
No,
those
that was
nuggets are
Chef
already coming
Dan.
back up.
I just burped. Yeah.
That's the
That was
apple.
Burp
That's
is
the
slurp.
And a
God
Diet
damn.
Coke.
Burp is slurp.
that's the apple pie right there saying hello.
No,
Wash
I
it
didn't
down with
even
the
eat
Coke
the apple
Zero.
pie yet. I didn't even eat the apple pie yet. Stop
I
playing.
bet you
Damn,
the
you
chicken
ate for
nuggets
2
and
hours.
hello.
You couldn't put down an apple pie.
Bro,
Yeah,
that joint is cold. Throw it away.
yeah,
Nope.
you got-
I got an oven. Are you kidding?
2 hours. You couldn't eat an apple
Well,
pie.
Steph Curry's been hotter than. Well, Steph Curry's hot like an oven right now. So yeah.
Man, that's good for him, man. I'm
Who
happy for
cares?
G
Steph
Money, I'm gonna
Curry.
tell you right now. I'm watching the game, and even I don't care.
Now I'm kind of curious about. I'm on the G Money train. I'm kind
Ooh.
of curious about
Woo-hoo.
Golden State Knicks. I love Klay Thompson's game,
He
defense,
looks.
and I could shoot.
I say the Warriors go to the
They're
conference
attacking.
finals with the Suns. That's my guess. I don't
So
see
then
the
I'll
Warriors
let you
going
know
to
right now. The Cavaliers
the
are
Suns.
attacking him on defense. They had to sub him out of the out of the first quarter.
That's
on
smart.
drives. Garland drives. Evan Mobley getting offensive rebounds and slams. I mean, the Cavs are right there. They're only down by 3. They're only down by 3.
Cavs
So
play
6-1.
D.
They play hard. Cleveland
they're
has
I was
tall.
at the
nothing
Garden when fucking. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Sorry.
My podcast
Allen
is
and
mad
Mobley.
curses, by the way. My I was at the Garden when Ricky Rubio turned into Michael Jordan.
Ricky. He was going off.
You see that? You see that,
See?
Russ? You see that,
See?
Russ?
That you
He
saw
got
that?
all the
I have to turn my
nicknames.
volume down.
He's got all
nicknames.
those
He got
nicknames.
all the
What'd he say?
nicknames. Tricky
You-
Ricky
You
Rubio.
lucked
He
I didn't
got all the
commentate that game.
nicknames.
And then
You
he says
guys
that with
lucked I didn't-
Ricky.
and then he says that with passion. He has such a passion and devotion.
He has such a
to it.
passion. Ask him
And
what
then-
his
and then-
nickname for RJ is.
What's your
Star
nickname?
J Barrett.
That's
That's kinda
lame.
Sorry.
high, though. That's
Patrick
high.
Starfish.
That's a
You might as well
name.
call him Patrick Starfish.
No,
Yeah,
I
you might as well.
told RJ Star J.
No.
Yeah, Star J. Barrett hits the game winner.
Did you hear
Cool, I
that?
guess.
Did you hear that just now? That was like all that effort he had to try and force out of himself to try and even just. It's like, what's this guy's name again? Oh yeah,
I always been saying.
And what's his last name? Oh yeah,
Jeff Dan,
what
why do
is
we
it
keep
again?
rehashing it? It's right here.
The problem is, I'm
He's
just
not.
G
But
Money.
you guys act as if I don't give it any praise. You guys
You
act
don't.
I do. I do.
You don't. Not on
Yes,
the
I
Knicks.
do.
No,
You
you
give
only
as
give
much
them.
praise to the Knicks as he did to Tony Romo.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I ain't even gonna front. Yeah.
Jedi. Do I praise the Knicks sometimes? I'm asking
First of
Jedi.
all,
Do I praise the Knicks
Here's
sometimes?
cheers to Tony
You
Romo
like it
always
sometimes.
being terrible
Yeah, you do.
against the
That's
Giants.
terrible, man. That's just
There we go.
You know what? I'm about to go get my Johnny Walker, man. If I didn't have to work tomorrow, I will be getting Johnny
Come on,
Walker.
that's how much I like the Knicks.
Salud.
I already had a.
Salud.
You went through a quarter bottle of that bad boy on the air.
Salud.
Yeah, he's a Giants
Boys,
fan.
Wait, what are the other toilet papers you have behind your head that I haven't?
I have some Eagles toilet
that you
paper
can
in my
wipe your
living
butt
room.
with.
Only
Real
Eagles toilet
bad.
paper, bro.
He uses,
Now, all right. So seriously, what
he
are
uses the
trades
high
you-
quality
I
too.
got Romo, DeMarcus Ware, Leighton Vander Esch, Dak, Amari Cooper, and Michael Irvin. The rest of them I wear. So I only put the
I only
ones I
respect
don't
the
wear.
Irvin. I only respect the Irvin.
That's fine. You don't respect DeMarcus Ware? One of the best
Maybe.
pass rushers to ever live?
Super Bowl?
Yes, he has Super Bowl championships with the Broncos.
With the Broncos.
Super Bowl on the Cowboys?
Oh, but that doesn't.
No,
he won a
with
Super
the
Bowl.
Broncos. With the Broncos.
It's kind of a team thing, not a player. So Trent
But
Dilfer is
it's
a
your
better
team.
quarterback
But
than.
it's your team.
Okay. He was
What
still
he
one
done
of the
for
best
your
players
team?
ever. His prime years were in the Cowboys. Jesus, Dan, you have to be that loud. God.
I'm having fun though. I'm
No,
not
I get
trying
it.
to like.
No, I get it, dude. I have fun
No.
too.
No, I'm
Yeah,
having
same
fun.
here.
I don't mean to like be.
No, I was just
My
trying
wife
to
got home,
understand.
and she's waving.
I was
at
trying
me.
to understand because you weren't. I was like, DeMarcus Ware. I get joking around with Tony Romo, but Ware was an all-time guy and player.
But
He was a good
not on the
person.
Cowboys.
He had a lot of good years with the Cowboys.
Yes.
But it takes a team to win a Super Bowl.
Yes, but not your team.
We still have more than you guys.
Bro,
All the
you
shit
guys-
you talk, we still
you
have more
guys
rings
haven't
than you
won a
guys.
Super Bowl since
You haven't won a Super Bowl this decade.
Why does this feel like a Stephen A.
You haven't won a Super
comment?
Bowl in a
Wow.
decade. So you can't say that either. You haven't won a Super Bowl in a decade.
We won a Super Bowl
10 years ago.
And how long have the Cowboys won a Super Bowl?
That's the past.
We
can
had
talk about the
internet
whole.
when
Wait,
we won
you
the
just
Super
talked
Bowl.
about the past. You cannot pick and choose the
No,
past.
I'm saying if you want to talk about our past, talk about the whole past. So
Our past is better. It's more
no, it's
recent.
not 5 rings. No, it is not 5 rings.
The most recent past.
Oh no, you
You're
can't.
picking
You
and
can't talk
choosing.
about just one pass, Russ. I like you, but you can't talk about just one pass. You got to talk about both passes. Talk
Yes,
about the whole
but
pass.
The most recent. What have they done for us recently?
What have you guys done?
What have you done for me lately?
What have you guys done lately compared to us? The last 10 years, what have you done?
Yeah.
Well, we're shit, but we won
Okay.
before you did. And the last time you guys won, I was in junior high school.
So you're just
Oh,
old.
yeah,
Congratulations.
I'm old. Oh, hell yeah. I'm old.
Congratulations.
But your boy is still looking all right.
You do look fly, man.
My man G Money.
You're no Chris Paul, but
Yo, I love Chris Paul. If
From
Chris
a fellow,
Paul's on this
listen,
team,
from a fellow
Man,
handsome
yeah.
man to another fellow handsome man. I salute you.
that is
I wish you had CP3 in the mix
equally
right
as
now, man.
BS.
We could have had
I just spilled
CP3,
my
Melo,
drink on my
and
sweatpants.
Amari, man. We could have had CP3, Melo, and Amari, man.
Kev, from one electrician to another, I
Man.
got a plug down here that
Bro, does anyone know an electrician in New York? I need an outlet for.
I know a
get an
guy that
electric
lives in
car.
the Bronx.
Lovely.
I had an electrician, but
Hold
they
on,
buried him
21.
6 feet under, so he can't come home. Sorry.
Yeah, I seriously need an electrician in the Bronx.
I know an electrician in the Bronx.
That Russell, you telling me you need an electrician? You being you the reason why I'm an electrician? You don't fix that shit.
Bro, it's been so long since I fucking the curses. I'm a cursor.
What is it that you need? What is that? What is it not working? What, talk to me, because
I need a
I'm gonna give you.
220 outlet because I ordered a.
Oh, for the
Tesla
car,
that's
for the
coming next
Tesla.
month.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where's the electrical panel?
You could literally put it on the side of the box, like right there.
No,
1 foot.
You need some greenfield, man. You my God, this is something we've been used to do all the time. You need do you need me to send somebody with some tight pants, with his hair wet and a t-shirt to go for you could remember? Because that was our
Whose
old boss.
van is this?
But, yeah, and an ugly ass brown van, look like the Ninja Turtle van.
Yo,
that was our job. We used to work
van.
together. Yeah, no, that's not my van. That was the old van in the old job.
Yo, I ain't even gonna front. I'm watching the Warriors right now. Not for nothing, man. How did Gary Payton 2 struggle to find a place in the league? Because this guy, his defense is freaking incredible.
And he's athletic too. And he can shoot the three ball.
It's different on the Warriors, bro.
Yeah, I know, but he was doing the same thing back when he was on the Wizards last year. I remember him giving us fits all last year. He was doing the same thing. I don't know how this guy struggled to find his way in the league. It'd be surprising.
Well, his own dad said he wasn't anything. His own dad was quoted saying he wasn't shit.
If you have a certain skill set, it doesn't have to be a takeover skill set. But if you get on the Warriors, you just need to be able to play D, be athletic, and shoot. You don't have to handle the ball. Steph Curry got it.
B. Lee still not athletic, and B. Lee still on the Warriors, but he's not athletic. You don't have to be athletic.
You don't have to pick holes in every person's statement, G Money.
But then don't cease doing it for me. Okay, then don't cease.
What about
I want to pick holes.
What about Otto
Take
Porter
it
Jr.?
easy, A to Z. Take it easy.
What about Otto Porter Jr.? Talk to me about Otto Porter Jr. How's he doing out there
I don't know who that is.
He ain't been playing.
Otto
Otto
Porter Jr.?
Porter,
Playing.
he's all right. He can put the ball on the foot, hit the mid range. He's not super athletic, but he's a good ball handler.
All right. Would you take him over Kelly Oubre?
Nah, I won't go that far.
I wouldn't take Michael Jordan over Kelly.
Huh?
It's a joke.
I know. Just messing around.
It's a joke.
Yeah, what channel are the Warriors on? And
NBA
I just want to see
TV.
Klay Thompson play.
Wait,
NBA
only-
TV, you're
NBA
not really,
TV.
you're not gonna miss anything, Russ. Honestly, I'd say your best bet is come in for like the second half, and then after that, wait for like the next 2 to 3 games to really catch a good Clay game. They're not gonna play him too much right now.
He's
Or
gonna
you
be
can just look at the
sore.
highlights.
He's gonna be
Because he's the type
sore.
of player I like. Like he plays hard no matter what. I'm always playing hard. I'm always playing D, and I'm not a ball hog, and I'm just a team player. He's just doing what he has to do to make the team win.
True.
And there's no team in the NBA that he wouldn't fit on.
Nope.
He can fit on any team. But
I
he
agree.
wouldn't-
I would like Klay
He
Thompson.
wouldn't score 30 and a quarter.
On
unless
2 dribbles?
he was, unless he was with Steph Curry. You go. If I can learn how to shoot, I can be an NBA player with Steph Curry. Like, Steph Curry will turn you to a good player.
If there's any player or athlete you want to meet, who do you want to see? Who do you want to meet? Any player or athlete?
Like all time? Do they have like living or
The
dead?
all time. Let's
send you a
say
picture.
living. Let's say living. Let's say living.
I'll send you a picture right now.
Okay.
Me and Will Clyde Frazier. That's my man.
Wheeling and dealing.
I got a picture with him before I was in the Garden, and when I was in the Garden, I used to have to meet with Will Clyde Frazier to get his wife into the Delta Club when I was in charge of the Delta Club in the Garden. Will Clyde Frazier is the best. I love him.
Oh man.
Those are my clients. What would you see? Who you want to meet, athlete or a player? Living.
Athlete, living player?
Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be your number one. It can be anyone.
Honestly,
Tony Romo.
No, I already met Tony Romo.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No wonder you're not
If
so
I had
happy.
to pick one,
Do you have to wear like sparkly like cowboy boots that were like pink with rhinestones? And...
Rondo's savvy. Go ahead.
if I had to pick one, it'd probably be Jason Witten.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one. I love Jason Whitney. I just love good football players.
No one cares.
My man. I love to be roasted.
Well, what about you, Dan? If there's any athlete or player that's living now, still breathing, who you want to go face to face to have a conversation with?
Can I give y'all my facetious answer and then a serious answer?
Yeah, that 50
Okay,
piece.
go,
All right.
go ahead.
All right. Can I just forego this and get a dinner with Jay-Z?
Wait, he don't play ball?
Nah, I know, but you know how everyone on Twitter is like, would you rather take $1 million and get a dinner with Jay-Z? And everyone's like, yo, I'd rather take the dinner with Jay-Z. It's like, nah,
What kind of idiot?
nah, but living athlete.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jordan
like
is out of the answer.
Nah, I don't want to talk to
Jordan's
Jordan.
too easy.
No,
I'd
why
spit
do
in
you
his
look
face.
at MJ?
I'd
Why?
spit
Because
in his
MJ devastated MSG many times.
I'd spit in his face because I ain't even going for. I think Jordan is one of those people that he only. This is just me personally, just as a black person. I think he just recently got on the movement of supporting black people this year after he saw that everything was kind of getting up in arms. Like I remember him. I remember that Republicans, Democrats buy sneakers too. You were about the top dollar, and that's okay. But I know where you stand as a person. I would actually like to talk to Bernard King.
Nice.
My favorite athlete.
Yeah,
he's someone who's like he
talking
seems
about
really,
underrated.
Yeah, but he also seems like a guy like he's so smart, and I know he'd have a whole bunch of stories, a whole bunch of things about the league that no one would really know about. He'd leave me with some stories that I just walk away with, jaw drop, eyes open, and I'd be like, I didn't know this was going on back in the day.
Speaking of that,
gems.
Kev, who's yours?
Mariano Rivera. Rivera.
Nice.
And then what about deceased? If there's an athlete or Anybody? Like for me, it'd be Tom Landry. I know he wasn't at, but he was in the sports. For me, it'd be Coach Landry.
Me, Kobe Bryant. If he passed away, to me, Kobe Bryant. I want to love to meet him one-on-one. Talk about life, sports. His man, I would love to meet the Black Mamba. Living now, just a lot. Man, there's
Chris Paul, don't even start.
it's not CP. It's not just
Hogan.
CP3.
That's
It's not
my
just
guy.
CP3.
I'm gonna
Ric
run
Flair,
into him.
woo!
I'm gonna run into him one of these days. He's always in. He has a shop here.
Hulk Hogan?
Carmelo Anthony. I would like to meet Melo. I would like to meet Melo face to face. I would like to meet Melo. I know many people
But
think that
deceased.
Melo can
Melo's
have.
not. Melo's
I know. I'm
not-
talking about living. For me,
Oh, okay.
living Melo. Deceased for me, Kobe Bryant.
How about the thumb wrestler of Hulk
Ooh, look
Hogan?
at that.
For me, it's like I said, it's either Tom Landry
My
or
fingers
Flair.
in his butt. I don't really like
I'd
that
probably
that
say
much,
Yogi
but-
Berra.
Don't
Just
sniff
because
it.
Yogi seems like a guy you could have a conversation with.
Don't let me see you
Yogi
sniffing
Berra.
your
Yogi
thumb.
Berra.
Russ. You're gonna be sniffing.
No, but you know what?
Wait.
So, when my wife
What's-
graduated from nursing school, randomly, she was going up. They got their diplomas or whatever, but Mariano Rivera was on stage, and it was like in a it was like a small auditorium, and I saw Mariano on stage, and I was thinking, Jess doesn't know who that is, and when she went up there, Mariano was up there. His niece or something was graduating as well, so he was on stage while my wife was accepting her diploma, and I was like, that was pretty dope.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's
Iona,
dope.
Iona, then give it away, right? Probably was Iona.
Now she went to
You don't have to give it away. You don't. I just thought I had it right.
I'm on open
Okay.
book, baby. It
Oh,
was College of New Rochelle.
Okay. Well, yeah, he lives there. That's why. That's why I say Iona.
Wait,
because Iona.
Can I
is
say?
in New
Can I?
Rochelle.
Can I
Yes.
change my answer real quick?
Go
ahead.
for it.
Or
Yeah,
like
go
I'd have to
answer.
debate
Regis Philbin.
between. You know what? Yeah. Damn. It's either Bernard King or Deion Sanders. I'd love to have a conversation with Deion
Prime
Sanders.
time, baby.
He talks
I'd
too
l-
much crap.
But I love that. Oh my god.
You're saying he talked too much crap.
And Chef Dan.
I also would like to meet Giannis.
I
I would
love
like to meet
talking crap.
Giannis.
And
I
Dan,
would
I was
love
gonna
to
say,
meet
so do
Giannis
I.
Antetokounmpo. Yo,
Who's
grief
your-
free. I know
who's
you
your-
devastated me in July, but I like you, man. How you doing, bro?
who would you like to meet? Deceased that if you could talk to.
Deceased?
Don't say Prince.
Nah. You said an athlete,
We'll
right?
steal Kev's answer.
Athlete. Fine, let me change
Yeah,
that.
right, don't take
Person.
my
Let me
thing.
change it.
Bird.
Person.
Wait. Let
Let
Chef
me-
Dan go. Let Chef Dan go. You tell like four people.
He's been
already.
eating all day. Let him talk.
Fine.
He hasn't even finished his apple pie yet.
I really haven't. I haven't even touched that.
Who's that?
I'm deceased. You'd have to come back to me. I really got to think about it.
All that,
Chef.
and then you
Alright,
don't
all that,
answer.
and then oh man.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be number one. It could just be anybody. It doesn't have to be number one.
Again, Munchie Money. Before I give my deceased athlete that I would like to have a conversation.
From a type of disease for me, Kobe. Another person that I would like to see that kicked the bucket. I wish I would have saw Len Bias. I want to see how Len Bias is. I would have liked to have a comment with Len Bias.
See, I was gonna pick Anakin Skywalker, but then Luke Skywalker.
Oh my God.
Those aren't
serious.
even real people. Cal.
I know. Oh, seriously. Roberto Clemente. Would like to have a conversation.
Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just to find out what he went through, and either him or Jackie Robinson, either or, just to go and have that conversation. You know, in my case, being Latino, I would like to find out what was the struggles of a Latin ball player. You know, even though before him the trailblazer was set with Jackie Robinson, but they were still barriers that as a Latin ball player had to go through, especially him being an Latino American. You know, he was dark, and to see what kind of barriers and what struggles he went through, and to see how he went and
Right.
and all that, how he learned how to play ball. If the stories were true that when he was a kid, he used to throw rocks at coconuts to knock the coconuts off the palm tree. That's why he developed such a strong arm and such a strength and accuracy. If those stories were true or what, and so many questions like that with Roberto Clemente, I would have liked to have a conversation with him.
Also, got to think about Mickey Mantle as well.
That's another one.
If you want to, that's
I
my
know,
answer
it's
for
always-
if you
it's
have an
always-
answer for like a deceased guy or a guy you didn't get to watch play a game, like I would pay any amount of money possible that I could afford to watch Mickey Mantle play center field in his prime.
I got my answer, and it's not really an athlete; it's a trainer of an athlete.
Close enough. Close. That's good. That counts.
I know. I think I have an idea. Go ahead.
Okay.
I would love. I'd pay
got a
any
lot of
amount of
time.
money.
Yeah.
I'd sit there and have a conversation with Customato. I'd love
the guy that
to talk
kept
to
Mike Tyson
Customato.
sane.
I thought it
Like,
was
yeah,
Emmanuel
like when
Stewart.
really, like, how do you do that?
What's it like to
How
talk
did,
to him?
yeah,
Keep
what
that
is it? No,
crazy
but what is it
bastard.
like to even like get to a guy like Mike Tyson and have him focus to a point where like he was literally one of the most dangerous men on earth, and as soon as you pass away, if he could have just seen how much the effect he had on Mike was, because after he passed away, Mike truly just fell apart. It was just nothing without Customato there.
I think Chef Dan is the winner.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, great point. Great picks. Same thing with all of you. All you guys make
There's
good
many
picks.
legends.
Yeah,
I like
so
I like
many.
Roberto Clemente.
And for that, he wins the prize, an apple pie from McDonald's, courtesy of McDonald's, a delicious
With a
tasty,
Sprite
flaming
too.
apple
With a
pie that
Sprite.
goes.
You just gave me COVID.
And they sent it.
That was me.
And they
Sorry.
sent it. And they sent it.
Yo, why did you
Courtesy of the
they
BS,
sent it.
courtesy of the BS Sport
No.
Jedi Network. Return of the
And
Knicks
they
podcast.
sent it.
Yo, they got a
Salute the
camouflage
Kev.
apple pie. Jeez.
Salute to Kev. They
And don't forget the Sprite too.
And
With
don't forget
your-
the delicious
No.
sponsor of our program
You
and
guys are
keeping us hydrated throughout the program. Thank you for Coke and Bacardi. When you're on the stream for talking for 4 hours and you're talking a lot of caca, you drink some Bacardi and Coke. It goes well with a nice talking of 4 hours of going around in circles.
Yeah, but don't drink too much of that. Don't be crazy. Don't
And
drink too
that's
much
real
of that.
talk.
no hyperbole.
And Mr. Russell, make sure you use one of our sponsors, Uber. When you need an Uber to go to your bedroom, get an Uber and make sure you give them 4 stars, not 5.
Uber
I'm
scuba.
gonna call the Uber so they can take me to my wife.
There we go. Hey, there we go. Hold on. Let's get a clap. Hold on.
You and your buttons. Hey, where A to Z go? He his face.
And when you're going to be quarantined in a bedroom for COVID, make sure you stick around so you could get even more sick and get it out of your system with some cowboy jerseys. Jerseys. They make you sick.
First of all, you
Make me
see
sick almost as much as these old
you
recycled
see
Cowboys
what
jokes.
these Cowboys people do. He's eating skinny popcorn.
Look, this is what my fiance brought me. I'm in
Yeah,
quarantine in my
all
room.
right, skinny pop.
Oh,
Skinny
play
pop.
to the yabba dabba do slam and jam.
Wait, what happened? I missed it.
Someone
Clay
not
just
on
got
the
a
Knicks
nice
did
dunk.
something good.
Clay Thompson did a monster
Clay
dash.
got a nice dunk. I ain't even going to front.
Clay
That's-
dunked?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Clay just dunked. Yeah.
Good. I'm happy for him, man. He's a good ball player. All the crap
And-
I talk, but he's a good
And
ball player.
another
I root for him.
sponsor programs. When you have a lot of anger issues and you dislike Ben Simmons, please join the G Money sanctuary of IHateBenSimmons.com.
I don't hate Ben.
Flash, Damian Lillard sucks.
I don't hate Dane.
Oh, Dame is the man. But I just won't trade for him because he's too old.
You know, I wouldn't trade for him, but he don't run from the grind anyway. So
Hey, Russ.
So if someone said we'll trade you
That was
Dame
nasty.
for RJ and Randall, I wouldn't do it just because he's too old.
I'm going to ask a question right in front of you, Russ, to G Money, and you're going to laugh at his answer. G Money, is Damian Lillard clutch?
Are you talking about in the playoffs or regular
No, I'm
season?
saying, is he clutch? Is he a
Period.
clutch? Is he a closer?
I'm
How
going to
does he
answer the question.
disappear like this when he
His
has-
I'm
answer
gonna
is
answer.
no.
How does
His
he
answer is no.
Money.
I'm gonna
If you
answer the
have to
question.
think about it, then
His
you
answer
don't
is no.
know, bro.
He said that Damian Lillard shoots
I was
40%
talking about
he's
in
not
the
a playoff
playoffs.
performer.
In the playoffs. In the regular season, he's clutch. In the playoffs, I don't think he's clutch. Here, let me
I
explain why.
like G
Okay.
Money. I watch you guys all the time.
Here's the reasons why I say Dame's not clutch. All right, when it comes to the playoffs, I understand he hit 2 amazing game-winning shots against the Thunder in 2019 and the Rockets in 2014. I give him that. But other than that, what other clutch move does he have in the playoffs? Nothing. Other than that, it's more than just game-winning shots to make you clutch.
I think he got one against the Spurs as well. You bugging?
No, it's 2 game-winning shots. It's 2.
I have a question, G.
All right, go ahead.
Who would you rather take clutch shots besides Damian Lillard then?
Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving. I mean,
not Kyrie.
Kyrie, not more clutch than Dame.
I'd rather have Damian. I'd rather have Damian Lillard.
Dude thinks the world is flat.
So you'd rather have Dame, who got stripped by old Iggy, who got outplayed by Jrue Holiday in 2018, that shot 35% from the field over Kyrie
How
Irving.
do you get these stats out of your brain?
This is my point. This is why I
and also, can I keep going? The same Dame that helped the Blazers blow an 18-point lead in game. Let me see.
Your memories
in game 3, a 17-point lead in game 2, being up 8 with 4 minutes to go. 17-point lead in game 4.
Give me more. Give me more, because those.
I know, but let me finish my point, please. You had that Dame couldn't beat an injured Steph Curry, but yeah, there's Kyrie, Kevin Durant. There's also even Trae Young. I would love Trae Young too.
Trae Young's balding.
But the same Trae Young when he made MSG freeze. That's what he did. The same ice Trae. Also,
on site, he's not good in Dykeman.
And you're gonna laugh at my answer. And you're gonna laugh at my answer. You're gonna laugh at my answer. My last one. You're gonna hate it. Chris Middleton. I'm dead serious. Chris Middleton. You know how clutch he was last year, bro. Chris Middleton was a choker.
I don't even know. I only watched the Knicks.
I know Chris Middleton was a choker before last year, but man, he was ultra clutch. He killed the Nets at times in the clutch in game 3 and in game 7. He killed my Suns in game 4. He dropped a 40 piece on D Book and hit multiple clutch shots in game 4, 5, and 6. I would have Chris Middleton on top of clutch wise and Dame. Dame's only been clutch in the first round, and that's it. Only 2.
Dame?
More clutch than anybody we got on this team.
I'll give you that. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with them. That's serious.
Wait, you what?
What point guards would you rather have besides Dame Lillard? I'm losing my marbles.
Right now?
Than Steph Curry.
Other than Steph, there's when it comes to fit, I'm not talking about talent.
Just you're starting a team. Who's your point guard? Steph Curry, obviously, number 1, hands down.
For me,
who's your number 2?
Are you talking about point guard? So I think it's better than Dame now.
No one.
Wait, me, Chris Paul. There's Chris Paul. There's also.
You rather if you're starting a team just for 1 year, Chris Paul is your guy besides Dame.
If you got to take a mean number 2, who's your point guard?
Mean number 2, man. If you talk about, man, it's tough. There's also if not CP3,
no Deuce McBride.
If not CP3, give me Kyrie Irving. Give me Kyrie Irving. If not CP3, give me Kyrie Irving.
No.
Or
bro, a guy who can't play in half the game.
He doesn't play. He can't get a COVID
shot.
The
main man. The main man's in the building.
It doesn't matter. You didn't say that. Don't rephrase.
Man.
Or even Trae Young. I would start
Trae. Popcorn. I hear a lot of popcorn.
Me with the skinny pop. Leave me alone.
He needs.
I thought I was muted.
But man, Cleveland's hanging in with Golden State, only down by 5.
You should have come on, Robert Parr. I'm dying for Robert Parr to come on camera, man. Robert Parr, man, we've been waiting for you since the Yankee watch along for you to come on and him to come on camera with us. At least,
but thank God Clayton got hurt.
I've been waiting on you since 4:11 of the game. You said you were gonna come on there, Robert. Now I'm calling you out. Come on the show.
But thank God Clay didn't get hurt, because when he threw down that monster bash, you could have turn a knee or something. Thank God he didn't get hurt.
I agree. I love Clay's game, so I'm rooting for him.
For me, he's more of an all-star. I don't think he's a superstar, but he's more of an all-star. He's more of a number 2 than a number 1 for me.
Clay?
A big number 2.
Yeah, but he is one.
Was that Carmax?
Could be arguably a top 5 shooter of all time.
You can make a case. He has a nice stroke.
Top 4, yeah, easily.
There's also Reggie Miller. There's Ray Allen, Drazen Petrovic, rest his soul, Steph Curry.
Talking about number 2, Chef Dan had to go. Speaking about a number 2, Chef Dan.
Yeah, the 50 people just kicked in.
You have to do a number 2. You have to do a dookie. Yeah.
He has to do a number 2.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing?
Well,
I don't know. And
This is
it's,
I would like.
fantastic.
I would love.
you know what's the sad thing about it? Russell's the one that's having the Cuba Libres, and we're feeling the effect of it.
I didn't I show you I killed a 6-pack of land shark and I got something with the Gatorade in this drink?
Bro, you're way
Nice.
too hydrated with your yellow.
Don't drink too much of that. Makes you
thermos.
Dude, I can't control it. I can't go to the kitchen. I can't tell you what she brings me. There's
Bro,
vodka and Gatorade in it.
That's cucumber water. He's got cucumber water in there. You know that with the
And
skinny,
I don't
with the skinny
hate
pops.
Damon Simmons, Robert. I don't
And
hate him.
you keep putting on your Carmex. Don't even worry about us.
No
Wait,
cheese on the
End
burger,
up
Chef Dan. Chef Dan had the cheeseburger. Now he's paying the price.
Ooh, but I have a good.
Chef Dan dropping the smoothies.
Ooh, but I have a good one. Since you talk about athletes, other than
We weren't talking about athletes. We were talking
no,
about
I'm talking about. Listen. I didn't interrupt you when you were talking.
Yes, you
listen,
did.
please.
Let him
No,
go.
I did not. I let you
Let
talk.
him go.
All right.
He's working
Other-
hard, going at it as hard as he can.
Yes, sirree.
G
Let's
Money
talk
and
about NBA.
on the network.
What NBA players right now are you not big? Do you hate?
Going at it hard, turn them on and try them. G Money on the Bronx Sports Jedi Network.
And the question
G's about to lose his shit.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you today? G Money on here on the VI Sports Jedi Network.
Yeah, Chef Jan just shit himself. Now we're back over to G Money with his 13th question of the stream in the last 30 minutes.
And with the next question, everybody, what NBA player
What a mess.
of all
Hold on.
time can you not stand?
Oh my
Other
God!
than
somebody in the
Reggie
chat
Miller.
wrote a Bible. Look at this.
Oh my God!
What?
Somebody in the chat wrote a whole story.
Ola Tadu.
Don't read it. Don't read it out loud. Don't read it out loud. All I could put, that lady. All I could do is put a soundtrack. Stormy my pain with his
Dude,
song.
you sound just like the album.
Hanging my life with, killing
Sound
me
perfect.
softly with that tweet. Killing me softly.
With his Dame hate.
Hey, people hate Damian Lillard.
Wait,
G Money does.
I'm not gonna have this
My wife is
conversation.
making
I
fun of
don't
me right
hate
now
Dame.
because I can't say Lillard.
Don't take everything I
so,
say serious, G
I
Money.
know. I'm just playing around. I'm just playing around.
This is not the normal BA Sports Jedi Network.
This
format.
is how it goes when I get in here.
Sabotage.
But what other than Reggie Miller? I know you guys hate Reggie. What player or announcer? I'll make it easier. Player or announcer can you not stand in the NBA that you can't stand?
Damn, G-Money, you're gonna make it. Let me tell you something. You're gonna make it hard for me to produce your shows. I'm going out of topics I can bring up because you're letting it all out.
Then you go to a bunch of other platforms
Oh, you
and
know what I
talk
hate?
like you got to save your stuff for this show, for your show. Not
No
for
worries. That was
everybody
the last
else's
question.
takes.
You're lucky. That was the last question for the day. That was the last question. I just
hate
wanted to.
Alonzo Mourning, but I can't do nothing about it because he'll twist me into a pretzel.
Oh, I understand why.
Ooh,
Wait,
that was
yo, Chef Dan, stop drinking that McDonald's Cola in the mic.
I'm sorry.
Jesus, you got to scream into the mic too.
This dude's getting the last drop on the mic.
Jesus. Throw your Capri Sun out. It's empty.
Whoa.
Oh, you know who I met who I used to hate? I used to hate Tim Hardaway, Senior.
Oh,
The old
But
Hardaway.
you told me he's
But
a
in
nice
the
guy,
Garden, when his son was playing there, me and him got very cool, and he's a good dude and very knowledgeable.
True.
So I don't hate Tim Hardaway Senior.
Run
He used to
TMC.
kill- Yeah, oh, remember that team? Mitch Richmond?
Oh yeah, Mitch.
G Money.
Chris
You
Muller.
weren't even born.
Well, I didn't watch, but I know some of the players. It was
He's a historian. He loves
it's
it.
Chris Mullin, Tim Hardaway, Spreewell, and C. Webb.
That team should have crushed for years.
They should have. They could have been better. They just needed more depth. That's what
And
they
they,
needed more
and,
depth.
and they had the Hall of Fame coach John Nelson too. That was weird that they didn't
John
and
Nelson or Donnie Nelson?
No, Don Nelson Senior.
Don Nelson. Mhm.
Man, you said John.
Oh, I did say John. Oh, I'm trying to talk here for the bad toothache and which one.
Toothache.
Yo,
Okay, Jen Money. Who was your favorite ball boy?
What does that mean?
Wait, what? Huh? Who?
I don't know. You're asking questions.
Ball boy.
I like that kid that used to prep. That used to be sweating bullets when Patrick Ewing used to sweat. You got to use the whole. You need it. You need. No, I'm saying you needed not a. You needed a freaking monster mop to mop after him. My God, he would.
What are you doing?
We're all right. You guys are getting weirder than me, and I like to be the weirdest.
Oh man, he's baby ball LaMelo.
Mellow, favorite color yellow, favorite food Jello.
See, he never brought up a Knicks player phrase like that.
No.
Never in a million years.
The closest one was Patrick Starberry. RJ.
Patrick
Starberry.
Yeah.
You know any Knicks players like favorite food or anything like that? Because you seem to know my man's like favorite food is Jello, like bro.
Yeah, it's a 50-piece nugget with an apple pie, a large Coke Zero, and
Which Knicks player like that? He got to tell me because he got to know this. He's a game historian.
He is.
That likes Jello.
Chef didn't go. He's pretty far away.
Okay, can you like repeat the
a
question,
long
please,
time
man?
ago with a chef in a kitchen far, far away.
My bad.
It's the player. I'm just trying to guess. It's the
Knicks player's favorite food.
Any Knicks player's favorite food.
Well, I'll tell you this,
man.
In the Knicks, because since I worked at the clubs and suites, a lot of them eat peanut butter and jelly, because it gives you protein and whatever it gives you, but it gives you some nutrition to get you on the floor. And when
peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
I'm having a loss of words, but what's his name? That played with Chris Paul and the Clippers, DeAndre Jordan. So he was a vegetarian, and they have to always give him like vegetarian food, and so that's the little bit of knowledge I have.
What do you see?
Yeah, but he has the diehard Suns fan.
Bro, I wanted Chris Paul in the Knicks my whole life. So
Same here, man. I wanted the point guard here. If we had CP3 with
here we go
a Melo and Amari, unless we had a few pieces, we could have given the Miami Heat some trouble.
It would have been a mean second round exit for 5 years.
Come on, we could compete with. What do you mean 5 years?
But wait. Listen to this, A to Z. Isn't that better than what happened?
You talking about the toughest second round exit you ever know.
That's what I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Go.
What you talking about?
We could get on the point guard, Hoodie Melo, 3 to the door.
Talking about what you know about being pushed all the way to 7 games and then winning it.
We could give him Miami trouble, bro. The point guard, Star Melo, and Stat on the same group, and we get pieces around them. That could give Miami problems.
That would have been,
and that's 7 games. That's 7 games. More 7 games for Madison Square Garden to sell out, to sell jerseys,
and then we go fishing
hot dogs. To sell those hot dogs, the
LeBron would pack
popcorn.
the fishing stuff for him. LeBron would pack the rods, and Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade would have got them their baits.
Russ, the Garden still sells hot dogs? I thought they stopped it and went to like chicken strips or some shit like that.
Nah, they sell the hot dogs. They sell all that.
Yeah, $30 hot dog.
No, it's $8, bro.
$8 for a hot dog. That's ridiculous.
Yo, $8.
Come with me.
It was a 16 ounce.
One of you guys.
My 21st. Now this was 2015 when I was turning. This was 2015. I had a Heineken there, 12-ounce Heineken, $15.
No, you don't want to.
You know why?
That's terrible.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. It's 24 ounces, so it's like getting 2 beers in one.
Right.
No, that's god awful. I can go down.
I'll tell you a story.
Listen, when you're in the woods hunting beers are free. But it's
York's
different
a city,
when you're
right?
in New York City.
York is a
city.
No,
listen.
A city that never.
I went to my mother got me tickets to go to the Magic Suite to go. They were playing the Cavaliers. LeBron was still on the Cavaliers. I take my sons with me, both my boys. I'm at the suite. She tells me, I don't know if she was exaggerating or what. Everything is included in the suite. The food, the drinks, everything. Okay, I didn't know. First time ever in the suite.
Yo,
I go in the freaking suite. They got food. They got Heineken. I grab a Heineken, open it up. This lady comes out of nowhere, Karen. Hey, we paid for that. You have to pay. I said it's not included. No. All right, I'll get you the beer. $55 for one freaking Heineken. I had
Where?
in Orlando
That's
for a
crazy.
6-pack. For a 6-pack, because you couldn't buy it only 6-pack. You could not buy just one. Because I took one. I thought, I'm thirsty. Let me get a Heineken.
It's not that bad
Like,
for a 6-pack in a
Not that bad.
garden.
$55.
55
terrible.
bucks
That's
for
why
a
I would
drink.
never live
Yeah.
in New York
Arena.
City or places like this. This is too expensive, man.
Woo.
No, it's terrible for everyone. But in a arena, $50 you get 6 beers. That's not that bad in an arena.
I almost broke my laptop. I thought he meant for one. Almost broke my laptop.
No,
you
it
get
was for one because I only
before he said 6-pack. He had one.
I drunk only one beer. Bought the 6-pack. I said, here you go.
Kev.
I said, here you go.
Drink
I don't drink beer. I 21 at the game. I said, here. No, and it just stood there. She didn't even bother looking. I'm like, all right, cool. So what we did was we left early. We went to the CBA Bank suite. No one was there, and it was full of food. And me and my sons, we stood the whole fourth quarter, pigging out in someone else's box that had food and had drinks. And it was like, okay, I got my $50.
Who won the game?
what
Was it the
Kev
Cavs or the Magic? Who won the game?
Cavaliers. The Cavaliers. LeBron had 12 points on 14 or 7 from the field. 14 assists.
What did you eat for dinner that night?
Why did Chef Dan's picture disappear? What is he doing? How many nuggets is he eating that he doesn't want to show us?
He's finally shoving that apple pie down his gullet.
Down his pie hole.
Russ, you knew what I was doing. Stop playing.
Oh, okay.
You knew what I was.
Yo, don't stop choking on that McDonald's.
He was choking on the apple pie.
Yeah.
He was having a salad.
You need the Heimlich maneuver.
He was having a salad.
You need a Heimlich maneuver, Dan.
Some devil lettuce.
Bro.
Some devil lettuce.
For the Knicks.
Right.
We forgot.
What's that?
Bench Fournier.
Pepe Le Pew. Evan Fournier.
Fournier sucks.
Oh, the adoration. Oh, the je vous adore. The je t'aime vous, ma sugar.
We should only play them when he plays well. We should only play when he plays well.
He still stinks.
I know. Oh, that's why, yeah.
He's a skunk.
He's a pure
stinky and winky like a skunk, literally. There's also Andrea Bayani. He was worse.
This might be the best YouTube stream ever because somewhere along the way the chat stopped mattering for us.
Where'd your head go?
No, our main man Robert Parr's in the chat. Our main man
is hiding in the green screen right now.
Be civil. We got
that
to the
camouflage
Warriors
dread.
in there. Yeah,
yeah, my dread's camouflage. Yeah,
I love the background though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, custom made by Jedi.
A word? Yo, wait till you see my next. I don't come in here very often, like once a month, maybe every. I got such a good neon. It's coming.
Can't wait to see that. Can't wait to see that.
You about as frequent as
you know what? That's what.
Payments.
Well, I was gonna say that's what she said, but whatever.
It's in my garage. I gotta pull it out. The thing is, I don't have a drill.
That's what she said.
What are we doing, guys?
I can see Robert. He won't. You're saying Fournier will never be in Snoopy's doghouse. Unless Evan Fournier plays the Green Leprechauns, he has the same amount of points as us sometimes.
Not for nothing, Not for nothing, man. Like, wasn't Evan Fournier getting pulled off the bench in Orlando, or was he starting?
No, he was starting.
But it was sometimes he'd come off the bench, right?
Maybe for a small part. I don't think.
I remember some games against us where he came off the bench. Yeah. I remember it used to be times where he would come in. It'd be him and Terrence Ross would come in, and I remember all Knicks fans just go, I remember.
Would he do work against us?
Yes, a lot.
He used to work against us a lot. He's one of them contracts that really don't work. He's one of them contracts that, he used to kill us, and then we signed him, and all of a sudden he just forgot how to play basketball now that he got the Knicks jersey on.
The problem is with Fournier.
Unless he plays the Green Leprechauns in Boston.
He made a mistake. He listened to us. He ended up subleasing Franklin Aquino's apartment, and he just ended up with that bad juju. He should have just got his own apartment.
I ain't with the French players. They've been killing us. They've been killing us.
It all started with
their French croissant is not delicious, and they don't.
Frederick Weiss. Oh God.
G Money does not like the pastries from the French people.
No, I'm just messing around. I like.
No, you can tell them. Do not back down, bro. He said, you double down.
Don't back down.
You double down.
He didn't say do not. He said don't back down.
I ain't backing down. I'm just saying that to your point. Frank Ntilikina. Oh, Frank Ntilikina.
You be the Suns fan you are, and double down on your whatever you say.
And you be proud of it.
Yeah, MG Money. You don't like French pastries, but I bet you if I put
I like French.
I'll get you a cronut. He'd be like, cronut.
I never ate a croissant. I took a bite of a croissant and I spit it out.
Oh.
You're a bagel guy.
Don't forget the cream cheese and the butter.
I'm gonna end up here.
Man,
what happened to A to Z?
He disappeared, and
that's called a toilet break.
Oh, he.
I told y'all
he reappeared.
Look, I told y'all I've been a little.
In the playoffs.
That's good.
I've been a little testy because I'm using this quarantine as quitting smoking. I haven't had a cigarette in 2 days.
So
I've been a little testy. All right. It's nicotine gum. It's nicotine gum.
Oh, okay.
He was practicing.
This is nicotine gum? Seriously?
Yeah,
I was just about to say that. He's practicing the infamous Cowboys move. Disappear real quick.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Smoke another one,
Bobby.
Dan.
Ooh, Bobby, funny. Ooh,
I will. I will.
To where you can bring back your fantasies about Giants glory too.
We want to go back to the glory hole days.
Yeah. With that being said, I want me some glory hole.
I want me some glory hole.
Look,
Look, Chad, are you not entertained with this?
Are you not entertained?
Hey guys,
appreciate
the one person I'm thinking about Knicks, right? The one person that I kind of do want to keep, I really like Quickly, and I feel like he could be a good player.
Seriously, no doubt.
But if Quickly can average 6 assists a game, that's my guy.
Not even just that, bro. He needs I don't even think about assist numbers. If he learns the art of passing up a good shot for a great shot, like it seems like as soon as he gets an open chance, he's chucking. But if like for example, RJ had a wide open drive to the lane the other day against Boston, and he passed it off to Mitch. I'm saying if Quick can just learn how to, almost like Klay Thompson does, just keep moving the ball, and like Golden State.
Soon as you know what's crazy? I'm sorry for cutting you off. As soon as you said that, Klay Thompson hit a 3-point shot. Like that's why
Flash cast a 3.
There you go calling
shots. And the dubs up by Baker's.
There you go calling shots again, Zach. I just had to.
Oh, I didn't. Apparently, everybody else called the shot from what I
Nah. There you go calling shots again, bro. Go ahead.
But no, it's just he needs to learn how to not. The ball can't stop with him, if that makes sense. He's got to just move the ball within a system. He doesn't I'd love for him to get what you said, like 6 assists, but it doesn't even have to just be that. Just play within the offense. Don't try to.
But
listen,
like the wild
thing that he wouldn't be like. Tibbs would not be able to not start him. He was averaging 6 assists because he's a good shooter.
No, I understand.
He can
just, like Tibbs would be like, I can't deny it.
Yeah, but
I agree, Rob.
But here's the crazy part. If you count last year's games with some of the games now, he's coming into a full NBA season now. Even Obi Toppin. Remember, it was only a short. Hey, he's in the building. Look at
gamer.
Boy. Look at that game.
Obi's disappointing me.
Huh?
Hey, we got a tough bloodhound. Wow.
I don't think Obi's disappointing right now. He's having a rough stretch right now. But I think like he's kind of. It seems like right now with Obi, he's kind of like like you said, Jedi, with him having a full season now, but everything he learned in the offseason, he was really able to show it in an instant. That let some of the fans kind of get greedy. They want more. They want more. So now that he's kind of falling into a rut, it seems like, it's like, yo, what the heck is happening? But nah, he's kind of falling in line right into a point where he should be getting a sophomore slump.
But is this his freshman slump? Because last year was weird. But he also has had time. He has had opportunities because all this year. Excuse me, that's a lot of drunkenness. All this year, he has had an opportunity to show what he is. Like, so Julius Randle was out. And I was like, yes! As most of us were. And he didn't do a thing.
Truth serum.
Obi isn't that guy. Obi is a energy player.
You listening,
off the
Kev?
bench. He has no post moves.
He's
His
right,
post
Drew.
moves are, I'm going to run into you.
That's Julius's post move, though.
Nah, but Julius is very strong.
True.
Yes.
He's like, Obi is like strong, but not very, like, I don't know. Julius has that different strength.
Yeah, he's got 40 pounds on Obi as well. He's a brick, you know what house.
Yeah, so, but I think Julius.
That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Is that G Money talking about Chris Paul?
But I think Julius.
God,
I think we're all relying on Julius to be our number one guy. That's the problem. How about we just go out and get someone that's better than Julius?
It costs too much of the good players that we want to keep right now.
No, get rid of them.
Onto the team. Let it
Trade
get on the team.
I know, but look. I know how you want to. You see how you want to keep quickly. I guarantee you, any good player you want to get that's going to be better than Julius that you want. 9 times out of 10, that team is looking through your roster, and the first name they're going to mention is Emmanuel Quickly.
The little quick guard.
Like we're at a point right now. It sucks, but the guys that we have are so inconsistent. We don't know who to trade to keep and who not, because every time someone gives us a nice flash, we think that can be consistent. And then they go through their slump moments, and then you sometimes think, like, is that really them or what? We're trying to find where their happy medium is.
I agree with you, man, but we just have to look at the big picture. And if Quickly isn't part of the big picture, because he could be part of someone else's big picture. Randle could be – Randle, I'm telling you, Randle can complete a championship team, but he cannot complete our championship team. We're very far away. And Randle thinks on the Knicks, he's the number one player to grow from. And he's not that. And I think because of last year, we have to move on from him. And I think, the year before that, when he was terrible, spinning backwards into double teams, and then just dropping the ball, that didn't make any sense. I don't know how he would spin back into you and drop the ball. And then he had that season where he was amazing. It took me 75% of the season to buy in. Like, I was like, nope. And I was like, well, if he just keeps hitting these fadeaways on everyone, well, I'm just going to shut up. Now, I think today, in this season, I think this is Julius Randle. He's better than the first season, but he's not a superstar. Last year, he was a superstar his career year. Now, I think this is Julius Randle. And Julius Randle has accepted this is who he is. I'm talking a lot. I don't like to talk a lot.
No, you're
No,
good.
no, you're making a very valid point.
I would
I
love
would
to be
just want
cut
to
off.
ask you. I
like
want to
having
ask you.
conversation.
I want to ask you, Russ. Are you sure that you like? Are you really comfortable saying that this is the best form of Julius we can get, or do you think that there is a little better form we can get where we don't have the ball in his hands as much? Because I think we've seen a form of Julius this year where he's not as good as last year's Julius, like you said, but he was better than a lot of moments he's shown this year. And that performance, I could liken it to really the Atlanta performance. That performance, he wasn't really making decisions for us. He was just attacking. That Atlanta game, I remember it was Kemba Walker and I believe it was mostly Kemba Walker really making all the
Yeah, he had a triple double in that game. Yeah.
I think Julius
Christmas,
Randle has to be the person that there has to be a coach. Like, you're not the point guard. But if I do allow you to bring the ball down court, I'm not allowing you. You're not bringing the ball down court to bring it down and get strictly in the post. Well, what is the point of that? The point guard brings it down. You get in the post, and we have movement around that.
Right.
So he's bringing it down to how many times this has frustrated me so much. They give him the ball. He gets in the post. He shoots a fadeaway. He brought it all the way down court. Why did you do that? You gave no other options. It was very predictable. What are you doing? I'm yelling at him.
No,
you're fine. Go ahead.
You're making, like I said, you're making a very great point. And what that all comes back to is the same question that me and Kevin have had all season. And that is the question that the front office has yet to answer. That's really like, kind of like the next GM for the Giants. They have a question to answer that not a lot of GMs have answered lately for the Giants. With the Giants, it's how are you going to build the offensive line? For the Knicks, it's an age-old question that's really, it's aged to 25 years now. Who is your franchise point guard?
That's a problem. We don't have a point guard.
We don't have a point guard, which is why I was really, if anything, I had this irrational upsetness. I had this irrational feeling of being upset at Kemba Walker after the Boston game. I was really upset at Kemba Walker. I didn't have any reason to be. Like, I could have had the same frustration, with Derrick Rose for my reasoning, but I was like, the reason why I was mad at Kemba Walker is because he showed us these great performances. He finally came back, and when we just, started to get rolling, he's out with the knee again. You can't depend on him to be here. So now
that
we
was
know
Thibodeau's
we
fault.
can't.
He played him
because of all the minutes. Yeah,
he played him 40 minutes on a back-to-back, and then put him in. You could have played him 20 minutes,
right,
and then another 20 minutes. This is not what Kemba is. We all knew this. Thibodeau has known for burning his players out. Just because Kemba hit 40 on us doesn't mean that you need to just leave him in all games, all times. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Well, speaking of lost words, the Cavs are losing steam. They're down 16 in Dub Nation.
My man. I love that.
And right now it's Warriors. Right now,
G-Money, man. G-Money, I think this is the longest you've been on stream that you could talk and have fun, I think, ever.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this side of
Bro, you were about to save me, and then you left it alone.
Oh,
shoot,
man.
what was I about to say? Yeah, that was definitely Thibodeau's fault, man, playing him all those minutes. But at the same time, it's like you have Kemba rolling, you have this opportunity to build this chemistry with Julius.
Plus, a lot of other people were out.
But it was
too.
the back.
Plus.
So you had
on top,
really had no choice.
This is the other thing too. I think he would have never played Kemba all those minutes if Derrick Rose was at least there.
Who?
Derrick Rose.
Antoine.
We haven't heard from Antoine in a while.
Antoine James.
Now you can see Antoine
It's got to be in
Griezmann.
English, Antoine. It's got to be in English. Under pressure.
I love Derrick Rose.
That's a very valid.
And
Oh.
Thibodeau does too. Thibodeau loves
I
Derrick
can't
Rose,
deal with you guys.
which is why I was trying to make it seamless.
With that being
Which
said,
is- yeah, with that being said, like, yeah, he loves them too, which is why
Most definitely.
Most
Rose would've
definitely.
been- yeah.
Most definitely.
like we saw
It just
during
comes
the
down to we need
beginning
a
of the
damn
season.
point guard. We don't need a power forward who brings the ball down court and to get in the post. If you want to get in the post as a power forward, you walk your ass down court. The point guard will
You don't
bring it
walk,
down
you run.
court, and we'll
Right.
give you the ball. But you don't need to bring it down yourself. I've never
Yeah.
seen that in my entire
He
life.
brings it up so he can relax, so he can walk it up. Instead
Yeah,
of
look,
running
look.
and hustling and getting
He
to the
just
block.
stops. He needs to stop relaxing then.
Look,
There's
Russ,
no more
here's
relaxing.
Russ.
Well, he's
The
relaxing
point guard
now.
needs to bring it
Randall's
down.
sleeping on.
You're
Well,
too
Randall's on his
big.
bed tonight.
There's too many muscles. You walk down court, and that's it.
Russ, man, here's what it comes down to, and me and
I'm
Kevin
sorry,
been
Mia.
saying this a lot. Nah, you good, you good. You feeling the same frustration that we've been feeling all season long. Here's what it comes down to, right? Without having that point guard,
Right.
none of the other positions will ever look their best.
So where do we get this guy? Where do we get our point guard?
We haven't done
Kemba?
it in 25 years.
We might have to run up on some team, man. I don't
Last
know.
time
my
the
damn cat
Knicks
shoes.
had a true point guard, the Cowboys won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Hey, you need to relax.
Technically,
How's that one?
Technically, it was a
Tired
grandpa
of you. I'm
JK.
getting tired of you.
Dude, it
Don't
was
be
an
glad to
Asian.
fog
It was
up.
an. We had a bigger kid on the block, an older Jason kid who turned a man.
No, that
He's really
wasn't a
grandpa.
true. He was a rental
Oh.
for 1 year. That wasn't a true.
No.
I know. I'm just
I'm
adding.
talking about the
something.
first time we had like a Mark Jackson, like an
I'm with
actual
you,
point
money.
guard.
He's talking
'Cause
about
he was
Walt
so-
Clyde Frazier, all right?
Clyde,
You
yeah.
witnessed how smart Jason
He's
Kidd
talking
was.
about Walt Clyde
Yeah, but
Frazier,
his
all right?
body failed
He's
him
talking
at that
about
point. He
ancient
couldn't make
history.
Chris
He shot
Dodd.
about as well as
Listen-
Ben Simmons did those plays.
Listen,
Yeah,
G-Money,
but I'm not.
G-Money,
because-
Bro,
G-Money,
Yeah.
my grandma
G-Money,
shot
listen,
as good as
listen,
Yeah.
G-Money,
Ben
here's
Simmons,
what I'm
and she ain't
saying.
got no arms.
Uh-huh.
Here's what I'm saying.
She ain't got no-
Zach referenced our ancient point guard. That's Walt Clyde Frazier. He said the
Right.
same time that the Cowboys won a championship. Remember, all this that he's talking about is ancient history. We
Yeah,
haven't
no.
had this ancient history.
Yeah, man.
In a
All
while,
ancient
yeah.
long
And it's
lost.
still all that ancient
I
history.
I
has
wasn't,
been half
dude.
the
I
time
was
that the
not
Knicks have won
born.
a
The last time we
championship.
had a true point guard, I was not born.
The last time the Knicks had a
Ancient
true point
history.
guard, that's when the movie Debbie Does Dallas came out.
Exactly. That
I
movie,
don't even know what that
ancient
one is.
history.
Kev just
Us having a point guard, ancient
what about
history.
me?
Cowboys having championships, ancient history.
What
We
about
know
the
what we're
Knicks?
talking about here.
What about the
The,
Knicks?
the last time
Title.
we
What
won a
about their title?
championship,
Hey, we're
the
not
last.
talking about that right now.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
Yeah, that doesn't fit the narrative. I'm
Rich-
sorry.
Okay,
Richard-
yeah, that's not your narrative.
I think Richard Nixon was the president the last time the Knicks won the championship.
Too
Ken,
much.
relax. Don't say that.
Damn.
Damn! I said Richard Nixon. It got quiet here. It's like somebody
Yeah,
has,
don't even-
has deep throat or something here. With
Yo,
Pause.
Dan was deep throating that apple pie.
Pause.
chill.
Well, the
Never that.
Warriors are deep throwing the
It was
Cavs
never
right
that.
now. So yeah.
Oh, he's still talking about the other teams, not the name of the Knicks.
You do not know where we're going.
I can't front. The
This
only
is
thing
turning to a Bay Area beatdown right now. Yeah.
Yo, look, I was really about to say, the only thing G Money has said referencing the Knicks is, "It's all right, Russ. It's all right, Russ. You're making points. It's all right." And
Yo.
the Golden State Warriors.
So anyway,
They're
we
gonna be
just
on
need
all
a
right.
point
The Suns
guard.
are my favorite team.
I like how the Suns play, and I've always liked Chris Paul's game. I don't care what anyone says. He doesn't choke because he brings a team that shouldn't be in that. Shouldn't be there. He brings them. He elevates a team and brings them to a place they shouldn't be. So
That's
I
what the
always
that's
love Chris
that's
Paul.
what the point guard needs to do. He needs to
Iggy,
elevate.
Andre
He needs to
getting
elevate.
Iggy with
yeah.
it.
Yeah, look.
G Money,
and
I'm
Chris
gonna do.
Paul's on
I'm
this
gonna,
here's
team.
the one thing, but here's what I will say to anyone
Mhm.
listening. As good as Chris Paul is, and I give him that, he is point guard. He is still one of the dirtiest players in the league.
I be honest, he is.
He is one of the
I gotta be honest, he
dirtiest.
is.
And how
dirt
could you
dog
like him
players
like
in the
that, G
league.
Money?
Nah.
You
He's
gotta love the way he
he's
moves
a-
the ball.
Such a good, wholesome kid that you are. You like that dirtbag.
Yo, he
Any
could
means
dish the
necessary, bro.
This is why you stay off the
the
devil's lettuce. You end
beans.
up liking Chris Paul.
Well, you won't be laughing if 2022 he does a coup de grace.
I thought you said don't do what ifs.
Yeah,
All
what
right.
if?
You
Yeah,
said don't do what
yeah,
if.
you told me what
Unless
if.
it involves
yeah.
the Suns.
Yeah.
I know,
Look
but
at him breaking his rules.
Be consistent.
Yep. He lambasted me on air with the what ifs.
I wasn't lambasting you. The idea.
He was lambasting me too.
What? No.
Yeah, if I had antlers and could go to space.
Yeah.
I don't like Obi's potential in 2K. This guy does nothing with the ball.
You would see what you do is you go to edit player and you put all of his stuff at 99.
Yeah, that's it. And
Bro, you guys play
there-
2K? I'll carry you. Don't worry.
I don't play. I'm too
I
old.
don't play.
I don't play. I just remember.
Ken,
I
you're
make-
not even. You're not.
I'm too busy making money moves for my 401k, my friend.
Oh yeah, look at all these streams, baby.
He's getting them those advertisements.
Yeah, man. I want Bacardi.
He's getting them big
I want
YouTube
that. I want to go have a meeting in Bacardi in Puerto Rico. Let them fly me out there. Stay in the Conquistador.
Yo, Ken, how many double mints could you buy right now with the YouTube money?
One, a
Told
whopping
him a
one.
double mint when.
No, because I got a Spreaker. I got a whopping 45 cents from Spreaker this month.
We talking
we
big
can all
money,
retire,
right?
boys.
This
Pack
is
it up.
this is the type of stuff you gotta
Right.
put on the
Yo,
back.
Kev. Hey,
IRS
bro,
is
I'm
coming
telling
after you, baby.
Huh?
Hey,
I gotta
bros,
get.
I'm telling you.
I gotta get to you over there because I want to be able to get season tickets at the Garden too, man. He's got that podcast money, man.
Yeah,
got
he really-
my
he
man
really
is getting
does.
buying Teslas.
Yeah, I ain't even going
He buying
front.
Teslas. He got season tickets for the 12th row, man. I gotta get on that. I gotta get on that podcast.
Russ
He's on
probably
that.
got a PSL for the Giants. He just ain't let us know because he got that money.
He don't want us to kick
That's
out
why
the
he's
because then
taking
you know what
money
happens.
for the
He thinks he's gonna. He doesn't want to tell me. He don't want to tell me he has the PSL because then I'm gonna have to kick you guys as my co-host, make him my co-host because he has a Giants PSL. You know what I mean?
Oh, he will anyway.
You guys
Yeah,
are not
the Giants season
annoying.
tickets.
In no way, you're not annoying. None of you.
Thank you.
First of all, I go to work every motherfucking day.
Look,
Anyways, Langus, wipe that with
Now
soap,
he's
man.
trying to convince us. Look, I put my pants one leg on at a time. All right,
Just like you.
All right, just like you. After the butler prepares them, okay?
Don't let Kev trick you. I know Kev. Don't let him trick you.
Oh, I know.
Every time I call this dude, yeah, I'm off work for the day. I'm done for the day. It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
You guys
know
want to
about
game
Kev.
with me? I'm with it. Hit me
Kev
up.
makes look. Kev's so rich, he make his own schedule, right?
Hit
He
me
got
up on
all the
IG.
ancient Marvel comics, so he got
forgets
he
what
got
below
money,
freezing weather
money.
is.
Yeah.
I'm in the same subdivision as NBA ball players.
Yeah,
Bro,
exactly.
I'm a
Look,
Bronx, bro.
Oh, here we go.
I'm a Bronx dude. Still, Kev left the Bronx. This dude's in a mansion. He's in Florida in a mansion. He's very warm. He only wears tank top. He only puts on a t-shirt for the podcast.
I ain't
He wears
even gonna
tank tops
front.
every
Yeah.
day.
I got
straw hats. This man got money.
He's got straw hats and overalls.
and overalls. I told you, Russell. I told you about the shorts overalls that you didn't want me to get.
Yeah.
I'm in. I don't even want to be here.
Come on down. I need an apprentice.
We should all
Yo,
show
if I
up
could
on
change
stream
my
in
life, I
overalls.
would.
Yeah, yeah. We should all put on overalls and a straw hat like
We
I
show
do.
up on the stream in a straw hat and overalls.
You know what I
Out
want
of
to
your
do?
mouth,
I wanna-
chewing it.
Yeah, chewing on the hay.
Can we show up to a podcast with G Money in overalls?
I might do that in the future.
I have them. That'd be funny. Whoa, the
Oh,
cop,
Calvin T.
the mob
Jones.
police in the building. One of the mob police in the building. Kevin T. Jones, what is
Ooh,
up?
Kel.
Yes, indeed, Kevin T. Jones. It's
Yes,
good to see him here.
indeedy.
Yes, indeed. As we chop it up here. Ooh, man, this been a funny stream. Hilarious stream. And
I had a good time with you fellas today.
It was. And the thing is, I didn't take even one shot of Johnny Walker tonight.
Bro, let's do it.
That's
No,
a
I gotta
shame.
go. I gotta get up in a couple hours.
Yeah, he's got to do his 3-hour shift. You know.
I gotta
Bro,
go in
I've been
there.
working 80 hours a week.
From what?
I just
From
got a
what? From what
decent
I
gig.
like
80,
to know.
wait. How many hours a week did you say?
I work about 80 hours a week.
What?
But for the next about 6 months, I'm probably going to work about 65, which is good
This
for
is
me.
less. This is
I
less.
worked. It was before winter break. I took winter shutdown because my dog had surgery. I worked every day for like 4 months straight. Every day.
Sheesh.
Oh, man, I love dogs.
And now it's kind of nice though because I don't go back to work till the 20th now. Thanks
Is
to
the dog
COVID.
okay?
Nice.
Yeah, he's good now. He had a blockage. The neighbors left stuff in their backyard. He ended up eating while he was outside and had to get surgery to take it out of his stomach.
So he couldn't like pee or poop, or
He could pee. He couldn't poop. He couldn't eat anything. He couldn't keep anything down.
well, I
But
had
he's good now.
a situation like that where I had to pay
He's
like
good now.
$6,000 for my dog so he could pee again.
Wow.
I put it on a credit card. I didn't have the money, but
Biggie.
whatever.
Was
Yeah,
it Biggie?
Yeah, Biggie. So he couldn't pee, and there was a blockage, and I didn't have the money, but there was like, if you don't, this is what he needs right now because he can't pee. He wouldn't even move, and I was like, whatever. I guess I just gotta put it on my credit card. What else would I do better with the money to keep my best friend alive?
Yep.
Good point.
No,
Oh,
it's
that's
all. Yeah, it was $3,800 later for me. But
Yeah, and then I paid it off eventually, but whatever. And now he's been alive 4 or 5 years later.
Right.
Awesome.
He's my buddy.
Yep. They have English Bulldogs. My parents have too. They have
And
a lot of.
He's a Knicks fan, so
There you go.
you
That's
gotta
why
look
English
out for them.
Bulldogs are so depressed.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they always look so depressed. My two are Knicks fans as well.
You shut up.
Hey, I'm one of us. I'm not G Money. I'm a diehard Knicks fan. Okay?
Hey, I'm a diehard fan too, but I like
Your
the game.
Bulldogs are probably Cowboys fans.
I'm a diehard fan, but I
I do
love
have
the
a picture
game.
of my mother's English Bulldog Buster with a Cowboys hat on.
Whatever. You guys are all good dudes, regardless. Even though I like
Kelvin, you said Kelvin T. Jones said his Bills won. I gotta ask Kelvin, is your arm all right? I know you probably threw yourself through a table. Y'all always do that. Y'all Bills
Nah,
fans.
they had an easy
Nah, the
game.
Bills fans-
They had my Jets. They beat my Jets.
Well, the Warriors are making it look easy right now.
The Warriors are winning.
Yeah, they
Yo,
beat the Cavs like a pub 19.
Did anyone I registered for a bunch of places today since New York betting is legal now. Anybody get on that?
I don't make bets like that.
Not
Nah.
from New York, but
I'm in Florida. We're trying to get past that here.
You can't bet in Florida?
No, we could in the casinos,
bet in P-
but we can't do it like you do on FanDuel and go open up the app. We're not allowed. We're trying. They're trying to pass the legislation here, but the old folks are not allowing it, and the young folks says where that money's going. It's a whole back and forth thing.
I'm either going to be rich or homeless.
We help Robert fold
There's only
socks.
two things.
I don't bet with my head a lot.
Now, do you? What do you just bet? Honestly, what sports? Do you do everything or just basketball? What do you like to bet?
Well, I used to be into fantasy big time, and I would keep track of every single player's receiving yards, catches, but I kind of slacked off. But I think I'm about to get back into it now that sports betting is legal again.
Okay.
Because you could bet on players' yards for the game. You could bet on how many touchdown catches they get. It's not just the score of the game. So
Right.
at one time, we all think we know something.
Right.
We don't know a damn thing. But I think
I was going to
I'm
tell.
gonna give it a shot.
I was going to tell you if you want to dabble in that. We're not gurus, but hey, I've been right with the MMA fighting. I picked Juliana Pena to beat Amanda Nunes. I picked Cyril Gahn to win. You listen to the Austin and Chef Dan weekly
Well, I
MMA
check it
weekly,
out.
and you listen to the fights and the predictions.
I learned.
Nah, I ain't even going front. Like realistically, he really called that Juliana Pena versus Amanda Nunes. And the odds for Juliana Pena was -1,000.
Wow.
Meaning, if you had put some serious money on her,
That is the comment of the whole stream. That is the comment of the whole stream.
yo, Robert Parr, yo.
I bet my wife when I get pregnant 3 kids later. Yeah. Yeah,
You
guys
got
are
it,
fools.
Robert. You got it, Robert.
Robert lost.
I know the feeling.
Mama calling Clay. Clay Thompson's coming back.
Look at that. Look at that.
How many
man.
minutes is Clay getting so far? So you got any minutes?
12 minutes.
And what's his shooting percentage?
He's 50%.
50% from the field.
Okay, Clay.
50%, but what? How many shots to misses he's got? G Money.
6 of 12 from the field.
2 of
He's
5
shooting-
from the 3-point line.
Right. He
Look at
started a
that.
little. He started a little funky, but he's been dynamite. Little.
Has he gone to the free throw line?
No, I don't think so. No.
But I don't know why with that.
This is why the Golden State Warriors are not going to beat my Phoenix Suns. Because if you don't get to the free throw line and you're not a 3-level scorer, this is why I say it. I keep saying every time my sons with Chris Paul, and, salute Robert Park, and I'm just doing an imitation of G Money.
Oh, don't break out the imitations. We're gonna be here another 5 hours.
Listen, Kev, from one Suns fan to another, all right?
Most definitely.
Oh man, this has been phenomenal, man. We could continue going. It is hilarious. FanDuel. Oh, Robert Park. Yeah, they were giving out for the first 2 hours, Russell. Oh, I don't know if it's for the weekend. They were giving $100 voucher, and that's right, Robert Park. At 9:00 yesterday, they were giving out $100 voucher. I don't know how long it's going to be. Maybe until the weekend. On FanDuel, so you can have and be able to place wagers and bets on there.
Mm-hmm.
Especially coming up now, the UFC heavyweight fight between Cyril Gane and Francis Ngannou. Help me out there, Chef. Then Francis
Ngannou.
I have tongue twisted. I don't know why I got twisted with Ngannou. And that's a good one there. That's a good fight to put money there. Now that the playoffs are coming in too.
I ain't even on front. It's a couple good fights to put your money on. Peter Yan versus Aljamain Sterling.
Aljamain Sterling. Yeah, that was announced recently too.
That's gonna be good.
I need you to make me some money, man. Let me know.
I still hate the
I know,
Chargers
yo,
to this
Kev
day.
got
We still hate who?
Kev got better guesses.
The LA Chargers.
I think
Russ,
like you know where I could really
Let me guess,
help
Rival?
you get some money is really like the preliminaries and
I'll
then
tell you
the
when you-
middle
Yeah.
of the main card. That's
Okay.
where I can really help you get money. But the main card, if it's heavyweights, I ain't going front. Kev got it. He's been outpicking me for every heavyweight bout so far in 2021.
I hate the LA Chargers, Russ, because I did a 8-team parlay. 8 teams.
Mm-hmm.
I
Ooh,
picked the
right.
Jags to win, and I was
Oh,
right,
nice.
nailed on it. I picked the Dolphins to win. Like I had every team right and made my own spread. And I gave the Chargers 10 points. It was 10 points I gave them against the Ravens, and they lost 35-7. Cost me $5,000. I almost turned 50 bucks into $5,000.
How much was the initial bet? It was probably like $10.
$50.
They didn't charge the way through W.
And to this day, I hope the Chargers never make the playoffs.
Are the playoffs set on the? Or they still the Sunday? Well, the
playoffs will begin on next Saturday.
No, I know that. I'm talking about the NFC matchups.
Yeah, they're set.
Yeah, as far as the NFC goes, the AFC still has a little bit.
Oh, that's right. Brady and the Dolphins won. Brady and the Bucks won, so they beat.
So Tennessee clinched the first seed.
Oh shit! Time out. Wait, yo, Zach. I know you. You know, you, me, Russ. We all have beat this at whatever. The Eagles face the Bucks.
Bro, I'm all about.
Hey, did you
the
know
Bucks
Bucks
on
won
that.
Dallas
all
got the
last
3
year?
seed.
The Tampa Bay Bucks and the Milwaukee
They ended up
Bucks
with
won
the
last year?
3
Wow.
seed.
Yep. So they won't be facing the Cardinals.
Yeah, they face the 49ers.
Oh, that's
Hey,
an easy
2 different
win
types
for
of
you
Bucks
guys.
won.
Keep
A pirate,
talking that smack.
and a big time.
That's
and
an easy win for
and a
Dallas.
deer won
Don't
last
start.
year.
Don't
Wow.
butter me up for the letdown.
That is.
How
That
do you
is
end
a,
up with easy?
Let me ask you a question. How do you end up a Dallas fan in Pennsylvania?
Okay. This is very easy. I haven't even told Kev or
There's
anybody.
no good answer. Whatever answer you have is wrong.
Okay. So I didn't have a team. I followed players, right? I collected jerseys. John Ritchie, remember him? He's a fullback for the Raiders and the Eagles. I worked to this day. Well, he went to Michigan and Stanford, transferred from Stanford to Michigan, played 9 years in the league. He was on the Super Bowl team where they lost to the Bucks for the Raiders in 2002, whatever. But anyway, he had a good career. He was at the Eagles. I used to sit by Javon Curses, the Freaks family. Every Eagles game we would go. We work on John Ritchie's cars. My dad has known him. We've known him
You're a
for
mechanic?
25. My dad is. I build tanks for the military, but my dad has been a mechanic his whole life, has his own shop. So we used to do his stuff, right? And we used to go. He had such a bad knee injury where he ended up getting a lawsuit from the NFL because the way the helmets were designed, they got redesigned because of John Ritchie's hit. Right. Anyway, the Eagles, I was never a fan of the Eagles. I was a fan of John Ritchie. They promised him a roster spot if he would just come back and play before his surgery. He demolished his knee. So he came back premature. So they needed a body through training camp and then cut him. So they promised him the world. You know how it is. NFL's a business. But the young me was like, what team could I like that absolutely despises the Eagles? And the Eagles fans despise. So I picked the Cowboys.
And then you got
Zach,
your ass
I
kicked.
can tell you, man. You know,
You got your ass kicked in
as
Cowboys in Philadelphia.
Hmm?
Tell us about that experience. Did you get your ass kicked?
Oh, yeah. And I was 13 maybe, wearing a Roy Williams jersey. It was the 44-6 game. Winning your in, they got their ass kicked by the Eagles. So we're walking to the car. Two grown men, PJs, drunk. I mean, we're you got that Tony Homo jersey on. You got that Tony. You know, all I turned around and said, "It's Roy Williams, idiots." And I was with my dad, my uncle, my cousins. I was
play with the block.
No one cares, money. And I turned around and said, "You came read. It's Roy Williams, not Tony." They one had a knife and they started trying to jump me and like hit me and beat the shit out of me.
What?
And my dad stepped in and my uncle, who was in the special forces for a while, and they absolutely destroyed those two guys. But yeah, I was jumped by two grown men at an Eagles game. Ever since then, too, I hated them even more. So I had to go the exact opposite of everyone around me, and that's the Cowboys. So screw the Eagles.
Well, that was pretty extreme.
Yeah, I proved. I still got pictures from that day.
Died, so I don't know what the sound will be now, but
huh?
What was that?
I was saying my AirPods died. I don't know why, but that's pretty extreme. That's an extreme situation. So
I'm actually.
So you're more of an Eagles hater than a.
No, I'm a diehard Cowboys fan.
No, he knows that. He knows that. He knows that damn roster. Up and down and players.
I know the NFL like G-Money knows the NBA.
And if you had got to him earlier, just when the hate really started, when the hate formed, and you're like, time out, wait, there's, you can hate them, yeah, but there's other choices. You could have maybe got to him, but right now, too much time has passed.
Yeah, when I was 12, 13, I could have picked another team, but I something was, and then, I don't know, I just loved Cowboys.
He likes that Jerry Jones talking about glory holes. He likes that accent. But that's why
them Cowboys.
You have to check out his channel when he does his Cowboys watch along and stuff. He's pretty good. He's really good at it, and he really breaks down the game. His team, the Cowboys, really good. So just chat with him. Go to A to Z and check it out. Yeah, he knows. He does.
I'm like G-Money with just the NFL.
Yeah.
Bullshit, and also Michigan football.
And Michigan, okay. God. Football in general, yeah. I got Kev to be a Michigan fan.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
He's trying.
He won't admit it. He's
trying.
Oh, I
this is an interesting situation over here.
I succeeded. He fell in love with Michigan's punter.
Well, because I'm trying to be something. I'm trying to.
That's how
bring a
people
different.
Dan. Me and Chef Dan both like chicken nuggets, and we both like the Knicks.
We all like the Knicks except G-Money, so we all are.
Yeah.
Bro, I do talk good about The Knickerbockers. Come on, man. Yeah, I called the Knicks the Bing Bong Bums sometimes, and yeah, I called them the Brickerbockers
That's
sometimes.
the those are
I
the
love
only
roasting
times
the
you
Knicks
got clever
too, bro.
nicknames for the
But
Knicks.
Because they've been in a
Look,
downward spiral this season compared to last year.
this
Last
easy.
year's team I enjoyed. Come
It's
on.
this easy, G Money. It is this easy. And you can hate me. You know I love you. You know we go back about a year now.
I know.
You cannot give Kobe White a triple bang and not do it for the Knicks players. I
Hey,
don't give a
Mike
damn who you
Breen
are.
gave Mike Breen never
If that's
gave the
Kev,
Knicks a
I'd
double.
say the same shit.
oh shit.
Bro, Mike Breen never gave New York a double bang, but he gave Marcus Smart a double bang.
He gave
Remember
Melo
that?
a double bang against the Bulls.
No, he said Melo three. No, he said Melo 3-pointer. Bang!
Bang,
Everyone
bang!
goes down. He
Knicks
didn't say.
by one.
He
With
didn't say
8
double
points
bang. It was a
remaining.
one bang.
You're forgetting he had 2 shots in that game, and on the second shot, Breen gave him a double bang.
Look it up.
No,
he
he
earned
gave him
it.
one bang.
Kev, you
Bro,
got
I
No,
have
it was
listened to
one
that.
bang. It was an ABC game. I remember this. It was Easter 2012. I remember this.
Kev,
He
look
gave
it up.
him one bang.
Yeah, I think he did
Somebody
2.
screen share. He did 2 the second one. Chef Dan, you know how to screen share.
I'm on YouTube
Unless
right
you
now.
all right. On top of for the Knicks, a double bang, and one shot.
Melo.
One shot.
Yeah.
Double. No, it was one
Bang
bang.
bang.
Easter 2012. We were down, came back and won the game in overtime.
Yeah.
So wait, it's bad for me to give a triple bang for Kobe White, who scattered around like Kobe Bryant at times against the Knicks, but yeah, it's okay for Mike Breen to give a double bang for a Knick opponent in MSG. Think about that.
Yeah, he's literally paid to
problem
do
is,
it
G-Money,
unobjectively.
is
You are not paid. You are on here because you're a Knicks fan. You have to be biased towards the Knicks.
No, I ain't gonna be biased. I love that. I ain't gonna be biased, man. Example, I'll give you an
You're
example.
biased against the Knicks.
I'll give you an example. It's just an example. I can't say the word if. Let's just say there's a play. Let's just say in the finals. Just an example. I can't say the word if. How can I say it? How can I split my point without saying the word if? Let's just say.
The only double bang is for Curry. He doesn't have double bang for Melo. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. We're waiting for that bang bang.
No. That was the wrong one. To tie the game, that was the wrong one. Because Melo hit a 3, he said bang once to tie at 91.
Russell left.
Lucky G Money. You're lucky.
It's true.
So,
he never said double for the Knicks.
Let's give some final shots here before we could go. So it's 5.
The Knicks haven't been good enough.
True. But so, thank you guys for listening and watching along. Russell, I guess the Bacardi and the Coca-Cola got him. So he's ready. He'll be knocked out, ready to go to bed. Everybody died there. So thanks, guys. I appreciate everyone watching along with us, listening. For this nice 5 hours, the longest show I ever had on my channel. Wow.
Whew, it was a marathon, man.
This was a marathon.
Double bangs are only for the playoffs.
Right. Oh yeah, he said it. Oh yeah, he said one for
Steph Curry. That's it. If you YouTube it, Mike
Steph
Green double
Curry,
bam is
yeah.
Curry.
Yep.
So don't forget tomorrow night. The New
Yeah, and you gave him a triple
Knicks.
bang for Kobe White.
New
And
York
also
Knicks,
Devin Booker.
San Antonio Spurs.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw to you too. Look at that. Yeehaw. One more time.
Double D takes it to the rim. He cooking, looking. I said,
Double D like a sports bro.
I said, who?
All
I
right,
said,
guys.
who?
Double D,
Double
DeMar
D?
DeRozan.
I
Shaking,
said,
baking, mid range,
nah.
smooth like cheese.
I said, nah. He called
night.
Julius Randle.
Robert Parr,
Klay Thompson with the splash
Kelvin,
cash.
be civilized.
Yo,
Thank you for
Ollie, I
being
have
with
a
us,
good night, man.
for being in that
Yes.
marathon with us. I appreciate it. Thank you, Russell. Thank you, and we'll give you the shorter version of the BX Sports Jedi call, and let's go. RJ from the floor for the win.